Hello and welcome to Hazelwood, the home of London Irish for the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series, Leg 2. I'm Angus Savage. Alongside me is Will Roberts. And Will, 2 weeks ago, Samurai absolutely dominated this competition, winning both the men's and women's events. We see Samurai women kicking us off, or taking the ball on here on the left-hand side of our screen against Scimitar Storm. How do you think the Samurai ladies and men are going to fare today?
Well, it's left them with an almost literal and metaphorical target on their back. I think that they're the ones to beat. Sides like Scimitar Storm will be looking at teams like Samurai. It's first game of the day, and will be looking to try and make their mark on this competition by beating the current favourites.
They certainly are. And those for those unfamiliar with the way that this all works, each leg teams are awarded points based on their finishing positions. There are 4 legs in total, and at the end of the 4 legs, those with the most points are crowned the champions. Samurai were the men's champions overall in 2021. Rambling Jesters, the women's champions, but they are not competing in the women's event this year, so there is an open slot, and these two sides are keen to have it. And it's turned over by Scimitar Storm, getting on the front foot and looking to spread the ball and find that space early on here.
Keep working inside.
Around the outside, they look to go.
Such a difficult slot to be able to try and play your rugby. It's 10 a.m. in the morning, lots of travelling, I'd assume, has been happening so far. And these ladies need to be able to switch on immediately to try and make their mark on this competition early doors.
They certainly do. And Scimitar Storm, number 4, looking fleet of foot early on. Great competition at the breakdown from Samurai, though, and it's an early penalty for them. And as you say, Will, it's that early morning slot. You've all had the handshakes, almost getting to know each other. So many of these teams come together at the last minute, so it's a tricky experience. But what a glorious day for it.
Oh, absolutely. This is ideal sevens weather in southwest London. It's idyllic scenery to be able to play some sevens, and hopefully we're going to be able to get some action to sort of back it up.
Certainly might be in some action from Samurai here. They're going to streak away for the first try of the game right from inside their own half. It's the number 9. She had a great tournament 2 weeks ago, and she is off to a flyer here at London Irish.
Just shows that when you're playing sevens, you can't miss a tackle, leaving a bit of a open gap at the gate right by the side of the ruck, which was taken comfortably by Samurai, who just get to stretch their legs. And once you get into that much open space in this sort of format of the game, it's really hard to try and prevent 5 points from being scored.
Yeah, it was good work to get around the base of that ruck. She had to take quite a wide arc to get herself around, but clean set of heels as soon as she moved her way through. And a 7-0 lead for Samurai. They are starting exactly where they left off 2 weeks ago in Newbury.
Just waiting for the ball, but it will be interesting to see how kickoffs are approached. Still. There we go.
Quick test of the touch judge's kicking skills. He's managed to get it successfully in field. Happy with that.
And let's see what approach is made here by Samurai. Okay, sort of shallow. Probably didn't get the height they particularly wanted on that, which gives potentially Scimitar Storm a chance to break. But once again, maybe there's slight lapses in concentration early morning, fatigue slightly creeping in, because we can't have those handling errors, especially in this sort of position. This is a dream place to be able to set up an attacking move right on the 22 in the middle of the pitch in a sevens format.
Certainly is, and we saw in leg 1 how important the scrum was for a lot of teams. They were able to assert some dominance through it, turning the ball over. Samurai have secured their ball well here, looking to attack down the right-hand side, cutting back inside, getting the offload away. And Will, the offload in sevens, just such a crucial part of the game, isn't it?
And I'm sure we'll see that a lot today. Just making sure you keep the ball alive. Ruck time is danger time in this format of the game, so it's important to try and keep the ball alive as much as possible.
Certainly is. Every time last week we saw 2 successive offloads. I think we saw a try every time. We're going to see a try here as Samurai simply side through the Scimitar backline. Second try for Samurai. And that just looked so simple. Just good pace on the outside arc.
I feel as though that's going to be where Scimitar potentially have their Achilles heel, is just those soft shoulders round the outside. And it was good bit of phase play actually to make sure that they drag players in and change of direction, making sure that this Storm defence keeps honest, and well, they really reap the rewards there.
Certainly do. We see the replay here, just simple hands out, and then it's just final pass and an outside arc. Outside defender has no chance. I think there's a player on the outside that was just out of shot there, so she had to cover that space. And Samurai take full advantage to get themselves underneath the posts.
That pace to create an early sort of 2-on-1, making sure that you get out wide as quickly as possible, trying to isolate defenders. That's the real key to unlocking defences in sevens.
Certainly is. Can Scimitar get themselves on the score sheet before half-time? 2 tries is nothing in sevens, really. And Scimitar need not panic. They've got a chance here on the outside from their own try line. Brilliant tackle to take them almost into touch. The offload and then another offload. And this is where I've said it can be dangerous. 2 offloads in succession, but Samurai do well to force the error on the floor. And now, oh, I thought they were away.
Yeah, just 2 back-to-back mistakes from either side. And, well, it slightly puzzled me that Scimitar decided to try and back themselves there. They Samurai put no sweeper in. There was lots of green grass in front of them. Decided to try and go around the edge, and well, their handling just really hasn't seemed up to scratch at the moment, and has still put them in quite a costly position.
Scimitar ball from the scrum then. They're going to have to go from deep. Clock pretty much in the red here. Getting offload away from their try line though. Now there's a bit of space, but Samurai doing really well on the drift.
Yeah, I was about to mention that Samurai defence, just making sure that you keep holes closed. Well, commentators curse that.
Well, it's a missed tackle from Samurai, and Scimitar are surely going to get there for their first try of the game, ending the half on a high. It was a great chase back from Samurai, almost getting there, but Scimitar breaking through that tackle on their own 22, scorching away to finish the half in style. Oh, and we've got the cameraman is taking shots of us. Outstanding. That's a rare event, Will. We're often the other side of these things.
Exactly that. Well, I think that's our commentator's curse working into full effect, Angus. We were about to praise Samurai's strong defence, and yet again it's almost a carbon copy of that first try, just looking round the edges of rucks and slight miscommunication between the first and second defender guarding that, and well, Scimitar take full advantage and close the gap between these 2 sides.
Saggers, that's it. Pace on, Saggers. Pace on. Go at them, go at them. Keep going.
So we return for the second half of the opening game of leg 2 here of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series. It's Samurai against Scimitar Storm in the women's competition. Samurai leading 14 points to 7. They went 14-0 up, but with the last play of the half, Scimitar Storm came back with a try of their own.
Makes this game very interesting, doesn't it? Always a score just before the break can potentially swing momentum, and let's see if it does just that.
Scimitar making good ground straight from the kickoff, buoyed by that late try in the first half. Now they look to go round the outside, but this Samurai defence, and we will talk about this over and over again today, this Samurai defence is absolutely outstanding. They press high, but they let their outside defenders drift, and it is absolutely impenetrable at times, it seems.
Just seems as though they're very well connected, a team that obviously played a fair bit with each other now and getting to know each other well, and where they can potentially implement their best defensive structures, and it seems as though they're using that to full effect today.
They certainly are, and they're going on the attack again, almost away on the outside. Scimitar do well to make the scrag tackle though. Samurai, for those of you unfamiliar, on the right hand side of your screens in the white shirt, Scimitar Storm on the left hand side in pink, and Samurai are looking for a third try. It's a race for the line, it's a race for the corner. Are they going to make it? No, they're not. It's a wonderful cover tackle from Scimitar Storm.
Organise! Organise!
But it's a high tackle, and Samurai get the penalty, and will, if that's a penalty, is it a penalty try?
Yeah, you've got to argue that, but nevertheless, I think that was an amazing cover tackle by Scimitar Storm, making sure they do everything to try and keep them out, but I doubt it will keep Samurai out for long. They still look to be on the hunt for something.
On the hunt they are, but it's Scimitar that get the penalty. They live to fight another day. That cover tackle, whether legal or not, proving to make all the difference and giving them a chance to send the ball deep into touch.
Just that never give up attitude that you have to have in sevens, trying to head into that dark place before you sort of make those last ditch cover tackles, and that's exactly what we saw there on an early Saturday morning. Must be quite difficult to sort of hype yourself up to make those sort of hits, but it's the sort of quality that we've come to expect at this Sevens Series.
Bit of a scrappy line out, but Scimitar do come away with the ball. Little isolated through the tackle, and Samurai get themselves over the ball, steal it, and now they've got a chance. A 2-on-1 on the outside here. It's well defended actually by Scimitar, but Samurai still edging their way to the line, making it to the line. I thought Scimitar had managed to tidy that one up, but not quite.
That was an impeccable finish. Really well played. Samurai slightly constricting themselves in that 15-meter channel. The drift applied, and all Scimitar needed to do was just usher them towards touch, but that cut back inside off the right foot and little shimmy before exploding towards the try line was the difference, and has more importantly got them an extra 5 points.
Certainly has, and quite rightly taking their time to get to this conversion. The lungs will be going even at this early stage. Conversion doesn't quite make it. It's a 19-7 lead, and we see here it was isolated in the tackle for Scimitar, and Samurai do really well to get over the ball, get a clean rip, and then it's that 2-on-1, isn't it?
It's that quick transition as well from attack to defence, and just look at that step. Run out of space on the touchline, and just that explosive power to drive through the tackle, make sure she stayed on her feet, and in the end dot down for the score.
Yeah, the Scimitar defender had actually done really well not to engage, but then just done by the step coming back on the inside. Unlucky one for them, but great finishing from Samurai. Scimitar looking to hit back straight away though, charging down this left-hand side. Samurai had a little think about a nibble on the intercept, make the tackle instead. And again, ferocious defense from Samurai, and it is rewarded because of the forward pass under pressure. And that's that Samurai defense just in your face again.
Exactly that. It's that all-or-nothing mentality which they seem to have applied. Now that they've got that 12-point cushion, they're allowed to be slightly more aggressive in defence, and at the moment it's reaping the rewards. The hands and skills of Storm are just slightly off, and at the moment it seems as though it's Samurai who are benefiting off the back of that.
Both sides starting to ring the changes early on. It's a long, long day here. Important to give everyone their minutes, and more importantly, give everyone their rest.
It's a day of endurance, and although this is the first game, sort of semi-finals, finals will play on coaches' minds for sure.
How about this from Samurai all the way from that scrum up to the try line? Simple as you like. Can they get across the try line? They look back on the short side. Cutting back in. There's space the other way if they want it. They're getting themselves bogged down in this right-hand corner. Now they look to spread the ball. Almost intercepted, and the chance goes begging. Scimitar have got the ball. Samurai had a chance for a fourth there, but Scimitar could counter from deep inside their own territory.
That was a chance gone begging for Samurai, just potentially trying a bit of white line fever, catching them in the corner, and just couldn't execute the long pass to try and get it out wide to the pastures new.
Scimitar go down the short side this time. Blind offload almost comes off. Still in Scimitar possession though. Samurai again up so fast. The pressure they are putting on is unbelievable, and they're rewarded with the penalty. It is just relentless.
It's really good defensive intelligence as well, being able to read the play, understanding where the ball's going to go, and hedging your bets, making the hits early on. And, well, as we've mentioned, Samurai's defense is absolutely ferocious.
And defense will turn into attack, and it will turn into a fourth try for Samurai. Rewarded with the penalty. They get the ball wide, they get the try. Samurai have started leg 2 of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series with an absolute bang.
Well, it's a statement play, it really is. A slight warning shot at the end of the first half from Scimitar, but Samurai have really risen to the challenge, sort of showing what it means to be the winners of this competition, especially in that sort of first leg, and they're going to look to back it up here, and exactly what they do.
It is indeed, and that is the final whistle. It finishes Samurai 24, Scimitar Storm 7, as we see that final try again. Simple hands, and then the pace on the outside for Samurai, and that has what secured them their fourth try of the day. All finishes up. Samurai women 24, Scimitar Storm 7.
So about to get underway here for the second game of the second leg of the Super Sevens Series here at Hazelwood, the home of London Irish. And it is the first men's game on pitch 1, Samurai versus Karuta. Karuta kicking off in the red kit from left to right on your screens. As Samurai look to move the ball around, try and find some space.
Come on, Josh, get in the game!
Samurai having a strong first round, and this is something that they'll want to keep up as they go through the second round.
Good work, Charlie!
Good support there to get the offload. The covering tackle comes in.
Well, Tom, we've already seen the women's in that first match, the men's getting their opportunity now. Samurai, strong favourites in both categories. It'll be interesting to see who prevails, but you look at this Samurai team, you've got the likes of Will Glover, Josh Bragman, Ewan Fenley, Marcus Kershaw, Ollie Stoneham. These boys really do know how to play their rugby, and I'm sure they'll be able to exhibit that here.
Definitely is. Samurai keep that pressure attack on. And are they going to be successful here? They are finding the gaps in the Karuta defence. And that last offload to get themselves under the sticks.
It's an excellent score. Josh Bragman, the beneficiary of some lovely bit of footwork, and be interesting to see how we get a response from this one. Karuta been very much on the back foot in these opening few minutes, and well, I think this might be a running theme throughout this tournament. Samurai do seem unplayable at times.
Yeah, definitely. Just watching the replay here, moving that ball out to the left-hand side and just hitting that gap between two of those defenders. And there's the footwork to get round the outside. You can't doubt the support as well. As much as the work's been done for him, you still have to finish it off. So a chance now for Karuta to actually have the ball in their own hands and show us what they can do.
Well, I'd say if Josh Bragman has anything to say about it, then this might be a bit of a challenge. Yeah, gone back Samurai's way. That's how we saw it in the first leg. Josh Bragman is a tall figure standing at 6'5". He's going to be able to create that sort of ball, and off the restart is an absolute nightmare for any opposition that he comes up against.
Yeah, it definitely is. And in sevens, that's definitely something that's a tactic, something you want in the toolkit. Oh, looping pass over the top, round to the right-hand side. And he's able to just dart round that defence despite the pressure.
Zach Steer with the score. That's a very impressive piece of skill to be able to get the ball out wide, and it's that dexterity and peace of mind that Samurai have. Very comfortable, very calm and collected. And at the moment, Karuta have got nothing to answer for it.
Yeah, Samurai, as I say, they will always want to be strong. And they're showing that straight away here. As we just look back at that replay. Getting that ball into space and the looping pass over the top. But of course, just that pace to get themselves round. And also keep fighting to get under the sticks for that ever crucial, in some cases, conversion. So, are we going to have a repeat here? God, kick going a little bit further this time. So, Karuta do get their hands on the ball for the first time. And immediately trying to break through the space. A great run. Support just being a little bit later behind. And just caught holding on there, and they're taking it quickly to try and get themselves into that space and make the most of it. Moving that ball out to the left-hand side and just pushing through, little hand off and straight through to get themselves back over the whitewash for their third try now.
Will! Gloves!
As we watch here, the quick tap, always so important to exploit that space and exploit a fragmented defence. It's great work to get on the inside there and a strong fend off to get through.
Charlie Venables, the scorer. It's an excellent bit of play. Josh Bragman again off the restart. It's causing an absolute nuisance.
Karuta do have it though. They just try and allow their support to catch up with them.
Great ball from Johan Lewis.
Court not releasing. Timing is ever so important in sevens. And the referees are going to be hot on it today. And this time just being caught out the other way. So a penalty to Samurai in the last minute of this first half. The offload just going forward there.
As mentioned in the first game, it's the first time that these boys have had to stretch their legs this morning. It's probably been a quite early start for the majority of these players, and things like sleight of hand and just hand-eye coordination might slightly dip, and I'm sure we'll get an improvement in quality and the like as we progress through the tournament.
Well, I know a lot of these lads, and they will certainly strive to be at the top of their game, but definitely we'll see how they go throughout the day as Karuta look to move that ball to the left-hand side. Opting for a nice dummy to try and get through, but Samurai defence holding firm. Keeping that ball down the left-hand side of the pitch at the moment, Karuta. Looking to gas to try and find the gaps. And that is half-time here. So, Samurai, the dominant side in the first half. 21-0 over Karuta. So about to get back underway here now in the second half. Say Samurai, the dominant side in the first half of their first game over Karuta, who just haven't had the time on the ball to show us what they can do. They have the opportunity. They've shown us some nice little bits. Let's see if they can do something more with it in this second half now. As Hollywood, the referee, gets us underway. Once again, short and high is the option, but they have not been able to do it. Just a slight knock on there, so it will be a scrum to Karuta. So let's see if Karuta can strike from the base here. Pass going a bit loose. And Samurai pushing them back, trying to pin them into their 22.
Nice snip. Go, Charlie. Charlie, go.
So another scrum. And an opportunity now for Samurai right outside the Karuta try line. The ball goes slightly loose as well, and Karuta are able to push Samurai back to the 22, but they're still dangerous. We've seen what they can do in the first half, and they will be hoping for more of the same. Biding their time, looking for those gaps in the Karuta defence.
Good nose. Good nose.
As much as Sevens is a game that is quick, fast-paced, sometimes you need to take your time to find that space. Exactly what Samurai are trying to do here.
Absolutely right. Patience in Sevens is absolutely key. We see some of the best sides just waiting, pushing, probing, waiting for that gap to emerge, and then it's all about the electricity when that gap emerges. A bit like that there.
Exactly like that there. They got the penalty, went quickly, and biding their time has paid off for Samurai.
Wanted a million shot there. I reckon I've set myself up for something like that about a million times. It's never come off. That time we get it.
I think that's the, I don't know what the word for it is, but the opposite of a commentator's curse, I think there. Worked perfectly well. Obviously, all your skill.
Yeah, I made that happen, definitely. It was all down to me. Nothing to do with the fact that this Samurai side is relentlessly good.
The conversion not quite going over, but it was from right on the left-hand side. He's just watching the replay here. Just burst through, and the defence were not ready.
I'll tell you what, though, that is a real example of the calmness that we were talking about, though, because you see there is, I think it's Josh, no, it's not Josh Backman. I'll come back to his name in a second, but you see there the attacking player, he's actually, although he's going quick and the heart rate's at, 180 or whatever, he's pointing out to the referee, these guys aren't 10, these guys aren't 10. He's aware of what's around him and is able to verbalise that whilst he's absolutely blowing.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely takes a bit of skill. And skill is definitely something they have, as that's a lovely offload by Karuta, showing us once again that they have got something here. Just haven't had much luck yet. As now they look to try and pounce. Finding that space out on the right-hand side. Oh, this ball just not quite going to hand. Unlucky for Karuta there. So it will be a scrum to Samurai. Just outside their 22, and an opportunity for them to get out of their own half.
Now, what I've noticed is that Samurai have given us a team sheet, but the numbers certainly do not correspond to the names, which is going to make life pretty interesting.
Or maybe they fancied being someone else for the day.
Got that, Charlie. Go!
It's Karuta just being a little bit too aggressive in that ruck, giving away a penalty. As once again the ball is put into space. And is he going to have the gas to get all the way? No, he's not, just in touch.
What a cover tackle. Because the Samurai player got his legs up in the air, as we see here, but the tackle just strong enough. Look at this. Gets his legs in the air, but that right foot, the covering defender just managed to drag it across.
You can even see a little bit of the painted grass springing up in the air there.
And you know what? At 26-0 down with about a minute left, that is superb energy and work rate. And that sort of thing that lifts your teammates for the games that are to come through the rest of the day.
Definitely does. I'm sure that Karuta will have positives to come out of this game for sure. They've shown us bits of what they can do. However, Samurai are just so strong. And they allow their opposition very little.
Wide.
Once again, going for that quick tap penalty off of the scrum. Trying to move it into that space, but a strong tackle there. Once again, giving away another penalty, which allows for another try to Samurai.
Looking absolutely fantastic, aren't they? And I might as well take the opportunity to apologise to Samurai, because I've just realised that I was reading the wrong column, and in fact the numbers are absolutely perfect. It's very early in the morning. We had to be up really early to get here, and it's clearly having an effect. I do apologise.
Just watch the replay here from the quick tap. Trying to move that ball into space, a wide pass out. Giving away the penalty, we're going off feet there, trying to get that turnover. And again, it's that quick mind to just quick tap and dive over the line.
Ewan Fenley, a real architect in this Samurai side. We'll be seeing them again later, but what a start for them, 31-0 against Karuta.
Wait till later now. We are Rugby.
It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now, and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
So getting underway here for our third game of the day. Here the second leg of the Super Sevens Series. Hong Kong versus Stunts. Hong Kong playing in the white kit from left to right on your screens. Stunts in the blue. Just a knock on the far side after the kickoff from Stunts. So it will be a Hong Kong scrum. As a slight early engage to the referee, just resets the scrum there. Make sure it's nice and clean out. Good following round from the 9 there to put the pressure on. The ball is one back for Stunts, and a little offload, try and moving it into space. He thinks about it, takes a little step, fixes that defender, and paces down the left-hand side. A great start for Stunts.
What a start that is for Stunts. Hong Kong, 2 weeks ago, got to the final, only losing it on golden point. And here, though, in the first game at London Irish, a try behind to this Stunt side who've come out absolutely flying.
Yeah, really has pushed hard there. That's great. I look forward to watching the replay in a second. As he lines up for the conversion. Just pulling it wide. Watch the replay here. It's a little offload. Pass out into space. You see, he just waits that second, just stops, fixes that defender, and then turns on the gas. And a lovely fend off as well to make sure that he wasn't caught, despite the best efforts of Hong Kong. So a great start for Stunts. They'll be really happy with that, I'm sure. And as you say, Angus, it was a strong first round for Hong Kong, but it's a strong start to this game as well. Just getting caught with the ball going forwards to a player offside, so it's a penalty rather than a scrum there. Oh, strong fend off there as well. There's good pressure to get the turnover. As Hong Kong look to move around the pitch once more, but it's the strength through the tackle. I'm just looking for that support now. Just not quite going to hand.
No, it's unlucky that one. The support was really, really deep, which 90% of the time is what you want, but in that instance, they needed the support to be absolutely flat to the line, and they just couldn't quite get there. It meant they had to sort of tread water a bit with the ball in possession. And that kind of, it ended up being a little panicked and the error comes. But Hong Kong just showing the first signs of a bit of threatening behaviour, aren't they? They're showing what they can do.
They definitely are. And if you tuned in 2 weeks ago, you would have seen what they can do as well. So I'm sure there's more stuff to come from them. Stunts now look to get out of their 22. Strong counter-ruck from Hong Kong, disrupting the ball. 4 Stunts there.
High tackle by 11 White.
See that high tackle just being penalised straight away by the referee there. Stunts once again trying to move the ball into some space on this near side.
Need to come back a route. Get with him! Get with him!
The ball goes loose, but it gets to hand eventually.
Okay, we'll play it. We'll play it.
And again, it's that good support that allows for the offload.
Stunts are definitely taking the view, aren't they, of put the ball where the ball needs to go, and it's up to someone to be there.
Yeah, and at the moment, that's working for them. Hong Kong an opportunity there, but again, just the hands not quite doing what they want them to do.
Used to be the old New Zealand theme. They used to talk about it quite a lot. It's never your fault if you throw a good pass and no one's there to catch it. It's someone's fault for not being there to catch it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the case for the teams like this in Sevens. They're of that quality that you would hope someone's going to be in that right position at the right time. And I think most of the time they are.
Okay, right, you need to be quiet.
They certainly are, yeah.
Around, so you guys hold your weight.
It's a really impressive
make sure you bound up as well.
Opening 5 minutes or so from Stunts, to be honest. They really causing Hong Kong some problems here.
Set.
Definitely not the start that most would have expected after 2 weeks ago. And again, just finding a gap there. And the chase being strong. And the try has been awarded.
Well, that was an absolutely incredible cover tackle from Russell Webb for Hong Kong. But what absolutely brilliant ingenuity from Stunts when that pass comes in. I just assumed it's a knock-on, but it's not. He's kicked it through so as to ensure he doesn't knock the ball on, and then just has the simple dot down. The conversion doesn't quite make it, but an absolutely brilliant bit of ingenuity to score that try.
Really is. As we watch it again here, just shows you where in sevens something can come from nothing, and that little gap is great pace to get behind and make that covering tackle. But the offload, as you say, he looks like he goes to get it with his hands, but has the idea of just giving it a little chip through.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You can see his thought process. He puts his hand down to catch it, realises, oh, that's a bad idea, so just swings through with the leg. Absolutely fantastic.
And now Hong Kong will be wanting to come back towards the end of this first half with a point to prove here. They've shown us bits of what they can do, just not had the success rate at the moment. They just look to find that space and find that support.
Touch.
And that takes us to half-time as Hong Kong get tackled into touch there. So a strong first half from Stunts here, take them to 10-0 on the scoreboard. They'll be really happy with that first half performance, I'm sure, over a strong Hong Kong side.
And I just not carrying hard enough, we're not fucking presenting all the fundamental details, we're not getting right. Coupled with, we stand it off, we're a little bit classic. You know, they're coming at us, we're not fucking going towards them. So if you want to do that, boys, we'll lose this game. You'll have a fucking chance. You'll have a chance to go again. It's down to you whether you want to take it or not.
So the half-time team talks done. Time to get back out there and kick off the second half. I'm sure that Hong Kong will not be happy with their first half performance there, and certainly come with a point to prove now in this second half.
They certainly do. They'll be annoyed not to have scored a try with that final play of the first half, because that would have made all the difference. But 10 points in sevens is nothing. 2 quick scores will turn that all around, and they could get a chance to start that because the kick's not gone 10.
Yeah, not a good start for Stunts there.
Didn't go 10.
And in sevens, if the kick doesn't go 10, give away a free kick on the halfway line to your opposition.
And we've seen time and time again, the kickoffs are so important in sevens, more so than in 15s, because it's that opportunity to win possession back. And if you score, you kick off, and you can create this cycle where the other team simply don't get an opportunity to touch the ball.
Yeah, I think some people see that idea of the fact that the kicking team or the scoring team kick off as a negative. compared to the 15s game, but actually for many of these guys, it is exactly what they want. As Hong Kong have done exactly what they wanted and got themselves straight onto the score sheet within the first minute of this second half.
Well, that's the way to do it, isn't it? A first half they probably weren't too happy with. They come straight out the blocks in the second half. Electric pace down the right-hand side. I think it was Liam Doherty who got himself across the line in the end.
Yeah, opting for that scrum instead of taking the free kick. Obviously something that they've practiced. And it has definitely worked out for them.
And they've just subbed on number 8, Harry Sayers, an absolute champion 2 weeks ago. What can he do this week? It's a simple enough try, really, isn't it? It's just one pass off the scrum and just a foot race.
Yeah, and exactly what the scrum does in sevens. It just draws those players in, leaves only 3 players out to defend in the field. And if you split your attack and the defence splits as well and don't get the judgment call right, then you create that space.
You have to present immediately, so hold it on. Hold it on.
As Hong Kong were able to clear up a loose ball off the kickoff, but giving away a penalty there. So Stunts have possession once again.
Where do you stand on not wearing socks with your boots in sevens?
Oh, I think it's definitely something that people nowadays are more and more going for the new grip socks.
Yeah, it's a bit rogue in my view. Get your socks on, get them up to your knees. You're playing rugby.
Yeah.
That probably makes me very old-fashioned.
A lot of people, I know, cut the bottoms of the socks off just to have the grip socks, but still have the bit covering their calves as well.
I'm not sure if that's better or worse.
As Hong Kong, again, just like we spoke about in the last game, just took their time there. They didn't go hell for leather straight away. They found the space, and they worked hard as well to get closer to the posts to make that conversion ever so easier.
And I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but Sayers is the try scorer who'd come on but moments before to a rapturous introduction from me. I think that's luck rather than judgment on my part.
Well, I mean, that's the second time today you predicted something in a game.
It's better to be lucky than good, that's what they say, isn't it?
So you can just see just an extra supporting man.
Nice, have it.
Great work to get in the air and field that kickoff for Hong Kong as they look to push themselves straight up. He's going all the way. In the end, didn't even need the support.
Do you know what? This second half performance from Hong Kong is the difference between teams that can win these tournaments and teams that can do very well in these tournaments. Because that is just grit, determination and belief of going, yeah, do you know what? That wasn't a good first half. Switch on now. And boy, have they switched on.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, definitely. Be interested to see and hear what their half-time team talk was, because it's clearly worked. Just straight from the kickoff, just working hard to get up into the air and win that ball back.
Well, it was that man Sayers on the kickoff, and then it's Bukopt who gets away for the try. But as we were saying, it's the importance of the kickoff, isn't it?
Really is. And again, just straight away putting themselves into this second half. And I think they've woken up a little bit more and carried on from where they left off 2 weeks ago.
Absolutely, and you know, it's the exact conversation we were having earlier. If you can control the kickoff, you can create this scenario where the other side doesn't even feel like they're in the game with you because they just can't get their hands on the ball. Yeah, that's 3 tries within 30-35 seconds, all because they're just dominating the kickoff now, and there's no way for Stunts to have any influence on the game with that in mind. You see it here. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic reach. The ball spills loose, and then it's just a foot race for the line after the fly hack through, and there's just nothing you can do about that really if you're stunts. You're just out of the game.
Totally. When you're waiting for that kick to come down and you're stationary, the attack are definitely in a better position. And once again, they've won that kickoff. So important. And it allows Hong Kong to dictate what they do with the ball now. Stunts trying to hold Hong Kong up there, but tackle called by the referee. The ball is freed up. Again, moving it to the right-hand side. And a lovely offload. To finish it off as well. And as much as the initial run and the offload is great, you must remember, of course, that the support is what allows for the brilliance to happen.
Absolutely, and it's Alessandro Nardoni that gets the score, but it just, again, goes back to what we were saying. Kickoffs. Since Hong Kong leveled this game up, Stunts haven't touched the ball. And all right, that one wasn't direct from the kickoff. They had to play through a few phases to get there. But there was just nothing that the opposition could do, and it gives Hong Kong the victory.
Yeah, it's just, it controls every part of the game, the ball, the space that you can gain. It just allows you to have all that control. Do watch again. Not easy, still had that little bit of opposition. But with all that space in front of him and only one man, he's able to get over. So full time here then. Hong Kong, after a scoreless first half for them, going down by 10 points, come out the victors, 29 points to 10 over the Stunts.
Welcome back to the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series here at Hazelwood. We've got some international flair to add to the mix. The Spanish side, Spain and Erging versus the Nigeria Stallions.
Got a technical question for you, Will.
Kind of.
WowHydrate or WowHydrate? I'm yet to have it confirmed. Someone just told me in my ear that it is wow.
Wow, yeah, as in like, wow, I'm so hydrated.
Or whoa, I'm so hydrated. Either way, I'm impressed with my hydration levels.
Already it's Nigeria trying to make their mark. They're the ones playing in the green and white, the national colours. Spain in the slightly unorthodox navy blue and the yellow. So Triano who flings it out wide, and already Vasuri gets to stretch his legs. Ball fumbled though, to his frustration, and that'll be a Nigeria scrum.
Yeah, 3 seconds.
You mentioned just before we went on air, Angus, your impressions on this Spanish team in the first leg.
Scrum.
Yeah, they were really good. Got themselves to the semi-finals. In fact, the international sides all had a great time last time out. China, Hong Kong, and Spain all getting to the semi-finals alongside Samurai, and Spain were absolutely fantastic. They had one game where they just could not stop scoring tries, despite the other side's best efforts. It was just incredible, and I'm excited to see them in action here early on today.
Nigeria, more of a
I need you straight.
unknown quantity. Be interested to see how they unfold.
Okay, straight as well.
Still, it's like comedy of errors to open up proceedings. We've got another scrum. This time, it goes Spain's way. Ball comes out, and it's Surya who tries to unleash Sumeta. He's still going, that last pass. Went for the interception, and instead, the referees deemed that to be a penalty try.
Lever knock on.
And
Penalty try.
to double down, it's a card that's been brandished. Not the best of starts for Nigeria.
No, not an ideal start at all. Down to 6 men. We see the replay here. Comes off the scrum. I must admit, I didn't really spot what was going on live, but
I think it was, yeah.
Can't have any complaints, sadly, from Nigeria Stallions' point of view. Gulan's hand definitely comes stretching out, not quite as telescopic as he thought it might be.
Not at all. It's Jonathan Ilori who's headed to the bin, and it's going to be Nil Vesuri who touches down. A 2-minute period in which Spain will have the numerical advantage now, want to utilise that as much as possible. Utilise they do. It's an excellent second score within as many minutes.
Certainly was, and it very similar point to the one we were making in the previous game, which is that if you can get your kickoff routine right, the opposition can't touch the ball, and suddenly you create this hot pressure cooker scenario. Absolutely brilliant slapback.
Nicholson, who was the one who put the kick up, and Williams and Vesuri linking up nicely to add the 5 points. Well, that kickoff not as idyllic.
On the line.
After hyping up that kickoff routine, slight error there.
There's Jardine. The kick put in place, and will it work out? No, it's Vesuri gets his dustpan and brush out to try and sweep things up for his Spanish side, and legs are being stretched. That's Suriano, offloads good. That one into Nigerian hands. Quick ruck, and Olaboye goes down the short side. Need some friends alongside him if they want to recover the ball. He's successful, and it's a breakthrough. An excellent score from Nigeria, just when they needed it most. That's Udu Kaporo who touches down. Excellent score.
Yeah, it really was. It was danger time for Nigerian Stallions. But they managed to get the intercept at a crucial moment, and then within a couple of quick passes, underneath the sticks. By the way, Sonny Jardine in number 9 for Nigeria, the former Dulwich College fly half. Just noticed, I think he thinks that he's an American football quarterback. He's got a towel tucked down the back of his shorts.
Oh yeah, I've just noticed that as well. Looks like a rabbit as such, just dancing across our lovely green carpet.
I can only assume that he's a sweaty palmed individual, and he's looking to keep them as dry as possible.
He's got to make them stick. However, he will be the one to take this kickoff. one's high, probably a bit too long, but it might trap Spain in some uncomfortable corners. For now, it's the strength of Javier. Floating pass, that one slightly better towards hands. Steps are plenty. It's Nicholson. You can just see halfbacks' faces lighting up as they see some space in front of them. Nicholson doing just that. Breaking away. Ball flung out wide. It's excellent hands under pressure. Maneka through the gap, making some yards. End-to-end stuff. Across the pitch they go. Javier plays 9 to the line. Lopez offload. Soriano on the wing. It's good again. That's Maneka. Ball's been nicked though. Good work on the floor from Jardine, and the race is on. Intercepted though for Zuri back.
Hey, Xavi, you go, Xavi, go!
Nicholson, can he find a chink in the Nigerian armour? He may be able to do just that. The Necker offload from the deck. Soraku.
Push.
The respite, not for long though. Javier, about 5 metres away, and Nigeria have once again stolen the ball. The Pere Senior. Back and forth. Tiring to even watch, Angus.
Yeah, I was going to say, how are your lungs, boys? This has been a long, long passage of play.
And Nicholson almost glides in. Nigeria fold.
Well, I think I got my answer to how are your lungs there.
Yeah.
Absolutely shot to pieces was the answer there. The boys have put in a shift on both sides in the last 2 minutes or so. You don't often see a passage of play like that.
No, especially not in this format of the game. It's finished off in the end though by Nicholson to stretch the Spanish advantage further. This conversion, I'm sure, will make its way in between the posts. And that brings us to half-time.
If we needed any indication of how long that last passage of play was, the half has ended on about 8 minutes 30.
These boys playing some tiring rugby, some exciting rugby though. Lots more to come in the second half, I'm sure.
Rugby. It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Back underway here on pitch 1. Back underway indeed, and we're going to start the second half just like we ended the first, electric. Spain trying to shrug off defenders and breaking through holes. Javier will skate home.
Well, breathless start, isn't it? Barely caught our breaths from the first half, and off Spain go at 100 miles an hour in the second half. But again, it's that offloading game, isn't it? If you can get those offloads away, the space is created. And Javier very happy to eat up that space.
Excellent work from the tool number 10. Inversion Nicholson. It's on. Slightly wide.
We look here, I mean, it was electric break there. It's well covered by Jardine. The Spain player does well to sort of dart and weave and allow the support to catch up, gets the offload away. And it's a sort of spin and run from Javier, and the Red Sea parted for him.
That ball kindly delivered by the boot of Dan Norton, who's currently up underneath the sticks. I mean, talk about 7 superstars. He is one of the greats.
Yeah, China has spared no expense in their coaching team. Dan Norton, the England legend, and Tom Biggs in their coaching setup.
Suraku off the deck. Zumeta, Urko Zumeta, who's only been on the pitch a matter of moments, already gets across the whitewash, and we're starting to see that Spanish dominance creep in, and Nigeria with very few questions being answered at the moment.
Absolutely right. But I think what's worth us sort of thinking about here is seeing this, you know, this Spain emerging side. We've already seen Spain, you know, they've lodged their appeal to be able to get into the World Cup. They're hoping to be able to get through there. But regardless of whether that is successful, you've got the main Spanish men's team on the verge of the World Cup. You've got the women's team are doing some fantastic stuff. You've got this emerging group of sevens players. You've got the senior sevens side starting to really compete. It feels as though rugby in Iberia is really starting to hit a high point at the moment.
It's exciting times for Spanish rugby, and we're seeing that on the field at the moment now, as off the field things go from strength to strength. Nicholson, his dancing feet and trying to release players out wide, and is he going to get 2 within 2? That was ever so close, cut down. Zumeta stopped just inside the 22. Numbers out here, might not use them, and it's soft shoulders that are exploited. Williams canters in underneath the sticks.
Well, remember when I said that Spain in leg 1 just hit a sudden pattern where they just couldn't stop scoring, and I think we might have found that pattern again. They are just in a rare vein of form here at the moment, just running home the tries, and already we're almost up to 40 points.
When you've got that mental and physical fatigue, which I'm sure Nigeria are feeling at the moment, and you look at the scoreline, you're 33 points down, it's quite difficult to sort of try and dig yourself out of that hole. When sort of the deficit heads into double figures, you can almost imagine that will just keep it increasing like it is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're playing against a side that is finding ways of scoring in quick succession, it just makes it so difficult to find your way back into the game.
Knock on off the kickoff. We'll have a scrum. But a rest in what has been an electrifying half.
Coach. Spain. 10. Straight up.
Penalty at scrum time.
Mark's here.
I've never understood sides putting the ball in on the wrong side of the scrum when they're already on the wrong side of the field, in effect.
Oh dear. Either way, it's Spain who still have possession off the penalty, and The ducking and diving illegally though, bit of crossing in the middle of all of it. And Nigeria, ball in hand, let's see what they can do. Good work there from Jardine.
I think he got rid of his towel at half-time as well.
That might be the difference. Oh no, I think it's still there. Still see it.
He's just moved it round to the front.
Down to the front, there you go. Isolated.
Not the ball.
Nigeria still recover the ball though. Stallions making ground up the pitch. It's picked up in the end. Udukapuro. Boot to ball from Jardine. Will this bounce kindly? No. And instead it's a little hitch kick from Vasuri. He needs some friends to get him out of jail. That's just that. Lopez. Hands on here. Williams. Space out here. Can they finish it off? Saravo. With a bit of real estate in front of him. Has the legs to finish it off, and we're heading towards half-century with about 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's clinical stuff from Spain, and I think, I don't know if it's Nigerian legs or Nigerian heads that have gone, but there are some boys walking around looking very, very tired and forlorn. Now, that last try, just the Nigeria lads just could not summon the energy to start drifting across. We saw shoulders turned in, trying to sort of force Spain down a channel, and Spain just went, no thanks, we'll go wide and we'll trot home for a 7th try.
That conversion wide, but in the end they really did not need it. This was the final score. Jardine just turning in, closing off the space, and it was a matter of numbers and hands, which, as we've seen throughout this match, Spain can capitalise on extremely well. It's a statement score. Full time, Spain 45, Nigeria 7. Welcome back. The first of Pool D action here on pitch 1, China versus Hammerhead Sevens. We're underway. Already, look, China retain the ball off kickoff. We've seen that sometimes reaps rewards for teams. Does it do the same for China at the moment? Penalty. It's going to be a quick tap. Shilajong wide, and Ying Hao with a big pass over. just spilt his dinner. Jihuan could not capitalise. We're going to have a scrum. Kick made by Hammerhead, one of the first that we've seen in this competition. The boot not being utilised as much as we'd probably assume. It's Hai Zhao who made that run. Space out wide, pass is new for Jihuan. Inside ball. Aoki scores. Tom alongside me, we've seen that if you have the ball, you're going to score with this China side.
Yeah, great work to move that ball into the space here on the right-hand side. And it's just about finishing that off, isn't it, and getting into the corner. Good support, good work together, and good pace allowed them to get over the whitewash.
Something we've seen in a lot of sides, but especially in this China team. They had a few bites of the cherry there, but managed to stay patient and not sort of frustrate themselves into creating too many errors, and that's absolutely key in a tournament such as this.
Yeah, it really is something that myself and Angus was talking about earlier on, that biding your time really can work to your advantage as you look at China here, just moving that ball into that space. Great option to cut inside, and despite the strong defence and the tackles, you just get over the ball.
That ball high into London skies, and China managed to retrieve it back, and they go to the races. Hai Zhao. Referee blows her whistle. There's an infringement at ruck time. And,
China just biding their time here once again, collecting themselves, organising themselves before they look to move that ball into space. And they're opting for this right-hand side again.
There's Jihuan who tried to retrieve it. Just didn't work out. And that last pass just failing them. Hammerhead have barely had a sniff of things at the moment. It's been all China in this first period.
They definitely know where to try and find that space, just unfortunately they weren't able to capitalise.
Hammerhead, ball fed in by a picture-perfect mullet, I must say. And, they're slightly caught in their own 5 metres, and the ball flung out wide. And trying to dart back in. Forward pass though. And you've got to imagine this is going to be an area for China to be able to lick their lips. Promising opportunity to plant a counter. Try and get another score on the doors.
We've already seen how deadly scrums can be, drawing those defenders in and creating that space.
Zhlajan, he scores. An easy finish, but it was almost created by Hammerhead shooting themselves in the foot as they're slightly trying to play out of their own half. And Zhlajan says, thank you very much. I'll take it from here. Another score for China to double their advantage. Conversion to come. Just fades to the right. Nevertheless, they've still got their foot in the door with regards to this fixture. Straight off the deck, and it's just quick mind, quick feet. Gets them over the whitewash.
Another opportunity now to capitalise off of a kickoff. It's a high ball.
Those kickoffs have been absolutely fantastic. And it might work out here still. Jihuan stepping, offload, intercepted. Hammerhead with ball. Maybe a bit of time and space as well, something they've been starved of in this opening period, and away they go. Offload's good. Will they race into the corner? It's a great tackle by China. Collisions thumping across Hazelwood, and spaces here and provided by China. Ball's been knocked on. It was the first chance we got to see Hammerhead really stretch their legs and showed that they won't really need a second invitation.
Yeah, they're really trying to get that ball up there, and they tried their best, but it was a really strong defence. Great work to keep pushing back to make sure they made that cover tackle. And despite the offload and the efforts from Hammerheads, they weren't able to find that space. And soon, the bodies from China just mounted around. And once again, that defence was strong. It will be a scrum to Hammerheads now, though.
Another attacking opportunity. They've got lots of space out wide here. See how this scrum works out first, though. It's good. Slightly on the back foot, Hammerheads, and they're going to have to pick their options wisely. That red wall fronting up.
And great work to get the turnover there as well. Trying to go quickly, but just not on the mark. So the referee brings them back to take the penalty properly, and they compose themselves a little bit here.
We're into the red. Lajun wide, and good feet from Alqui. He's already got one. Will he get another? He will. He'll trot into the corner. Not without a slight bit of disruption at the end from Hammerhead, but that's their third within the first period of play, and Alqui's second.
Just shows again how they can pounce really quickly, finding that gap, getting the pace, and they are gone. And Hammerheads, despite their efforts, unable to chase them down and get them. A wide conversion here, so just not getting it over.
And that brings the first half to a close. Well, we've seen periods of Hammerhead flourish, but at the moment it has all been China. 2 scores from Huang Aoqi, as well as one from Wu Zhilajun as well. Puts the score at 15-0 at half-time.
So about to get back underway here in the second half. China in the lead, 15 points to 0 over the Hammerheads. Hammerheads showing some bits of promise, just not being able to get over that line. So hopefully for them, they can do something from the kickoff here.
It's taken well by China, and they're on the front foot again. It's the restarts that have been absolutely crucial to their 15-point advantage. There they go, Jila Ike.
Just once again, that support and the offload is allowing China to unleash their fast players down the outside, just evading all of those defenders.
Can whip it racing down the touchline, and they start the second half as they ended the first with 5 points. Lajun. Kicks not on the money today. Nevertheless, it's not like they need them at the moment with a healthy 20-point cushion. Offload play, as Tom mentioned there, just unleashing that extra bit of space, almost creating an 8th man on the field. Shuo kicks off.
Once again, going for that high kickoff, maybe just a little bit deeper than they would have liked.
Hammerheads trying to switch the focus of play. That ball not as accurate as they probably would have liked. Forward as well.
So another attacking opportunity for China off of the scrum. This one a little bit further out than the last time. But last time they were able to go over and score straight away. So they'll definitely be thinking that they can do that again. And certainly making the lives of the Hammerheads a little bit more difficult, trying to work out what is coming next.
Rajan under considerable pressure, illegal pressure though. There he goes, sets away, offload, is that good? Ball's been knocked on. Will be Hammerhead ball, a rare error from the China side, and the cavalry has arrived, all change for the men in red. When they've got this sort of 20-point lead, Tom, you can't sort of, you can't blame them for potentially shifting and trying to put on some fresher legs to close out this game.
Yeah, definitely. They want to give some more players the opportunity as well. It's early stages of day 2 here, so they'll be wanting to make sure that they can give everyone the equal opportunity, so when they get later on in that competition, they know which side is going to be the best option for them.
Hammerheads released into a bit of space, still going.
Really well to avoid the tackle initially, and that last-ditch tap he took into ground.
If his head's touching the floor, how can it be?
Shuo. Space out wide, boy.
Your ball, your ball! Yes! Seems fucking hell. Hit him.
TK. Shuo again. And they're going to fling it back the other way.
Get ready to go on for
Scalping. Just ball in one hand and looking to shrug off defenders. Flung out wide. Ji Huan.
Hold that offload, that's good.
See how China were just moving backwards then, biding their time, trying to find that space. And as soon as it was there, they took it and got themselves up to near the 22. And now they've found the gap. And, oh, great pickup. Is the tackle going to stop him getting the try? No, it doesn't.
Great work from Shuo. He managed to put boot to ball, found that little bit of space in behind, and had the peace of mind to dot it down after the last-ditch cover tackle from Hammerhead.
Yeah, tried his best there to roll over and hold him up, but wasn't able to.
That conversion's good.
First one they've had under the stick, so trying to redeem himself there, as we just watch the replay again as they move that ball from left to right all the way across the pitch, and it's just that knowledge and awareness of the space that's in behind. No sweepers in. You can see that last-ditch tackle, but he just keeps that momentum going, rolls over and dots the ball down. So great work from China there.
It's Wang Shuo who's on kicking duties all round now, and he goes for the high one. That one not with enough length on it. Didn't go 10, so Hammerheads will have a free kick on the halfway. Can they make that 0 a 5? Get some scores on the doors, potentially. It would all be consolation at this point, you'd assume, but nevertheless, it'd be a big confidence boost for them heading into the rest of this competition.
Trying to move that ball around a little bit more. Hammerheads trying to find that space, getting the offload in, and they've gone for the kick. But there is that cover from China, but it's not going to hand. He's opted to just boot it away over the dead ball line.
Slightly unorthodox Zlatike. Nevertheless, it's got the job done, and got them out of danger for now. It'll be a 5-metre scrum. Right. Knowledge of the rules are correct. Yes, will be.
So the threat doesn't go away for long, and Hammerheads have the opportunity here. 5 metres out for the scrum. They will want to move it into a bit of space now that all these Chinese players are tied in.
Instead, they're going to try and go route 1. Signing against that initially. Good offload. One more. Oh, just doesn't go to hand. That last piece of the puzzle just not fitting into place for Hammerhead, and to make matters worse, they've conceded a penalty as well. Oh, and with the clock in the red, you'd imagine that Shuo will be looking for touch rather than trying to tap and go.
Not sure if the referee has indicated time or not, but they haven't opted to tap before they kick it to touch, so it will be a line out to China. Bang on, they're 22.
Just waiting for a ball. There it is. Not long left to go, I'd assume. China going through the motions. Shuo's been the heart of everything since he came onto the pitch.
I think China are here well. They don't want to stop. They're enjoying this game, I think, and they want to get one more on the scoreboard.
Ying Hao and...
Or maybe not.
Jia Boe, who says he's seen enough. They've done enough. China with a healthy 27 points to 0.
We are rugby. It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Women's Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Without charities like the Wooden Spoon, we would be struggling, but instead we're helping all these children that need it, like me. They're getting the help they need thanks to the Wooden Spoon, and I can't thank them enough.
The really special part about the charity is that every bit of money that you raise in your area goes straight to projects within that area, so you can literally see and feel the great work that your money's doing.
People that donate to the Wooden Spoon need to understand that money will help.
Welcome back. We've got some women's action to accompany the men's as well. Army women play Savvy Panthers. The Army in the red, Savvy Panthers in the navy blue, and look at that for a start. Lawasara getting us underway. Molly Green and Parker now deciding against using the short side and try to find a bit more space elsewhere. There's Mullen. Green as well, up towards the 22. Panthers have nicked it though. That's Ebeling. Good work from the Panthers as Daisy Hibbert-Jones collects the ball.
Just looking to find that space now, and they managed to dart through a little gap.
Lizzie Duffy is away. Premier 15 start for Sale Sharks. Still going. Knock on though. We've got a plethora of representation from the Premier 15s in this Panthers side. Lot to apply their trade across that competition, albeit 15s, a slightly different format. Can slightly change the way that you approach things.
The Army women over the last few years have really been building a predominant rugby league contingent in previous years, and they're really starting to develop their rugby now in the women's game.
Penalty taken quickly, the Army wasting no time.
Release 6.
Ball fished out and unleashed. Still slightly trapped at ruck time. Ball just about kept in. Jade Mullen waits, trying to pick her spot correctly. She does just that. She has the invitation to go again as well. What can they do here? Breaking through holes, Molly Green. Head up, and Parker looking towards the try line, still going, breaking those first tackles. Hands on here if they can use it. That's Green. Inches away now, a few blades of Irish grass separate them and the try line. Parker pushed back.
And really solid defence here from the Panthers. Got to be careful not to get sloppy now.
It's been Parker and Green who've been taking the majority of the carries, and as you mentioned, potentially slightly sloppy and hastily in defence. Have they got over? They have. Glyn scores.
Good work to keep the pressure on there, to try and keep rolling over and get that ball down over the line. So easy to give up. And it's a good effort by the Panthers to try and stop them, but they just weren't able to. And so the Army get the first try here.
Patience is a virtue, and that's what the Army had to apply to ensure that they got the ball down in the end. Penalty was given, and Glenn said, I'll take it from here. Little dummy, step back inside, had the wherewithal to touch it down amidst lots of Panther pressure. $5-0. Louise Dodd's conversion slightly wide, and it's her who gets us back underway. Willow Bell collects.
Red on feet.
Quick ball here. Spread wide, and Hibbert Jones still going. Daisy Hibbert Jones going up the gears. Handoff. Can she make it to the line? Yes, she can. Hibbert Jones with a great score.
Showed some great strength and power there to push through and keep going despite the pressure from the Army and the chase down. Kept those legs pumping as they add the extras there with the conversion.
There's 2 points now separating the sides, but this bit of individual brilliance from Daisy Hibbert Jones, strength to keep herself on her feet, and then the pace to back it up, shrugging off the challenge of Macaulay and scampering home to bring back a big meat pie. So Ebling with the kickoff. Good tackle made, and Panthers are warming up into this game.
Yeah, the ball being placed nicely into a gap in the field there. And in the gather, just had a foot out in touch. So just inside the 22 here, or just outside rather, the Panthers have an opportunity to do something with this ball.
Well, flung out wide, and here's Duffy. Still going, space on the outside.
It was a lovely dummy to put her into space, but great support to receive the pass.
Zoe Evans, the scorer. Great work to, as Tom mentioned, just unleash bit of space out wide. And as we've seen, when you get to those sort of positions, you'd imagine that players of this caliber will be able to finish things off. That's exactly what Evans did.
Just as we watch the replay there, the pace around the outside. She never wanted to stop. Knows that the Army will chase it down if they have to. And gets the ball down. So that takes us to half-time.
Half-time score here. Savvy Panthers 14, Army Reds 5.
So, ready to get ourselves back on the way here for the second half. The Savvy Panthers leading over the Army Reds, 14 points to 5. A really tight first half. I certainly look forward to seeing where the second half goes. I know the Army will want to get themselves back onto the score sheet nice and early and put themselves, despite they will still be trailing, they will want to put themselves into a commanding position to kick off from for the rest of the game.
And will be them to do just that. He's Dodd. Boot to ball. That's fumbled by the Panthers, so it's a free roll of the dice for the Army. The referee's seen enough though. The Army ball.
Yeah, no advantage there. Called by the referee, Max Weston. Come all the way up from Exeter to referee today.
It's a long day.
Nice early start for him, I'm sure, as much as many of these teams would have had. As the Army pick from the base and try and find that space, and they do gain themselves about 10 metres. But the Panthers have got straight over that ball.
It's been snatched away, and it's Daisy Hibbert-Jones once again who's at the races. Will she have the pace this time? Big get off the bus. Hand off.
No hands, Ruck.
Face play being utilised.
Let's go, loads of space, loads of space.
Space out here, and it's going to be brought in. It was a good pass from Rosie Inman to release Makeda Lewis, who adds those crucial 5 points just to give these Panthers a little bit of breathing room.
It's exactly what they would have wanted to have done to push themselves further into the lead here and put themselves in a commanding position as they add the extras with the conversion. You can just see here as the Army did a great job to scramble back, but unfortunately the numbers on the left-hand side just not quite being there, allowing the Panthers to get over and underneath the sticks.
Rosie Inman, who added the extras, just that slight bit of hold-up play to unleash the space. It was a good bit of work from the youngster.
So the kick going a bit longer into the 22, but it's good pressure here from the Panthers to try and push up. And I think he's just trying to attempt a little kick there, but instead the ball just dropped onto the floor and the Panthers have scooped it up.
Now it's the Army who've got it. Advantage is over, so it's free ball for them to try and work their magic. Glyn, the singular try scorer for the girls in red.
Then black. Red.
So a double knock on there. So we just no advantage to be played. We will go back for a Panthers scrum after the first knock on was by the Army.
Crouch. Bind.
Again, a platform here, just out about 10 metres outside the 22. To try and launch another attack and extend their lead further, perhaps.
But Jones to Inman. Pass not sticking.
Just slightly out of her reach there, I think. So, knocks it on slightly, allowing for an Army scrum. An opportunity for them to regather themselves and organise and try and get themselves out of their half.
Changes.
Change to be made. It's Macaulay comes off. Alice Reese joins us wearing 9. Her first job to feed this Army scrum. Balls come spewing out any which way. Army instead get the penalty, and Reese sets off, slightly isolated. Will need a few friends to back her up. Gets that. Hands out here now once again. It's just not sticking.
Just at times when they get making that knock on at the moment, both sides are switching off. Really, in sevens, you never know what can happen. Someone else can pick up that ball and go all the way and score, so you never want to switch off.
Absolutely, and there's been a few errors creeping into this game. A bit stop-start, contrasting to the whirlwind of action that we have been treated to so far in over the course of this morning. Still lots more to come though. We've got hours upon hours of rugby sevens for you to enjoy. Your day absolutely sorted here on Next Gen 15.
Yeah, good shot.
Well, we've got a card that's been brandished.
Yeah, as we, in sevens, as soon as you make that cynical decision to deliberately knock the ball on, it's going to be a yellow card, and it could be an opportunity for the Panthers to pounce straight away. And some great play to move that ball around into the space to the support and get themselves underneath the posts.
Well, Swales with a box of tricks to unleash Rosie Inman. She gets her score. And you'd assume we'll have the extras, and the Army will close out this game with a numerical disadvantage both on the score sheet and on the field. That kick slightly awry, but let's have a look at this again. It was initiated through the work of Willow Bell and cut back inside, and Swales, good offload just before contact, set free Inman.
Great support there as well. I think it's often forgotten how strong those supporting lines are, and being in the right place at the right time to receive that offload. The Panthers did it very well there indeed, as the Army try and push away.
Nichols.
In touch.
Ball's been knocked on, and, well, a slightly scrappy affair here on pitch one. Nevertheless, it were the savvy Panthers who clawed their way to victory. Final score here, Army Reds 5, Savvy Panthers 26.
Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle here! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.
So just about to get underway here. We've got a game in the women's Pool B, Hong Kong versus the Lionesses, on the second round of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series UK.
Going to be a massive game, this one. Hong Kong got to the final last time out in both the men's and the women's. We've said that so often already today. We saw what the men's did on this pitch earlier on. How can the women go? They're going to be in possession early on the right-hand side of our screens in the white. I am so excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, really exciting side Hong Kong. As you say, been really successful in the first round. So we would hope that they would be able to show the same here as they look to move that ball out to the right-hand side, but just darting inside and finding the space. Being chased down, but the support was there. And straight away, your prediction once again, Angus, has come off.
I'm on a bit of a roll. I don't know quite how to deal with this. I'm normally wrong on everything. No, what a brilliant start from Hong Kong that was. Absolute gas to get away. Brilliant chase down from the Lionesses, but brilliant awareness as well from Hong Kong to get the offload away, get the try underneath the sticks, and that is about as rapid a start as you could hope for if you're Hong Kong.
It certainly is, and they add the extras as well, as we just have a look at the replay here.
That step inside is just an absolute bit of majesty. And already the awareness, but look, the chase down, brilliant from the Lionesses. Superb offload, and then she needn't have run so hard, to be honest. She could have trotted that one home and saved the lungs for later.
Yeah, definitely could. I was just saying that step had me guessing from here. So I can't imagine what the players on the pitch were thinking. Just change direction. As you see, a high short kick going up into the air, but it is recovered by the Lionesses. Good hands there. Ball going just behind her, but managing to control it with the one hand. Although they have allowed Hong Kong to turn it over.
That's just, it's unfortunate they've knocked the ball on there, but that is absolutely fantastic work on the floor from Hong Kong. There wasn't a huge opportunity there to pull for the ball. The old netball pass coming in from the Lionesses, and they had the numbers, but Hong Kong just so quick to get over the ball, and that was the smallest player on the field that got herself over it. You thought she'd get blasted out of the way, but fair play, unbelievable tenacity to stay in the game and come away with the ball.
It shows what you can do when you work hard and you're good at what you do as well. And there's good pressure here from Hong Kong, not making life easy for the Lionesses at all.
Tackle.
As they bring them to ground. Get another attempt, but it's a really strong handoff there. Good chase from Hong Kong.
Nicole Quee with the power handoff.
Tell you what, we've already seen some strength in this game. Lionesses look to move that ball around again. Really liking that offload. Another powerful handoff. And will she be over? Yes, she is.
Well, Maisie Javim. As you say, another powerful handoff, almost Dan Carter-like in the way that she used it to accelerate herself out of the contact, use that acceleration to go bursting down the field, and a good chance of leveling this game up. I'm really enjoying the Lionesses' invention of passing, though. We've seen, as I said before, the netball pass. That time we had the sort of one-handed lob, but it's all about just moving the ball away from contact. They're aware, as we've seen, Hong Kong are fiercely competitive on the floor, so they've got to keep it away. And we see here, it's just that little over-the-top pass. And that is just power through two tackles and that accelerating handoff. Brilliant.
Yeah, you really thought there that she'd been caught. She was going to take it to ground or even held up, but no. A little spin, a little handoff, and then she's over the whitewash. So, great work from the Lionesses. Not successful with the conversion, so they trail by 2 now. But this game, as tight as any. Exactly what we want to see. Ball straight down the throat of Hong Kong. And I think they've taken a little bit of a trick out of the Lionesses' book. To ground and a little offload.
Absolutely. We'll see you and we'll raise you. Sabay Lynham with the try. No relation to Des, I think. I think I made that same terrible joke 2 weeks ago, but it's just a sign of my age that Des Lynam is the first person that comes to mind when I hear the surname Lynam. Absolutely perfect response from Hong Kong, though. They started with a bang, but Lionesses come right back into it. Hong Kong reacting as well as can be expected. As we've seen so many times today, it's just all straight from a kickoff. Either return or claiming back of a return. This time it's just returning it.
I think that try is certainly a mix of what we've seen in this game already. The strength to get through that first tackle and then the offload in the second is what allowed that try to be successful.
Absolutely, and offloads, offloads, offloads. That's the way to do it in the game of sevens.
It certainly is, and it's proving worthy for both teams as Hong Kong are offloading across the park at the moment, and it gets them their third try.
Well, what did we say? Kickoffs and offloads, and we get it in abundance there. Hong Kong claim the kickoff back, 2 offloads, and they're away for another try. This is barely stopping this game, is it? It's relentless.
It really is. And clearly, thankfully, we know what we're talking about, because it's certainly, we picked up the points that they're using really well.
I think we sound like we know what we're talking about. We definitely don't know what we're talking about.
We're observing well, which is useful. Great work. Look at that kick. Absolutely pinpoint on the 10-meter line, allowing for those Hong Kong players to get over, and then it's just those offloads and running through the gaps.
And you know what? Another really good fend there, just to make sure that no one gets into too close quarters as she's looking to get across the try line. Little details to create that space just to be able to finish off.
Great awareness, and another pinpoint kick. Absolutely dot on the 10-meter line. Batted back well by Hong Kong, and again moving that ball around, trying to find that space.
Full time.
And it is Julia Oyano who dots down.
Half time after the kick.
That is A-star
Half-time.
rugby from Hong Kong. That's just absolutely delightful to watch.
They're really bringing all those elements, aren't they? Nailing the kickoff, getting the hand sorted, and the speed around the outside. We just watch it here again.
It's the ability to give the pass under pressure, to create the space, drawing the last defender every time, knowing you've got the pace advantage on the outside, and boy do they. Hong Kong go absolutely flying into halftime.
Said something, but it wasn't.
One kickoffs and scored like that before.
So we're about ready for the second half. We've just got ourselves in a couple of photos by the Hong Kong photographer as well. I need to find the link to that. Surely there's a half-decent one in there somewhere.
Hope so. I'll try and ask a bit of pre-warning next time. Luckily, I was just stood around watching back on some of those beautiful plays from the first half as Hong Kong get us underway. And kick that time, not quite going 10, but the Lionesses played it, so we play on. They're pushed deeper and deeper into their 22.
You're not rolling.
Hong Kong just allowing them that little get out of jail card with a penalty.
Lionesses pushing the pace early on here. Love that pass, big looping one out wide.
Lovely pass into the space. And they've tied in a lot of the Hong Kong players here, so they can find that space again, which they're trying to on the right-hand side.
Backwards.
That quickly, they've made their way up to the halfway line. Another piece of patience, working out where the space is. Still powering through. The attempted tap tackle from Hong Kong, not successful.
We see once again, though, the carnage that an offload can create. In this occasion, it's not that it allows you to break through the line, it's that it allows the defence to just become so disjointed and desperate to try and close up the space, that space emerges elsewhere. And when you've got that power advantage that the Lionesses had there on that one-on-one, you can just go absolutely flying through, and that is exactly what they needed at the start of this second half, because Hong Kong towards the end of that first half had started flying away in this game.
Yeah, Lionesses probably couldn't be happier, I'd say. Great work, just a little step to the side to avoid that tackle, and powering all the way through.
Time's back on. Second.
And we're just pausing here. A ball on the pitch. More than one ball on the pitch. You always need one on the pitch.
I was going to say, it's quite handy to have at least one going around, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 balls on the pitch, I should have said, or an unneeded ball, which was quickly removed. So back underway we go. Hong Kong fielding the kickoff well.
Knocking it down. Number 4.
That's not a good area for the Lionesses to give away there. In this situation where they're trying to claw their way back into the game, you don't want to give away needless possession.
No, and they've been lucky there as well to avoid a yellow card. Wow, what a burst of pace from the base of that ruck by Steph Chan. I think I looked quickly down and I looked up and she was gone.
Well, we saw a glimpse of her pace in chasing down that last try. Didn't quite manage to make it, but that was a warning shot of what we could expect. And look at this, she just goes from 0 to 100, absolutely flying down.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. Saw that gap, saw that opportunity, and burst through.
I'll tell you what I've noticed as well over the past couple of weeks in covering these tournaments where we've got both men's and women's competitions going at the same time. The women are a lot less cynical than the men. They get the ball down nice and early when they get across the try line. The men are all waiting around, cynically trying to kill time on the clock. The women's game, they just want to play. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. And you can see a lot of these ladies here, they absolutely just want to play rugby. As you can see, straight away trying to go on the quick tap. But the penalty is actually to the Lionesses. So moving the ball around, trying to find, again, a gap to get themselves out of the 22. So move it out to the right-hand side, trying to find that space. A great step to allow, but she is being hunted down. It is Julia Yanu who managed to get that cover tackle in, but the offload for the Lionesses got away.
Oh, Yano must be absolutely gutted. She worked so hard to make that tackle and did so absolutely brilliantly. But fair play to the Lionesses. They get the offload away, and that allows them to finish the move off and get the try. But look at this defensive effort to chase down all the way, closing. She's weaving to try and escape, but just by the shirt tails. Offload away though, and it's a simple try. The offload, that short pass out of the tackle, it just creates so much difficulty for the opposition. I say that because I've had feedback in the past that some of the more technical terms of rugby, such as offload, etc., might not necessarily be understood by the whole audience. So I'm trying to do my best, you know.
Definitely good. Hopefully we've got lots of people at home that are experiencing rugby, or maybe just rugby sevens for the first time, and are seeing just how exciting it can be. So Hong Kong take the free kick and look to move the ball around again. Just that little offload.
Number 7. You're not going to duck.
So that time the deliberate knock-on does end up in a yellow card. And she has to quickly make her way off the far side of the pitch to get out of the way.
High tackle.
That's the first time I've had to see a player sprint off having got a yellow card.
Cairns getting the yellow card there. And again, it's just what we said earlier. The Lionesses just don't want to be that ill-disciplined when they're chasing the game. It's still in it, but Hong Kong have added themselves a 6th try.
A 2nd try as well for Lynham, and I've just noticed that Lynham is from Australia, in fact, by origin, so definitely isn't related to Des, just to clear that one up. No, what a fantastic try that is from Hong Kong. We've seen it time and time again that when you've got that player's advantage after the yellow card, it's key to capitalise on that, and Hong Kong have been one of the best sides we've seen all day at capitalising on that, and they finish up with a really strong victory. But we see it here on the replay. They go to the blind side. They know they've got the numbers on that left-hand side, and really it's just a simple run in the dummy, and off she goes.
I'll tell you what, they make it look so easy and so simple, but it takes a lot of skill and a lot of knowledge to be able to know where that space is and work it out. So really good work from Hong Kong to come out the winners there in a high-scoring game against the Lionesses. Hong Kong winning 36 points to 19.
Well, you join us again. We're back in with the men's tournament now. We've got Wooden Spoon up against Stunts. We just saw a brilliant game between Hong Kong women and the Lionesses. Back into the men's tournament now with a charity side Wooden Spoon on the left-hand side of your screens in the hooped shirts. Stunts in the sky blue on the right-hand side, and Wooden Spoon looking to get off to a fast start here as they make a bit of ground through the middle.
Yeah, Wooden Spoon a beneficiary of an early penalty, and they're looking to find that space now and capitalise. Nice dummy. Ball going to ground, but bouncing up. Oh, powering through. Can he get all the way? He's being chased. But they do get down in the corner.
Tommy Morgan just refused to give up.
I tell you what, normally going sideways on the pitch, you get told off by your coach when you're in the under-9s, run straight, run straight. But clearly, showing it can be done.
Yeah, they're not going to be using that in any tutorial videos, but I'll tell you what, Tommy Morgan's determination should be used in every tutorial. That was just sheer determination to get himself across the line, and what a start for the charity side, Wooden Spoon. You can see their logo in the bottom right-hand corner of your screens.
And what a conversion as well, right from the left-hand side. Getting that conversion. And you can see, as they're saying, running across the pitch here, just shrugging off the attempted tackle. Keep powering through.
Make sure first one, lads.
And diving over that line.
Well, it's about 50 metres from halfway to the try line in a straight line, but the angle he's taken there, that's about 75, isn't it?
Definitely adding it on. Probably gutted he hasn't got his Fitbit or something on.
They used to do that in the early days of fitness tracking and GPS and all the rest of it. A lot of players used to, in an injury break, do little jogs up and down from the try line to the 22 just to get their numbers up, because of course the analysis was fairly rudimentary back then.
Yeah, it's like the story for some of the professional players. I know that Joe Marler's given it to his dog before, sent him out on a run. Not sure how successful that would be with the technology these days. And what a chip over. Is the kick going to be timed well enough? Absolutely beautiful.
Oh, shades of Brian O'Driscoll against Wasps all those years ago. The double kick, chips it over the top, realises the bounce isn't going to sit right, so just chips it through again. That is a delightfully skillful finish.
Great work to judge that kick perfectly as well. Not to put too much on it. It's so easy to give it a good old whack and it end up bobbling over the dead ball line, but it sat up absolutely perfectly. As you watch it again, just moving that ball into that space.
It's Dan Howes, and it's just all down to him. And it's two-footed as well. The first kick was at the right, the second with the left. There are not many players that are out here this afternoon, or indeed this morning as well, who can do that. That is a real piece of skill.
Really is great work and great awareness as well. So Wooden Spoon getting themselves into a strong position at the start of the game here.
Advantage over.
And once again, they're pushing up. The Stunts defence making the tackle. But Wooden Spoon caught holding on.
Big moment that for Stunts. I think conceding a third try this early on, it might have been a real hole to dig themselves out of. Instead, it looks as though they're going to reverse it.
Well, the chase, though, from Wooden Spoon is still strong. They're not letting them get over and up to the try line that easily. Making the offload once again, but again, there's another tackle. Attempted turnover, but the hand's not going to the ball. And a lovely line to find that gap and drift over them.
Great line, great pass. Stunts hit back exactly as they needed to. From almost being a third try down underneath their own sticks, they're up at the other end, scoring and drawing this game nice and close.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, it does exactly that. Only 5 minutes into this game. Initially, it looked like Wooden Spoon were really running away with it slightly. But Stunts have just gone, not going to be that easy.
I like this pass from Robert Lewis, the sort of the old man of the team. You won't like me saying that, but he's got a grey tinge to his hair, so we're going to call him that. But he's brought an element of control into that play there, got the pass away, and it's a lovely line back on the inside from Max Himbry.
Really is, and now Stunts want to control from this kickoff.
There you go. Trail.
And the ball went straight into touch. So back for a free kick to Wooden Spoon on the halfway line.
Let's go for it.
It's always an awkward moment as a commentator when the ball sort of arrives near you and you've got your sort of human, compassionate, normal person side that goes, I should give that back. And then the responsible working man of you going, well, no, hang on, I'm supposed to hold on to my mic, can't I?
Clear release.
Yeah, I think if I went to grab it, I'd forget to take the headphones off, forget to take the mic, put the mic down, I'd drag the whole, well, half the commentary box with us, I think.
Marauders ignoring our idle chit-chat to go for another storming score. Gresham Lynn, the Cobham man, turning the attention back to the rugby.
Yeah, some great speed through there to make sure that they got through. And reminding us what we're here to talk about rather than
we don't have to.
dragging bits of equipment all over the place.
It's a long day, and it's good when the action on the field drags you back into making sure that you're talking about the right thing.
Certainly does. And another lovely conversion takes us to half-time. To look here, and as you say, once again, it's just that quick action off of a penalty. Look at the dancing feet there. Tell you what, if they're successful tonight and have a few beers, I'm sure he'll be on the dance floor with feet like that.
Certainly will. John Travolta in Pulp Fiction there.
So half-time here, Wooden Spoon 19, Stunts 5.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! It's not good enough! 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels!
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
So, getting ready to get back underway here for the second half. Wooden Spoon with the opportunity to take control from the kickoff.
Well, Stunts responded last time they were behind by a couple of tries to get the score. Can they do it again?
They're certainly giving it their best shot straight away. And despite a spirited track back by Wooden Spoon, Stunts do indeed get themselves straight onto the scoreboard.
Brilliant start to the second half from Stunts. Nemani Rayobo with the score. That is exactly what they needed.
It definitely is. Great. I've just realised that I didn't see it on the first time round, but just dropping the ball and just deciding to just chip it up straight to the player. It was a novelty way to offload the ball.
That's one for the highlights reel, isn't it? I absolutely, the same as you, missed that in real time. Brilliant little bit of skill. Love it.
A really good contest off of the kickoff there. It just comes forward off of stunts. So it will be a scrum to the Wooden Spoon.
Forward. Patience on bind and set, please. Quote.
I don't think we've had a scrum yet in this game. First one.
Bind.
Yeah, interesting to see what sort of platform this gives Wooden Spoon now. Well, I think they might. Someone wants them to be aggressive by the sounds of it. Maybe didn't want them to drop the ball. And that just allows Stunts to pick it up and get over the try line.
Well, we've said it plenty of times already, haven't we? The game of sevens can turn in an instant, and in, what, 30 seconds? Stunts have gone from being 2 tries down to having a chance to level things up at 19 all. And I can't quite tell if they've done that or not.
Just come off the off-right, I think. The off-right, the upright. As you watch the replay here, so the ball just coming loose. And a great way of picking up the ball, drawing in those defenders and getting the ball outside.
2 in 30 seconds for Ray Arbo as well. Some second half he's having.
Backwards white.
Certainly is. And again, the ball coming loose off of Wooden Spoon from the kickoff. And Stunts regather the ball straight away. So another opportunity for them here to put some pressure onto the Wooden Spoon. And they've gone for the outside, a little hitch kick.
Yes, Micah! Yes!
The ball has been kept in play.
Yes! Entry 1. Down, please. What's that for? Entry 1.
So the referee penalising Wooden Spoon there for coming through the side of the ruck. So another opportunity here for Stunts.
Knock on. White ball.
Some really good ideas. And trying to move that ball around, trying to get that cheeky offload. It's just not quite gone to hand there.
Yeah, they're pushing hard, aren't they? 2 points down, but with all the momentum in this second half, Stunts are looking for that opening. Although on that last play, there's nothing worse than putting in a goose step and realising you're not going to get around the outside. It's a sort of want to crawl away to a dark and quiet place after that.
Definitely. I think when you try and add a bit of skill like that in, that's definitely a showpiece to hope that it's going to come off, and it doesn't.
Need one more, lads.
Stunts not being able to count to 3 at the moment, it seems. It's very difficult, you know. Once you get past 2, you're really having to think hard.
Bind. Set.
They should be able to manage it, though. It's all on one hand still at that point.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Not sure where they're from, so I won't make any comments. And the great work to move that ball into the space and just darted straight down the middle. But once again, the chase is on. Opts to change direction, trying to move the ball out to the right-hand side.
You're all on, you're all on, you're on side.
And the offload just not going to hand.
No, backwards.
So Stunts are able to clear that up.
How good was that step to get out from his own try line?
Brilliant work, but Stunts trying to move up slowly again, biding their time here. And Wooden Spoon caught not rolling away, so giving away another penalty.
Let him go.
And chip over the top, trying to find that space, and he's pretty tall, but not tall enough.
The bounce of the oval-shaped ball.
Floor back on the ball.
If that had sat almost anywhere else, that was try time.
Certainly was. It was great vision to see that space in behind. Just the bounce. Not playing in his favour. Oh, and Just absolutely sitting him down. Take a rest. I've got it from here.
Oh, those ankles are going to need an x-ray on them, aren't they? That was a true ankle breaker.
Come behind, please, lads.
We said there was a great step before, but I think that one's just outdone it. Absolutely fantastic sidestep.
15.
Sends the defence loopy.
I think not just the fact he scored the try, but when he's looked back and seen that the defender he's beaten is sat in the middle of the field, it's probably not much of a better sight that you can see as a player.
I can honestly say I have never seen that sight as a player.
Guys,
I've been on the receiving end of that sight as a player.
Just watch it again here. Just constantly keeping him guessing.
40 seconds now.
The most impressive thing about that is he has no pace and momentum to work with. Normally you see a great sidestep, but there's pace, there's momentum, it's easy to move your feet. He was stood still and still managed to bounce out like that. Fantastic.
Winspoon
Okay, contact in the air
tempted
first.
to contest the kickoff there, but the referee penalising them for contact in the air. Oh, and a lovely offload. Just seems like they can do it in their sleep, some of these guys. Moving that ball out to the left-hand side and opening up the taps. But a great piece of defence. But a great defence is also matched by some great support.
Just great in every direction. A wonderful, wonderful break. Wonderful cover tackle. Brilliant support play, but it's not enough for stunts.
Yeah, they tried to take the conversion quickly there in order to be able to have the restart. And the referee indicates that is full time. We just watch here, great work. But again, great support. The right man in the right place, receiving end of the offload.
Well, it was a brilliant try, but Wooden Spoon cling on for the victory, 26 points to 22. Up next, we have Apache against the Nigeria Stallions as this men's competition continues. We'll be with you very shortly for that one.
We are Rugby. It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
Finn, higher and wider, higher. Take the space. Charlie, up. Fucking hell.
So we get underway here. Apache versus the Nigeria Stallions. Nigeria from right to left on your screen in the white and green kit. Apache in the blue and white hoops. That's some strong pressure from Apache. Forces Nigeria into touch and allows them to have a line out in the 22.
Should be an exciting game, this one. Apache with some really, really top players in their ranks.
I think the dummy offload then just bringing the defence up too quickly and allowing for that gap for Apache to break through for their first try.
Fast start from Apache. We've seen that in a lot of games, teams getting off to a real flyer. None of these sort of cagey openings where you get a couple of minutes with no scores. These will be absolutely flying out the blocks.
Well, these teams know that they need to get themselves up and into the game nice and early. Just move that ball around, trying to move it into space. And popping it up to the big man.
Jacob Ham, the Chinner man, getting through for the score. I love that when you see a player actually take a couple of backward steps just to buy time and space. It's one of those unique things to sevens you just don't see in the fuller form of the game.
I think that's just so important, recognizing the difference between sevens and 15s. For a lot of you guys at home, it may be your first taste of sevens. As Nigeria push all the way up.
Play to the whistle!
Sage advice from the touchlines. Play to the whistle is the cry. And quite right too. Nigeria responding quickest to the loose ball and getting a try.
Oh, the referee has had a chat with his assistant.
Charlie, you all right?
Referee Chris Mulroy from Stoke-on-Trent.
Want to be sure, boys. On the 5, fellas.
Did the right thing, went through and followed the try just in case.
Yeah.
But was informed by his assistant that actually there was a forward pass in there.
Sit. Ball's out, fella.
So we go back for a scrum to Apache. They look to get themselves out of their 22 and some lovely feet to get themselves into the space. And he's being chased down here. But he's not going to be caught. He gets himself all the way and buys himself a little bit of time as well.
What was I saying about the difference in cynicism between the men's and the women's? Tim Bittram, though, do you know what? He earned a rest there from deep inside his own half. Absolutely flying along, showing brilliant wheels.
It's easy to forget sometimes, isn't it, that essentially these guys are doing 70, 100-metre sprints to be able to score these tries. I think they're well earned that rest at the end.
Absolutely. And we also, you know, you forget. What you have here is 7 guys trying to occupy the same amount of space on a field that 15 normally can, and 15 get tired doing it.
Backwards for green.
Yeah, it's definitely
Knock on the floor.
Not a game for the faint-hearted. Or is it typically a game for the front row, which is where I play. So avoid sevens.
Set, please, okay?
I end up with a microphone instead.
Fine.
It's certainly a lot less strenuous with a microphone in hand.
Although a chair would be quite nice.
Backwards.
The voice is always better when you're pacing. You should see me on the phone. I'm doing laps of the kitchen table.
As Apache try and punch their way through again. Strong defence at the moment by Nigeria. An attempted steal there from Nigeria. They're just unable to do so. And giving Apache another try.
It's Lewis Denley that gets himself across, the former John Fisher maestro, working his way across the line. You just see that those decisions, they can be so rewarding if they manage to snaffle the ball, but when you don't get there, it goes the other way. And on your own try line, that risk reward probably doesn't quite balance out how you might want.
Yeah, it's exactly that. You take the risk, sometimes you reap the rewards, sometimes you don't. It's a dummy initially that just sells that defender. Eventually, that pass shipped out into space.
Knock on advantage.
So a contest for the ball off of the kickoff there, ending with a knock-on by Apache, but Nigeria do have the ball, so we play with advantage. Really trying to move that ball around. Looping passes. Again, just biding their time, trying to find where that space is.
First one.
A good turnover by Apache there. Winning the ball back. Isolated man. Allows them to have an opportunity to put some pressure on here and add a fourth try. Oh, great chase to get back behind.
Oh, that is brilliant defence from Nigeria Stallions. It was a bit weak at first to allow Apache to get through, but the cover and then the turnover was just astonishingly good.
Yeah, to have the wherewithal to get round back through the gate as well and steal that ball legally.
Wait, please, wait.
It's really great work.
You can tell the pace of this game because the referee is puffing over the ref mic. These two sides are covering a lot of ground here and forcing the referee to cover a fair bit as well.
They certainly are.
Hi. Yeah.
We'll say that I'd be puffing a fair amount if I was out there with the whistle, I reckon.
Well, it's the lesser spoken of thing in these tournaments. It's a fair old shift for the referees as well. It's a long day, there's a lot of games to cover, and although there's a big team of refs around, they're getting put through their paces.
Yeah, they really do. And been involved with many Sevens tournaments as a referee. It's not easy. As you can see here, half the players are happy to sit back and wait for something else to happen, but the referee's got to be right there, up in line.
Knock on.
Great work to get all the way up the pitch and try and get up there, but unfortunately not able to get over the line. So Apache it is that leads here, 19 points to 0 over the Nigeria Stallions at half-time.
Yeah.
So, as the support staff clear their way off the pitch, we are ever so nearly ready to get back underway here for the second half of this men's game. Round 2 of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series UK here at Hazelwood, the home of London Irish. So these guys on the pitch following some of the London Irish players, their training ground. And I'd say that the pitch is pretty well looked after.
Yeah, pretty good nick, isn't it? Helping to provide some pretty decent games as well. I've got to say in this one as well, I mean, Apache have been brilliant, but it doesn't feel like a 19-0 game at this stage. It feels much closer than that.
Yeah, it really does. I think the tries from Apache have really been line break opportunities, pushing through, and it's come from nothing in many ways. The Nigeria will be hoping here, I'm sure, to get themselves into this game. I think all of our games so far have been pretty tight, but they're pushing through, and Nigeria might just get themselves into it straight away in the second half. I think we've had that pretty much every game where one team's been dominant, suddenly the second half comes around and we see a completely different side.
And we see once again that no matter what form of rugby you are playing, there is no substitute for raw power. Could have been put down 4, 5, 6 times as he raced away half the length of the field. But just no one could deal with that sheer size and presence that was on offer.
I've counted at least 3 or 4 tackles there that he shrugged off. Just the sheer power, the intensity and the aggression to push all the way through.
Ikedi Ashi, the man to get across the line, and I think he's come across to the sidelines now. Job done, I've got across the whitewash, I'm shattered. Roll me off, mate.
Yeah, that power comes at a price, I think, sometimes. And after a barnstorming run like that, I think most of us want a little break.
Oh, absolutely. Even a half break, I'm needing a little rest.
Play on. 2 sheds. First and blue.
So Apache were trying to move the ball around, but it just didn't quite go to hand there. So knock on, and it will be a scrum to Nigeria.
Set it up, green. Crouch. Bind. Do set. Set. Yeah.
Moving that ball back to this right-hand side. Can they get the power again?
First one. No hands now.
A good turnover there by Apache, right on their line. And opting for the kick, so you don't see so much in sevens.
We could be about to see why as well.
Nigeria just trying to find that space, not rushing it too much. Counter ruck by Apache. Not quite being successful.
Ball's out, play on.
The ball going very loose for Nigeria here.
This is great defensive intensity from Apache, though. They're making every ruck an absolute nightmare for Nigeria Stallions.
It takes a mental toll on Nigeria as well, I'm sure, as every time they try and attack, they go backwards.
They have to find a way somehow of avoiding rucks from happening. They've got to keep the ball alive.
What a great little kick pass to himself to then feed in his supporting man to get themselves underneath the sticks and remind Nigeria that you may have well got one try early on in the second half, but it's still our game.
And it's the Roslyn Park man, Timmy Olapide. Brilliant support play from that lovely pass, but as we were saying, it was just that relentless defense from Apache just coming through every time there was a breakdown. Nigeria, for some reason, weren't able to get the offloads away, get the ball away from contact, kept getting drawn into ruck situations that were just causing them so much pressure and anguish, and eventually the ball breaks for Apache, and that's just good, intelligent play. Get the ball to the pacey man back on your inside, and off he goes.
Yeah, it really shows. Not sure whether in those rucks there, the Nigeria just struggling. Well, they're moving the ball up again now and powering through. He's being chased down. But he did get over the line.
Well, that all comes from the electric break from Sonny Jardine through the middle. 2 passes and across the try line. It may be too little too late for Nigeria Stallions, but that is a glorious bit of rugby.
Really is. Just picking out that space and going for it. Sometimes you just got to go with your gut and sevens.
Look at this from Jardine. Just accelerates away. Huge acceleration. Pass goes straight into the breadbasket. And then that's intelligent as well. Cutting back inside to then ship the ball outside. And it gives Matt Lube the chance to score.
So, about a minute left in this game, according to our clock. We're not linked up to the referee's watch, so we could have slightly longer to play, or slightly less.
Always back.
So what you're saying is we don't know.
It's a good estimate.
It's a good estimate. It's a very reliable estimate.
I think the biggest tell, though, is that either way, it's not going to be much longer to allow Nigeria to take the lead in this game.
Get up, stay high. Yeah, you got that, Tim.
They look to find that space once again. In the wide channels. Opting for the kick through. There's a good chase back from Apache. Perhaps a little bit too much on the counter chase there as well, as he goes head over heels.
Not held. Knock on.
He knocked on the floor there. Actually, in the end, our clock is spot on as the referee blows full time at the end here. So it finishes up 26-10 to Apache over the Nigeria Stallions.
Welcome back to pitch 1. Super Sevens non-stop. Rambling Jesters versus the Hammerheads. It's a clash of fanciful kits. The famous Harlequin-esque quarters up against this lovely white, purple and pink combo, which is being demonstrated by our Hammerheads, who had a pretty tough start to things, at a difficult game against China initially. Not sure about the Rambling Jesters. I'm sure we'll be able to find out very soon.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, it's a first appearance on this pitch by the Rambling Jesters, isn't it?
Mm.
Excited to see how they get on.
Yeah.
David Mobb-Smith, part of the Ramblin' Jesters coaching setup. Of course, a stalwart of Hampton School Rugby.
One back.
Ball just going through the legs of Colombo. Might be a little bit of space out wide. That's normally where we're seeing this space being utilised.
Release it, release.
Ball taken up by Colombo, and here's Chris Wolfelder. Good hands and releasing space for Jesters to spread their legs in. And that's Chris Smith who darts down. It was just lovely deceit from Wolfelder to put Smith away into the corner.
Certainly was, and after a period of probing rugby, we have our opening score of the game. The last few games, it's been absolute chaos at the start. We've had scores within sort of 5, 10, 15 seconds. A little bit more of a tentative start here, but it's Ramblin' Jesters that get themselves on the board first. Which is good news for us, because they're the team sheet we've got.
Exactly. Alex Eubank with the conversion. Just that change of direction and going to the short side. It's well picked out by Chris Wolfelder, an experienced head. Certainly been around the block when it comes to 15s format rugby union. He's played a lot of rugby, especially around these parts. Finished his career at Isha.
I have to say, I'm a big fan of the Ramblin' Jesters socks. Odd socks, I'm a big fan of that on the Sevens field.
Wacky and wild, sort of mirroring the style of play that we like to exhibit, which is what we as spectators absolutely love to see. But at the moment, it's the Hammerheads who tried to break away. Wolfelder had other things to say about it, though.
Leave him, no, wait. Can't do that.
Penalty to the Jesters, who set off.
Yeah, back hands, okay.
Big collision in the middle of the park. Okay. Sean Conway met. That's Roche.
Relax.
I think we've had a little bit of a nasty collision in the middle of all that. So it's just of the referee to call halt to proceedings for now.
Some absolutely brilliant players on show, and Will, you were with me actually ages ago up at the Sedbergh Tens, and some of the players we saw up there who were absolutely fantastic. And so many players, it's such a shame not to be able to see them here, who had been had the opportunity to play for a few of the sides during this Super Sevens series, but for one reason or another haven't been able to. So it's a real shame not to see them out on these fields, because there could have been some absolute crackers for our audience to see, some stars of the future. But I tell you what, we've got some stars of the right now on the field across the board. Seen some absolutely fantastic play. I mean, Samurai are just looking frightening at times with the quality of their play.
Managed to watch a bit of their game against the Lambs, which was on pitch 2, and like Holly Stoneham, when he got his hands on the ball, absolutely unstoppable, the Saracen.
Yeah, he's a hell of a talent, isn't he? And his fellow Saracen in that Samurai side, Tom Mills has just got pace to burn. You know, last week we saw a couple of times when he broke clear and just accelerated away from the defence. There was nothing anyone could do about it. So there are some exciting players to come up.
Never a nice sight, a player in some discomfort leaving the field. We hope that is not too serious. Nevertheless, we've got a scrum here for the Hammerheads. So all followed up out wide to Stewart. He's off. and no one will catch him.
Cardiff Met man. It's a proud university for rugby at the moment, and he's just showing exactly why, with a lovely outside arc and huge amounts of pace to get himself into the corner and extend that Jester's lead. As Will and I just try and make out some of the handwriting on the Rambling Jesters team sheet.
Yeah, I do have to be quite complacent and say the Rambling Jesters might want to look at a new calligrapher, because the handwriting here is pretty poor. Nevertheless, I'm sure we can figure it all out.
I can confidently say it was Jack that scored.
Oh, yeah. His second name begins with S. There's some letters in the middle. That's all I can tell you. But yeah, it's a well taken score.
Jack from Cardiff Met.
Jack from Cardiff Met. Sounds like he's just phoned in.
Now there's an idea for the next leg.
There you go. Get some callers on the line. I'm sure we can sort that out. Easy enough, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure. Technologically, no bother at all.
Hammerhead's breaking through the middle. Still going, lovely cut. Flowed off the deck. Like a hot knife through butter. Hammerheads, despite the valiant efforts of Isolfo Tomaka, cannot do anything. Great score.
Well, how's that for a line and for pace? Absolutely scything through, as you say. The defenders are there. He just picks the perfect line. Glorious rugby.
It's been a fairly tight-old affair here. These two sides pretty evenly matched, and as we creep towards the half-time oranges, it's a 3-point gap that separates them. That is a picture-perfect kickoff. Wolfelder knocked it on in the air. It's a real art form, isn't it, the kickoff? I mean, we've spoken about it all day, but we'll keep on talking about it because it is so crucial in the form of sevens.
And do you know what? When it works well, that kickoff receipt, it's a thing of absolute beauty. It's such a skill to be able to control the ball in the air when you're arriving at it at full pace with a defensive side who are all set and ready to go. It's absolutely fantastic to watch.
Ball out. Last play, and that's a bit of trickery up Hammerhead sleeves. Penalty though. Chris Wolfelder again seems to be at the middle of everything for the Rambling Jesters. Big shots coming in from Hammerhead, swarming over the Jesters, currently constricting them to their own half. There's another player down. Hammerheads currently have the numerical disadvantage, and Wolfelder still going. Can he offload? He can. Back the other way they go. Maybe a little space for Roche. Offload's good. Might need another. Oh, last little piece of the puzzle just not fitting. Chris Smith was in open pasture to add his second of the game, but Rambling Jesters are going to have to settle for a 3-point lead here at half-time. Half-time score, Rambling Jesters 10, Hammerheads Sevens 7.
another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the Wooden Spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Here we are back for the second half. And the Rambling Jesters will look to start as they mean to go on. It's been a good game despite there not being a ridiculously high scoreline that we've perhaps seen in others. This game is on a nice edge, and at the moment the Jesters have the lead. It's been knocked on. They
have the lead and they've played some really nice rugby. As you say, it's a really even contest. Enjoyable battle, this one. We've seen some cracking rugby.
You alright? Time off there?
Oh, yeah!
Hands on the play ball. You need time off there? Right, let's go. Let's go. Pardon? Yeah, look. Yeah. Wave it off it, yeah. Right!
Now I'm guessing, judging by the fact that we've got Rambling Jesters players coming up to us asking about the score on the pitch behind, that we could be in a crucial phase here for qualification into the Cup quarter-finals.
So that game over there is China versus... I don't know who that is. That's on pitch 2. That's on the wrong bit. Scimitar Storm, well, of course, in their famous pink and purple. But at the moment, we've got some action on this pitch, and that man again, Chris Wolfelder. He's been at the heart of everything good for the Jesters and created one, set this one up. Created one, scored this one, in fact. He's the man who dots down for 5.
Some heavy breathing coming across the ref's mic. This day of sevens starting to take its toll.
But I tell you what, this weather is really playing ball because it's not that hot. It's like perfectly moderate. The fact that we haven't spoken about it probably makes it seem as though it's just as we'd want it.
Dangerous weather conditions for a man with no hair. It's where the sneaky sunburn creeps up on you.
All good?
Luckily, from a rugbying perspective, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Let's shift. We've got to get there.
Ball collected by Hammerheads. That's good off the restart. They've already crossed the halfway. Which just shows little errors at ruck time. Sevens rucks almost remind me of sort of late 80s, early 90s sort of rucks. It's a bit of a, you never really know what's about to happen. It's a bit of a free-for-all, sort of ball could spew anywhere. It's just quite a dangerous place.
Yeah, ball goes to deck and then it's just all hell breaks loose. Let's see what happens.
That's why we see so many offloads taking place and players trying to keep the ball alive as much as possible. Trying to do just now, look at that.
Keep working, boys, keep working!
Oh, the hands are luscious. The step to accompany it as well, but I think that's going to be a turnover. It is.
Unbelievable handling from Rambling Jesters, though. It's so unfortunate that they can't quite finish it off, because that was just lovely handling.
Yeah,
every which type of offload within that.
What can Hammerheads do from here?
Let's go again!
If they want to make sure they can keep themselves in this fixture, then they're going to have to score pretty much now. See what they can do off this attack. Step, switch, dummy. Running out of room on this touchline. As you mentioned, the ruck proving to be a dangerous place to retrieve the ball. It's gone spewing out. Ball's been kicked through. Referee's seen no foul play in the middle of that. And the Rambling Jesters head to the races. Still going, good offload. In the middle, it's Chris Wolfelder. He scores his second and might have just put the nail in the coffin.
1 minute 30.
Well, what about the way that Rambling Jesters were carrying that ball as if it was glued to the hand, just waving it around in front of them, getting the offloads away. And as we've said time and time again today, if you can get that offload through contact, the space just opens up, as it did there. And as you say, I think that pretty much seals the game for Rambling Jesters.
Conversion's good as well, which makes it a 15-point deficit, if my math serves me correct.
Look at the way that ball is just being held.
Yeah.
Proverbial loaf of bread. 2 offloads. And I think every time so far today we've seen 2 offloads in quick succession, we've seen a try.
It's the algorithm that gets you over the whitewash in this Super Sevens tournament, working to full effect. And Noah Ferdinand's collected that, plucked it out of London skies. Daisies Rugby not so far away from here, London Scottish. Still going now, Jesters. Can they add that finishing touch, the icing on the cake, if you will? Hands are on here. Oh, it's just hit the deck and gonna need a bit of tidying. It's got a bit frantic, Kubank. Ferdinand evading, still going. Ferdinand clatters 2 people in the process, and it's going to be a walk-in.
Well, Ferdinand just taking out 2 or 3 players in that collision, which just leaves acres of space to cut back against the grain into. He's been a superstar as the man in the 13 shirt. If I could read his name, I'd give him a shout out.
Yeah, that's it.
But we'll just say the man in 13 has had a blinder in this second half. Absolutely fantastic. See here, Ferdinand takes 2 men out in that tackle, gets the offload away, and then the space for 13 to just cut against the grain. Dots it down and seals the Jesters' win.
Well, it might be an all-important win. We'll find out from the result on pitch 2 as well. But at the moment, it is Rambling Jesters 29, Hammerhead Sevens 7.
Sign in 5 minutes, yeah? Yeah. I'll be over in a minute.
I'm no use. I'm like dragging behind here and I can't say that.
Let's go back! Woo!
Welcome back. We return to women's action here on pitch 1 at the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series. This is Pool A. We've got Bath Rugby versus Wooden Spoon, the charity arm of this competition. It's Bath who start things off, but not to the precision that they perhaps would have wanted. And once again, accompanied by Tom. Angus has gone over to get a bit of lunch and a bit of respite, as he definitely deserves. But Tom, it's been an exciting day so far. Your thoughts on the overall competition?
Yeah, it certainly has, and there's been some cracking rugby on show. I think I was saying to Angus earlier that there has not been a single game that has been a complete whitewash. There's been great competition all the way throughout, and all these teams are properly up for it.
At the moment, this has been a bit of a physical tussle. These two sides going at each other. Bath Rugby, obviously, as you can tell, strongly affiliated with the Premiership side. Yet to make their full mark on the Premier 15s competition, but this Sevens side, a good indication of what potentially they will be able to do in the future. Well taken and collected by McCurlin. She mishandles it though, and could be a bit of space here for Wooden Spoon.
Some good drift across there by Bath to cover off their defence, but they are allowing a little bit of space on this near side here.
Well, they're heading to the races. It's a big get off the bus. Handoff that allow for Wooden Spoons to dot down. Nothing that Megan Barwick could do to prevent that.
Yeah, I know Meg pretty well. I know she will not be happy with that. She definitely holds herself to a higher standard, so I'm sure that her and her teammates will come out after this try with a bit of a point to prove to get back straight into this game.
Tell you what, that is a lovely conversion that hits the upright. Let's have a look at how this was created. Well, potentially a bit of tired legs, tired minds that opened up the space initially, and then Barwick just got beaten for pace and strength. And Wooden Spoons draw first blood.
Nice. Get on that, Brett. Get on that, Brett.
It's gone over many ahead. It's collected well in the end. Lovely bit of dexterity from Anya Small. That was cheeky.
Unfortunately knocked it on there in the process. So will allow the Wooden Spoon a scrum 10 metres into the Bath half. Gives them a platform from which to attack.
Ball's fed in. Bath putting them under pressure, getting on the short side. Not too many friends around. Blue, black and white swarming, but Wooden Spoons has still got it. They're still driving forward. Now they're potentially going to look for a bit of width if they can get some quick ball. They do just that. Well picked up off tippy toes. Still going, Wooden Spoons. Go to the deck once more to try and recycle ball. Well pressured in the end, but can they go around the outside here? They can. And it'll be another walk-in. Great score from the Wooden Spoons to double their advantage. Patience in play, and that reaps the rewards of 5 points.
Yeah, it's good work to move that ball around the field. Try and find those gaps. You've got to be patient in sevens until you can find the space for which to break through. And that's exactly what the Wooden Spoon have done on the left-hand side as they look to add the extras here.
That one, a 3-wood, low and just off the muck.
As we just watch the replay here, and it's just that pace around the outside. Looks initially at what support is there, decides, you know what, I'm just going to go for this myself. And does exactly that. So taking Wooden Spoons score up to 10 points to 0 over Bath.
Ball's been hacked through. And Wooden Spoon under a slight bit of pressure. Bath need to respond in the next few minutes if they're going to keep themselves in this game. But at the moment, Wooden Spoons streaking through. It's another individual effort.
A strong chase there from Ellie Lewis, but unfortunately just unable to make that tackle before the try line.
It's the Wooden Spoons who get over, and they're very much in the driving seat with a few seconds left of this first half. These conversion was in fact added. It just shows that make one little mistake like that, Tom, off the restart, little fumble, and can really cost you.
Yeah, Bath just seem to be not committing to some of those tackles as well there. They're within touching distance, but just not quite finishing it off currently.
These teams already definitely played one game. Some may have played 2. Now, this is when fatigue, both mentally and physically, really comes into play, and it's lots of sevens coaches will talk about going to that dark place, and I'm sure that a lot of these players may have started to already arrive there. But for the Wooden Spoons, they see light at the end of the tunnel. They also see a penalty. They're going to take it quickly.
Lucky to get the penalty there, if in my opinion she's not sort of holding her body weight very strong, but nonetheless had the penalty, but called out for a forward pass by the referee. Perhaps hearing my comments and evening it back out for Bath.
This will most likely take us into the break. Wooden Spoon, 17 points to the good. Bath with not many questions answered. Being shoved back and the ball's spewed out of the scrum, and there's a bit of space that's opened up there. It's going to be a foot race past halfway. Hands, are they good? Might have been knocked on in the middle of that. It had. I'm sure the referee will call that to a close. Well, we saw potentially the possibility of a Bath break late on, but that was denied by Wooden Spoons, who have backed that up with some excellent attacking brilliance to bring the half-time score to Bath Rugby 0, Wooden Spoon 17. Welcome back. Oh, not just yet. Practice restart. Now we've done the dress rehearsal, it's time for the proper run. Back underway, Wooden Spoons with the kickoff. Let's get us started. Bath need a quick reply. That's one of the last things they would have wanted is a knock on from the get-go, and well, that's what ended up happening. Frustrating times for Bath Rugby at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it's just creeping in those errors more and more now, which is really hindering their game. And it's so difficult to have any ounce of aggression and pressure when you are making the mistakes. And it's a great turnover there at the scrum.
Scrum time being positive for Bath at the moment. Can they keep the ball though? Can they make some meters? And you see those little errors that are costing them, and to use the cliche of many Sevens coaches, you can't win a Sevens game if you don't have the ball, and at the moment Bath are seeing very little of it. When they do have it, they're normally making a few mistakes, so that's something they'll need to cancel out.
Definitely, they won't be too happy with themselves at the moment, I don't think. I know that they want to strive, and they've done really well in the 15 season in the championship. Been really successful. The referee awarding a free kick for an early engagement there by Bath.
One of these players will be looking to adapt to Sevens format potentially after a long 15 season, and at the moment it looks like it's showing that adaptation not as coherent as they potentially would have liked, and Wooden Spoons taking full advantage. That's their fourth try, taking them to 22 points with the conversion to come.
It'll certainly be frustrating for Bath, but you can't take it away from Wooden Spoon. It's always easy to point out the miscomings of one team and forget actually the skill of the other. As we watch here, Wooden Spoon just moving that ball around, trying to find the space, and then thinking, you know what, let's go down the left-hand side.
It's that early shift and movement of the ball that is absolutely paramount in Sevens. You see a lot of players in 15s will try and take the ball up to the line before releasing, but in this format, the space is there. You need to get it out quickly, and that's what Wooden Spoon were doing so well, and at the moment that's what's given them a 22-point lead. Bath at 6s and 7s.
Interesting option from the kickoff there to go for a bouncing ball, try and force Bath to force the error.
Lovely handling off the deck, and could be a bit of space here for Rebecca White. She's brought down. Through the middle they go. There's Lucy Peters. Penalty though. Just can't string that phase play together, Tom, at the moment, and yeah, that's what we've been talking about really. It's just really frustrating when you can't just get that foothold in a game.
Yeah, exactly that. Really struggling. And just interestingly there, Wooden Spoon opting to kick to touch. Not often you see that in Sevens. It nearly didn't actually go into touch either. It was actually the helpful Bath player that caught it with her foot in touch.
We've got a line out for Wooden Spoons to try and conjure something from. A springboard for an attack. It's brought down. Go on the loop, and could be space out wide here. There will be. The afterburners switched on. Wooden Spoons race home, and that decision to kick to the corner proving to be the right one.
Wooden Spoon just really hammering this home here. I think they're just making Bath pay that little bit more. it's making me think back to just the start of this game, where you asked me how the day's been, and I said that none of these games have been a bit of a whitewash. I think that might be a curse that's been put on by me there.
Oh, there we go. Well, we have seen one or two scorelines go a similar way. We had the España emerging, who beat Nigeria Stallions 45-7, and we had a 27-0 between China and Hammerheads as well. Those were in some of the games this morning. We're now deep into the afternoon, but we're going deep into the evening. There is lots more rugby coming your way on Next Gen of this WowHydrate Super Sevens Series. Lots more of these girls as well as the men. We've got Samurai competing next. The favourites for this competition won the first leg.
Okay.
A really interesting end to that first leg as well, wasn't it? Well, golden point for Samurai to beat Hong Kong. So it's certainly not an easy competition to win, that's for sure. And you really have to be on it and in it to win it.
Bath trying to play out their own 22. Doing just that. The flow just flung to anyone, and instead it's to the wrong coloured shirt.
James, a nice work from Lucy Peters there initially.
But it's created some space for Wooden Spoon. They will get their 6th try.
Good play, girls.
Closing in on a try every 2 minutes with 20 seconds to go, according to our clocks. This may very well see us to the end of this game.
So a wide conversion. We know they've got it in the locker. There's been some close attempts, and it's another close attempt as well, but falling just short.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Not that they need it though. It's a dominant affair from the Wooden Spoons, who just seem to be all too good for Bath. They had flourishes of excitement, but at the end of the day, it is a Wooden Spoon win.
So kick it off here. We have Samurai playing the Army Reds. Samurai playing in the black kit from left to right on your screen. The Army in their traditional red kit. These two teams were the two contenders for the title last year, with the Army taking it on the last leg of the series. So this will certainly be a strong encounter if history is anything to go by. And straight away we've had a red card.
Oh, it's not often that you see that. It was probably just though, because it was a nasty shot placed on Callum Williams.
It's very clear for referees, the head injury and the head contact protocol. A direct hit to the head with no mitigation is always going to end up in that red card. And I think the referee was very clear in his mind exactly where he was going. No hesitation, really. So, be disappointed for sure, the Army, and now they are going to be struggling for the rest of this game with a man down.
Well, it's difficult enough to play with 7, but playing with 6 on a pitch this big is borderline impossible. We're going to have to dig deep.
They certainly are, and straight away, Samurai make them pay. Getting down in the right-hand corner.
It's Marcus Kershaw with the score. One of the many Ealing stars that is featuring in this Samurai squad, part of the ever-growing academy setup over there.
Conversion not quite successful as we look back at the replay. They opted for the scrum from the penalty, and obviously it's something that they know works well, particularly as they have to tie in all those Army players. And then you can just see the space on the outside. Army do well to scramble across, but the last-ditch tackle not able to stop the try. As the ball goes high and long out to the 22 with some good pressure on from Samurai, and the ball coming loose from the Army, who will not want to get themselves penned in here. They've given away a penalty.
Nothing that Rockadunguni could do about that one. It was always going to end up in Samurai hands.
That is a beautiful crossfield kick to put Samurai in the corner.
It's Andrew Nurse with the wherewithal to put boot to ball, and Marcus Kershaw, the beneficiary, and gets his second within as many minutes.
A great identification of space to get over in the corner, and a cracking attempt at a conversion, just sliding down the right-hand side of the uprights. Let's see what this pressure does. Straight away from the penalty. A quick tap and quick pass, and straight away he just goes, oh, look at the space, and uses it up straight away. In unopposed in the corner for Samurai, extending their lead to 10 points, 2-0 over the Army Reds, as they get us back underway. A high competed ball, batted back by Samurai, but it's the Army who are the beneficiaries. Moving that ball now across the pitch, trying to find some space, trying to find a gap, keeping that ball alive. But giving away a penalty.
Army are a very strong side, but just haven't been able to get a foothold in this game. Obviously with the red card, it hasn't really done them any favours, but nevertheless they've really struggled to be able to get something going.
Yeah, they won't be happy with themselves at the moment. Obviously, having that red card has really impacted them, but they're letting themselves get a bit scrappy at the moment. The Army do like their discipline on and off the field. The Samurai keep trying to bash the ball up, trying to find that space. At the moment, the Army are holding strong and winning the turnover as well. Brilliant work. Taking the quick tap. A little hitch kick through, and away they go.
Levi Sulukwalo. What a score. Pretty much out of nowhere. An individual effort to square the game. Doesn't feel as though, well, not square the game just yet. Obviously Samurai have scored 2 to Army's 1, but at least put them back in strong contention for something out of this game. The conversion, no.
So the Army holding strong at the moment, doing pretty well considering that early departure. To lose a player so early on in the game could easily turn a team into a wreck. But the Army are holding out strong and actually getting themselves onto the scoreboard themselves. Strength in attack and defence, which they will certainly be happy with and certainly raise their spirits as well. First knock on was by the Army, so we go back for a Samurai scrum. And Samurai, with the ball back in their hands, will be looking to certainly extend the lead here. They'd be expecting to be a little bit further in after nearly the end of this first half. Especially considering that red card as well. Army trying their best to get a turnover there, but the referee informed them they're not on the ball. Another high tackle there, I think. Just losing that discipline is so easy when you know that you are down players. You can see Andrew Nurse on the right wing, constantly calling for that crossfield kick again. He knows that the space is there, and he wants it so desperately. He's going to get it get the ball without a kick though, but he's still being penned in by the Army.
Come on, Ruff. Come on, Ruff. Come on, Ruff. That's it.
As the ball goes loose and it's picked up by Samurai, who do indeed get themselves underneath the posts.
Callum Williams, who scored an excellent try in their game against Lambs on pitch 2 with a little step and shimmy. He's a deceitful player, got a lot of pace for a man of his size and stature. And imagine Nurse will add the extras to take us into half-time.
So, half-time here, and Samurai lead by 17 points to 5 over the Army after an early red card for a high tackle. As we just watched the replay here, Samurai moving that ball around, finding that space, despite it going loose, and extending their lead just before half-time. So, about to get back underway here after half-time. Samurai leading over the Army, 17 points to 5. A reminder that if you've just joined us, the Army had an early red card, so they are down to 6 players for the remainder of this fixture. As Samurai receive the ball and looking to try and find some space now. And they bring it out to the left wing.
It's Kershaw again on his hat-trick. Absolutely electric.
Absolutely loving it. Just got the ball into some space, and he knew he had the legs to get there. And exactly what he did. And as much as it always is important to get underneath the sticks if you can, even more so in sevens than the 15-a-side format of the game, because it's only a drop kick. You cannot bring on a tee. And the power through. A little turn behind him. Have a look. Anyone following me? Takes his time to dot it down.
Haven't seen too much time wasting yet today, haven't we? Did you see the clip that went viral of the World Sevens Series time wasting with Will Homer taking about 2 minutes to put the ball down?
Yeah, it's a tactic in sevens particularly.
Yeah, well,
that's taking a tactic perhaps to another extreme.
Yeah, well, luckily we haven't seen too much of that today, but bit of gamesmanship.
Certainly does come into play, and it sometimes at the top level can make all the difference.
Exactly.
So the ball unfortunately knocked on by the Army, and chatting back to the referee, giving away a penalty. Army not helping themselves there.
Ball out to, oh, look who it is. Kershaw. He's switched wings to find even more space and even more room to run into.
I thought he was probably a bit bored as well, to be honest. I think he hasn't been involved enough. He wanted to get involved. But I'm sure now he's thinking, oh, I wish I was on this wing here. But he's letting someone else have a go for once.
It's Fenley in the middle wearing 10 as well. And trying to marshal things. Another one of the Ealing players. Usually a scrum half. He's spent quite a lot of time at Ampthill this season, Bedford last as well, but it's his Ealing teammate Marcus Kershaw, who I can barely count my fingers anymore. I think that's 4 today.
Yeah, he's certainly not one for sharing. I'm not sure if he has any siblings, but if he was like this as a child, perhaps no one's going to get one of his chips. But here, he's certainly mopping up as many of these tries as he possibly can. And to be honest, I don't particularly blame him.
No, not at all. As well as that, they've just brought back on a fresh-legged Josh Bragman. So you'd imagine that things might go from bad to worse for the Army.
Yeah, as we watch the replay here, penalty for offside. And they look to move that ball around into space. He just drifts over and over the line. Once again, taking his time. Just making sure that they can close this game out as easy as possible. As the kick doesn't go 10, but the Army pick it up straight away.
Oh, what a score.
I think what's coming to my mind at the moment, Will, is something about playing to a whistle or something like that. I think the Samurai team heard saying not 10, not 10.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll leave it alone. And you can never leave it alone.
Especially not with Lukorio Waka, who just said thank you very much. Didn't even break a stride. Just straight through, hot knife through butter. Carved his way to the whitewash. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, it's absolutely easy for him, clearly. As we just watched the replay here, just switched off slightly. He was able to power through. Makes it look easy, but I'm pretty sure I won't be able to do that.
No, neither. That's why we're talking about it rather than playing it, Tom.
And unlucky there. Thought the Army had another good opportunity. I believe that's an offside from a knock-on. From the signals coming from the referee, Matt Sharp.
There was shouts and screams from Will Glover on the sideline asking for a scrum. He's finally got what he wanted. Kevin Maggs, the head coach as well, obviously an experienced Irish international. They've got a lot of prestigious players on the sidelines.
So, by our clock, this is the last minute of the game. As Samurai look to push themselves up the field. And I'm sure that they will want another try to their name before we finish off here. Great turnover by the Army there. Great work on the floor. And they get the penalty. Take it straight up to Samurai without hesitation. Players just asking a few questions there.
And I think something certainly happened.
So, a conversation I think is going to be had here between the referee and his assistant. We'll certainly listen in. Well, this isn't what you like to see. Obviously, tempers are high. But we need to let the officials do their job. Hopefully now we can finally listen in to the referee and what he has to say. Unfortunately, the referee has put his microphone on mute, so he can't listen in to what I'm sure is an interesting conversation. We'll just have to wait to see what the outcome is.
Number 12 has been summoned. That's Tomasi Ratu.
And it's another red card for the Army. Heard there from the referee. 2 clear punches to the face, apparently. And so the Army are reduced down to 5 now. And this is a real shame to end the game this way.
They quite enjoy no arms tackles as well.
And I think probably a sigh of relief from the referee there to blow the full-time whistle.
Yeah, what a bizarre ending to a game.
Well, tempers always get high in these games, but it is Samurai who come out the victors here. 31 points to 12 over the Army Reds, who in the end suffered from 2 red cards, 1 at the start and 1 right at the end. So, about to get underway for our next game here. We're back with Hong Kong, this time versus the Wooden Spoon in the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series UK. This time in men's Pool B. And it's Hong Kong who kicked off from right to left on your screens in the white kit. And Wooden Spoon from left to right with the ball now in the hooped multicoloured kit.
Well, after a pretty feisty end to the last game, let's hope for a loud rugby event in this game, but a little else. That's what we want.
Yeah, I think it's what we've had all day. I'm sure it's what will continue. Some good rugby. Oh. I thought Hong Kong were going to be through there, but the referee calling them back for an offside.
Well, I'll tell you what as well, physicality has carried over. That tackle was enormous.
It certainly has. And hopefully that physicality gets put back into the game again and again. We get some more monstrous hits. Nice work and an offload through the tackle for Wooden Spoon. And they pull away here into get their first try. You can hear the Wooden Spoon subs and bench on the sideline here in jubilation.
That's a brilliant try. Dan Howells getting himself across the whitewash. Wooden Spoon going from deep inside their own half, catching Hong Kong a little cold there. But we've seen this from Hong Kong, haven't we? We saw them have a little bit of a quiet start in the previous game and came absolutely roaring back.
They certainly did. Interesting to see. Maybe they're just sort of giving themselves a bit more of a challenge by allowing teams into the game and going, actually, you know what, we're going to play a bit of rugby now as well.
I like the idea that they can toy with people like that. That's a sign of a quality outfit, isn't it?
Certainly is. But that's just speculation. Who knows? As the kick goes straight out from Wooden Spoon and giving the opportunity for Hong Kong to crack straight into this game.
I'd always thought that would be a free kick, but it looks like Hong Kong are going to be going off with the scrum.
Yeah, they've taken the option, decided that a scrum's going to be a better option. We've seen this before from Hong Kong as well. My memory serves me rightly, it did pretty well for them last time round.
They go the other way to the last time, but it may well still work.
Oh, and a strong tackle and a very strong turnover as well from the Wooden Spoon. But not taking the quick tap from the mark. As they look to move the ball around and try and get themselves out of their 22. Again, they just let Hong Kong do exactly what they did to them. And getting them that turnover. The ball just going to the feet there. Fumbling it.
It's all a bit frantic, isn't it? Just a bit over-rushed at the moment from Hong Kong. And you've got to give credit to the Marauders' defence for creating that kind of atmosphere. They're piling into the ruck. They're really putting the pressure on with an aggressive defence. The question for them probably is, can they keep up that sort of relentless pressure in defence for the entire 14 minutes?
Yeah, it's certainly rattling Hong Kong a little bit here. Usually a very calm and collected outfit. A Wooden Spoon are getting under their skin a little bit here. And making their way now up to the 22, finding themselves a little bit more space to run into. But straight away, Hong Kong are on top of it. And they've won the turnover. And actually, you can see Hong Kong here taking a little bit more time to regather themselves, not going for the quick tap.
Yeah, I think sort of counter to the way they normally want to play, which is pretty fast. I think the way this game is going, they need to bring that element of control to it.
They certainly do.
Probe a bit for those spaces.
Exactly that. They've got to try and find that space. And despite the disruption, Hong Kong were deemed to have knocked it on. So it will be a scrum to the wooden spoon. About 10 metres out from their try line.
Busy old touchlines here at Hazelwood. Great to see.
It's always good to see when you get some people come down to watch this sort of spectacle. It's rare that you get to see this sort of quality of rugby. And as the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series moves its way around the United Kingdom, hopefully we'll have more of the same. As a kick through here. A little conversation here between the officials, I think.
As we're trying to work out, was the ball in touch first or was the tackle made first? It looks like it's the tackle off the ball.
Yeah, so a yellow card is issued there. So difficult sometimes to resist the urge. But if you want to keep 7 players on the pitch, you have to. Unfortunately, it's an unnumbered player, so we can't inform you of who that is that's come off, but Hong Kong are down to 6.
Good news for Hong Kong, though, is that it's the scrum half that's gone on, and they've got a top-class scrum half in the form of James Christie already on the pitch, so they should be able to cover his skill set. It's a question of whether they can cover the gap left in defence.
And in fact, they've got that support. They've got the ball back again with a disrupted defence. But a loose pass has been picked up by the wooden spoon and allowed them to get in underneath the sticks.
I'm going to guess that's Charlie Rook of Isha on the basis that he's listed as unnumbered on the team sheet.
We can certainly do our best to try and fathom who that may be. Either way, it's a lovely bit of skill to pick up from the loose pass.
Part commentator, part Poirot.
Although I'm sure, Angus, you could use your psychic skills from earlier on today to try and work out that name hit.
If I just say it often enough, it will become true. Is that not how it works?
That's how we'll go with it, I think. As you just watch the replay, great pick up there. And that takes us to half-time, and the wooden spoon are in the lead, 14 points to 0 over Hong Kong.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
One, two, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGenXV will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGenXV.
So about to get back underway here. The Wooden Spoon leading over Hong Kong, 14 points to 0. But as we know, Hong Kong not to be written off at all. Now the same similar situation in their first game as well and came out the victors. Now they have to weather the start of this second half, a player down, and it's already had its toll.
Well, I said earlier, if we say it often enough, it will become true. Charlie Rook charging down the left-hand side for his second try for the Marauders.
Great work. To immediately pounce off of the kickoff. Oh, some good work to get that ball back, bat it back to his own team. And for the rest of them to pounce and make the most of it.
Tell you what, the leg one finalists, Hong Kong, have some work to do now. 19-0 down. Best part of a half to do it, though. Definitely not an impossible task. But Wooden Spoon are going to be feeling very good about where they are at this moment in time.
Hong Kong also back up to their full contingent now. And despite some amazing acrobatic efforts, it's a Wooden Spoon that got the ball. However, a loose ball out the back of that ruck has allowed Hong Kong to pounce and regain possession. As they look to try and break through the Wooden Spoon defence. Lazy.
I think it's important here that Wooden Spoon hold them out as long as they possibly can, because we've seen the Hong Kong kickoff routine. Once they start getting into that rhythm of scoring tries, then winning the ball back, scoring tries, they become very difficult to break out of that pattern. So the longer Wooden Spoon can hold them out from being able to establish that sort of a pattern, the better from their point of view.
Certainly. We saw it last time in that last game. As soon as they managed to get one score and they had control, they didn't let it go. Which is exactly what you want to do in a game like this. Strong pressure as well from the 9. And it's forced the knock-on as well there from Hong Kong. So Wooden Spoon regain the ball in the form of a scrum.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You know, the job from their point of view, get the ball and now keep a hold of it. You don't necessarily need to score points. You just need to get that clock ticking away.
Exactly right. They will be happy to let that clock tick down. And in sevens, every single second counts. And instead of letting the clock tick down, they may get the scoreboard ticking up.
Well, there is one thing better than letting the clock tick down, and that is extending your lead, and that is definitely what Wooden Spoon have done there.
And I think they did it in absolute style as well. As much as the dive for the line is tactical, it does look pretty good as well.
Oh, there's a reason that Chris Ashton was famed for the Ash Splash. It's a stylish way to score a try. You could see the old jelly legs were coming out there towards the end of that run, though, weren't they? That was a long way home.
Certainly was. The conversion, not quite getting there. Just see that feet offload around the corner. And I think it was probably about this point that he's thinking, I've got to keep going. And still going.
His saving grace was that the defender chasing him felt exactly the same way.
Definitely. And I think even the supporting players, just seeing the bottom side of your screen there, had just fallen on his front.
Now or never for Hong Kong.
And it may be now as they look to get the offload away. They got the pace through to score. And they know that they've got to turn around quickly here, take the conversion.
He has also beautifully managed to sneak himself an extra 2 or 3 yards closer to the post there.
Definitely has. Every little helps.
What's most impressive is that he did it all whilst being in conversation with the referee.
Perhaps that was a distraction tactic. The referee's talking to me. He won't realise that I've stepped a little bit closer.
3 more tries needed. But anything is possible here.
And as much as Hong Kong was strong with their kickoff in that first game, not quite been able to have the same accuracy on this occasion.
It says something of the reputation that they've built for themselves over the course of 1 leg and a half that we're not writing this off yet.
It certainly does. And we know that they've still got somewhere to go, and they will keep trying until they succeed, or the referee blows the full-time whistle. And yet they get themselves over, and it's exactly what we said, that they will not stop.
Just about a minute to score 2 tries. And we talk you through it, but really this is all about the drama that's being created. It's a penalty, and it's a quick tap, get themselves across the line, but this is all about playing with pace, and they've got the ball back from the kickoff, and they're on it again.
This is why you do not write Hong Kong off. They stormed the first leg, very nearly won it, and now they are trying to bring themselves back, grabbing some form of victory from the jaws of defeat.
15 seconds, they've got to get themselves across the line and converted in no time.
And that they do.
You've got to take that and go. There is time.
Oh. That is
I thought there was time.
That is absolutely gutting.
They shouldn't have taken the conversion. On reflection, they should have just let that dribble off the foot go back, because a 5-pointer would have levelled it. They'd have had the chance for the conversion. It's a bit of game management there. We could argue about whether the referee was a second early or not, but realistically, if you get your thinking cap on, you probably do. Just let that conversion slide so you can come back and attack. But what a thriller of a game.
Absolute thriller. And I think that, I don't know what to say. I think the biggest thing I could say is just wow. You know, Wooden Spoon coming away with it at the start, looking like they were dominant, in control. This is exactly what we said. We're not going to write the Hong Kong side off until that final whistle goes, and it was right up until the final whistle that they kept us guessing.
Worth just a mention, I suppose, as well, to Wooden Spoon. It's easy for us to forget in this sort of excitement of Hong Kong almost coming back. That is an amazing victory for Wooden Spoon. Absolutely outstanding. Well played, those lads.
Totally is. So at the final score, 24 points to 19, Wooden Spoon come out the victors over Hong Kong. So, as it is for the whole day, straight back into the next game. Hispania Sevens emerging, playing Apache. For those of you that aren't fluent in Spanish, España means Spain.
Thank goodness you're here.
Well, someone's got to do it.
I had no idea you were fluent. It's incredible.
I did get a B at GCSE in Spanish, so I'm holding strong to that. Don't ask me to translate anything else, though. As the Spanish look to move that ball and certainly find the gaps between the defenders there. And even a last-minute pull of the curtails doesn't quite get them down.
I really think this Spanish side is one of the best sides to watch in this tournament. They just play with such a directly attacking form of sevens, where other teams play quite a traditional form of sevens, where it's pushing and probing and pulling and trying to find a space in the defence. Spain just go all-out attack. We're going wide, we're going fast, and we're going big, and it works so well.
Yeah, it's what you love to see. And I'm sure a lot of these guys are looking to impress.
But look at that, there is no real overlap. It's just straight running, fixing defenders up square, forcing them to make decisions they don't really want to, and then using the fact that you've got some unbelievable gas on the outside.
It totally is. It's almost like he kind of just said, come along for the run, and brought the defenders with him.
Absolutely.
That, unfortunately, doesn't go 10. Allows Apache a free kick on halfway. And they opt to go boot to ball, and the pace on the chase of this kick. Wow. The speed to be able to get onto the end of that is immense.
Well, it's that man, Lewis Denley. I've been watching him for, slightly depressingly, almost 10 years now. He has always had that in the locker. Just raw gas, a really smart rugby brain, and we see it there.
Just taking that quick tap straight away and just seeing the space in behind. And just absolutely glides past those defenders. An absolute ease to dot that down. That was a strong take by Espana, but unfortunately it's been stolen straight back by Apache, who just fumble on the floor there.
Here's a question. Espana is Spanish. And yet, listed on the team sheets, they are as Espana Emerging, which is an English word. You'd think you'd go Spain Emerging or Espana Emerger.
It's either that or a dodgy Google Translate.
Our producer is literally looking at me, shaking his head in disgust at the nonsense coming out of my mouth as Apache get across the line for their second try of the game. They have taken the ball by the horns since going behind of Apache.
Definitely have, and put themselves into the lead. They're just taking the opportunities as they come to them here. And they have had the benefit of having the ball in hand through some hard work to regather it.
Well, we said it right at the start of the day when we first saw Apache around about 10:30 this morning. Yeah, this is a side packed with some really top-class players who can seize an advantage, and it's a big scrum there. And then it's all just about good footwork, fixing your men, cutting good angles. And a lovely offload at the end there to finish off.
It really is good work. And I think certainly it's definitely a really strong display from Apache, and not much that Spain could have done there. And now Spain have decided to show the pace that they've got as well. Making his way from just outside their 22 up to the Apache 22. Threatening here. taking that ball up, trying to find that space, and moving it out once again. As we've seen that direct route of just getting the ball out wide. Oh, nearly got caught there, but they get down in the right-hand corner.
I think he was in real desperation to get himself under the post. Ended up under real pressure and did well in the end to get the ball down.
Did wonder whether it was going to be him that would have to take the conversion, but he's given it to his teammate. So obviously just trying to be nice.
It's always the sign of someone who is a potential kicker, isn't it, when they make the extra effort to get themselves near the post.
Certainly is.
Touchline to touchline, though, for this try from Spain, from the left wing. And once again, really just simple hands, drawing and giving to create the overlap on the outside, and away they go.
Really is. I think that's something that we'll see more of from this Spanish side as they regather from the kickoff. Really good work, using his height to get up and tap that ball back. So once again, they look for a bit of space, this time opting to kick through. And the bouncing ball left there initially by Apache before it was batted out, so it will be a 5-meter scrum to Spain.
Very lucky it's not a penalty. Referee obviously judging that was accidentally knocked out into touch by the hand as opposed to deliberately, or Apache could have found themselves in all sorts of bother there.
Certainly could, as the ball comes out the back, but it's a lot of pressure from Apache. Will eventually bring him to ground. And again, Spain looking to move that ball out into space, but Apache closing them down in defence. So the ball held up there, according to the referee, so it created a maul. And therefore, when it's gone down to the ground and dead, that will take us to half-time here. So Spain with a narrow lead, the conversion, the only difference. And they lead 12 points to 10 here over Apache.
We are Rugby. It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Without charities like the Wooden Spoon, we would be struggling, but instead we're helping all these children that need it, like me. They're getting the help they need thanks to the Wooden Spoon, and I can't thank them enough.
The really special part about the charity is that every bit of money that you raise in your area goes straight to projects within that area.
So back underway here. And it is Spain with the narrow lead over Apache. As Apache have a strong run, trying to get themselves back into the lead here, but it is stolen by Spain.
Cracking run that though from Charlie Robson down the right-hand side.
Really see the intent and determination in his face. Unfortunately, he was brought down. And as an opposite to the last Spanish try, this try ran straight into the corner.
Fran Soriano going diagonally across the pitch to get himself across the whitewash, but extends the lead for Spain really early on. And from an outstanding Apache break, we end up with Apache conceding.
Again, it's just how different Sevens can be, and managing that transition from attack into defence. And Apache just caught unawares as you watch the replay here. A really good run and a really good chase down as well. And as soon as he got the ball, went, that's where I'm going and getting over the line, and that's the way I'm going to do it. Either way, it's got them an extra 5 points on the scoreboard. And I think now a little bit of determination here to make up for the last time he made a run down this side.
Robson is running like a man possessed, isn't he? Look of absolute venom in his face as he comes charging down, almost to the point where he was seeking men out to run into rather than to try and run round them.
It was definitely a come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. And Hong Kong went at Spain, turned around and went, you know what? We'll play you with that. And they've since forced a wide pass and a slight knock on, which has gained them possession from a scrum. Kicking from the base to the right-hand side. The ball just going loose. Raudin backwards from the referee. Speed through and good support. The offload was interfered with by Apache. It was luckily done so legally. And all went backwards.
Well, I was going to say, if that had been scored, that would have been one of the weirdest tries I've ever seen. I don't even know what happened with the ball there, but somehow the ball ended up in the hands of Spain and inches from the try line.
It certainly was close. The first infringement, a knock-on from Spain, so we restart with a scrum to Apache.
Do indeed, as the Rambling Jesters gather pitch side next to us, ready for their next big encounter.
And a loose ball for the back there from Apache has allowed Spain to pounce on the ball. Need to make sure that if that ball goes loose, you dive straight onto it. Unfortunately, just left hanging around a little bit too long. And Spain thought, we'll have that, thank you very much. As they tried to add the extras, but it just goes slightly wide. You can see here pressure that Spain put on at this scrum. Forcing Apache back, the ball goes loose. I think it gets trapped under one of their feet there as well.
Yeah, I'd like to know whether that foot was deliberately there or whether it just happened to find itself there. Certainly working out for Spain, stretching out that lead. But again, a kick that's not quite worked out for them, and Denley gets to go quickly.
There's been a few kicks over the course of the day that haven't quite made it past 10 metres. But a loose pass from Apache. And España once again streaking away despite the last-ditch efforts. of Apache to make that covering tackle. Spain dot themselves down in the left-hand corner. Extending their lead now to 27 points to 10. Seeing if they can add the extras with this conversion. Not unsurprisingly, going a little bit short with the distance they are away. It just shows you how loose that ball is, and how if you are aware and you pounce, then you can reap the rewards.
Yeah, and Jaime Manteca, he scored the first try and he just has bags of pace. So a loose ball goes to him, you've got absolutely no chance.
Oh, and a lovely offload there as well. Great work to get nice and high into the air, to tap back that kickoff. Picked up by his Spanish teammates. A nice little offload through the tackle to put him in the corner.
Yeah, gets out to Urko Zumeta. Gets himself across on that left-hand side, and that's just bang, bang from Spain. Game over. 2 quick scores just completely changes the way this game looks.
Certainly does, and the referee calls for full time there. As we look back at this replay, look back at that option, whether he wanted to pass back inside, but thought, you know what, I'm going to go for this myself. And he was right to do so.
Poor boy was trying to have a bit of rest on the ground, and his teammates come and hauled him back to his feet. These guys are pretty tiring, this, don't you know?
They certainly make it look easy sometimes, though. So, full time then here. España Sevens emerging 32, Apache 10.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! It's not good enough! 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels!
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
So you join us again. We remain in the men's competition. China against Ramblin' Jesters. China in the red, Ramblin' Jesters in their Harlequin-esque quarters. We've got a bit of a swap on the microphones. Tom Reed is gone, having a second lunch. Will Roberts, after his second lunch, returns.
Outing the fact that we're dining out at this lovely buffet that London Irish are offering us. But yeah, no, this is an all-important game. We're getting towards the business end of the group stages, and I did just have my second lunch with Dan Norton on the coaches in this China squad, who said that they lost out in their game versus the other team in this group, which has evaded me. Who was it? These groups get ever so confusing. Ah, yes, it was, Scimitar Storm. So lost out in that game, which means that basically the winner of this game goes through. So it's going to be interesting to see how they attack it.
Well, it should be a cracker. 2 top teams. China got to the semi-finals a fortnight ago, of course. Ramblin' Jesters had a pretty decent run as well, and they've been looking very, very good today. We have seen some absolutely brilliant sevens today, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. It's the fact that accuracy can still be this strong at this sort of time in the day. These boys fatigued, tired. Yeah, the quality so far hasn't dipped.
Absolutely. Jesters controlling possession in the early stage. We saw this in the last game they played. Controlled the first 2 minutes of possession and got a try at the end of it. Will we see similar here against China? Showing plenty of patience as they start to have a little look wide. Cut back inside in that classic sevens style.
It's nice off the deck just to keep it alive, but that rush defence from China. We speak a lot about defensive intelligence. You look at the 15s game, someone like Chris Harris is probably famed for it nowadays, being able to read plays, and in sevens that threat is well, it's doubled considering you have half as many people on the pitch. So the fact that they can read plays such as that and execute and get a scrum off it is just paramount.
Yeah, and it's a high risk, high reward play, but it's a bigger reward than you get in 15s because when you close that space, although there's a lot of space for you to fill as a defender, if you can make the tackle as we saw there, you're almost guaranteed the turnover as China capitalise on having made that turnover. As Huang Oki gets himself across the try line. And from a game that's begun with Jesters dominating the ball, it's China that opened the scoring in this all-important clash for a place in the Cup quarter-finals.
Aoki scored a brace in their game that finished 27-0 against the Hammerheads, and well, he's picking up where he left off with an excellent score there, just using his nice turn of pace. And well, it's been all rambling Jesters in the first 2 minutes. They received nothing for it. China get one sniff into the 22, and well, they come out with 5 points. So it really shows the ruthlessness of this China side.
Certainly does. Conversion just slides right. But as we look at this try again, it comes straight from that scrum that was as a result of that brilliant bit of defensive play. And it's just that classic sevens line from the outside, cutting back inside. It's not really meant to be a try-scoring line, but such was the power through the tackle of Aki that it became a try-scoring line. Penalty Jesters, though. China just too over-eager to try and turn the ball over from the kickoff. So rambling Jesters will have a trundle from inside their own 22. Shown good patience in possession so far. Will they get some rewards from it? No, they won't this time.
It was good work from Wolfelder initially, sort of sucked in 3 or 4 defenders, got the offload away, and just that slight lapse in concentration that cost them. But there was space out there for rambling Jesters. I feel as though this game could end up being really close. 2 properly good sides.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes errors just happen, but I wonder, what do you think about in a scenario like that? Perhaps the support needs to be a bit deeper to allow that offload to be just sort of lobbed up and you can move on to it rather than trying to catch it behind you.
Depth is just crucial in the game of sevens. It really is, and you're sort of seeing it there. Players need to be timing their runs perfectly. You've got far more space, and almost potentially when players are switching from 15s to 7s, it might feel quite unnatural to be at such depth and be forcing such long, deep passes. But in the long run, it really does sort of help a team, and I think players just need to adjust to that coming into the 7th season off the back of a long 15s campaign.
The sun comes out again behind our backs. Jesters are under real pressure from this Chinese defense, which is pressing so hard and contesting the breakdown. They've shoved 4 men into that and turned it over. The only problem for them is there are no men left out wide as a result, but they still get across the line. That China defense causing so many problems to Jesters, and rewards them with a second try, and it's Li Haijiao this time. Four men thrown into the breakdown. I thought there was no space due to a lack of players, but Haijiao found a way to get across the try line. Conversion won't stick, so it's just a 10-0 lead. But we see here, it's a relatively controlled ruck, but China just seized the opportunity, thrust 4 men towards that breakdown, and then Haijiao cuts a cracking line across and gets himself over the line for a 10-0 lead.
Now Rambling Jesters need a response. Been under the cosh for the past 2 minutes or so, but probably need a bit of ball in China's half. That might remedy this situation. Oh, that's good. It's Wolfelder again, who will he be caught? It's going to become a foot race, and I think Chris Wolfelder's going to win it out.
A timely score for Rambling Jesters, and a handoff to create the try in effect.
Yeah, he's been really strong, has Chris Wolfelder. He really has. He's created 2 or 3 in the first game that we saw of theirs on pitch 1, scored 1 as well, and this time, it's unlucky with the conversion, but he's halved China's deficit going into half-time.
We see this, the move started on the Jesters try line, and it was Felder who then went fully 70 meters, showing great pace at first, great strength to hold off the first tackle, and then a brilliant fend to create the space, and it sends the 2 teams in at halftime. China 12, Rambling Jesters 5, or in fact, China 10, Rambling Jesters 5. Okay then, we are just about ready for the second half. China against Rambling Jesters. China leading 10-5. And it's China that kicked off, and it's not gone 10, so we'll have a free kick. Rambling Jesters, it had been 10-0 China, but a late try in the first half from Rambling Jesters brought them right back into this game.
I just wonder when China are going to use Wang Shuo. He's been sitting on the bench at the moment, but was absolutely excellent in that first game that they played against the Hammerheads. Really came on and controlled the game well. Would probably be replacing Wu Zhilangzhong as well. So it'd be interesting to see whether he gets utilised.
I have to say, I'm very impressed with your pronunciations. That's outstanding work.
Going to a boarding school with quite a lot of Chinese boys means that you sort of end up picking things up here and there, but hopefully it's... I've probably got it all wrong, actually. I say that. And I'm sure someone will shout at me somewhere. It's part of the job, isn't it?
Absolutely. Rambling Jesters, part of their job is to get on the score sheet really early in this second half, and they so nearly got away there.
That offloading game, really strong stuff. They deserve a score here.
Having a dart down the left-hand side now. It's Chinese defence, though. It really does not slip up very often at all. They've given away the penalty there, and Jesters go quick, and Jesters get the reward instantaneously. And out of nowhere, this game has suddenly gone from 10-0 to 10-all.
Yeah, it's just the manipulation that is being used by the Rambling Jesters at the moment. Being able to move effectively from one wing to the other, those cuts back on the inside, the switches, the manipulation in the middle of the field. That's the way that I think you have to get around this red wall, because it is extremely strong when it's at full strength. So it'll be interesting to see how they get back into this game, China.
Certainly will, and great interest in what's going on over on pitch 2 in this group deciding set of games. Rambling Jesters are using some of their injured players to run between pitches and try and keep abreast of what's going on. China, it would appear, just focusing on the job in hand, try and get the win here. They're 2 points down now, having led 10-0. Dan Norton and Tom Biggs, part of the coaching setup here, and you can see the influence of two such quality players on this side because they are playing with such an intense attitude.
Just seem to be giving it all, really, and just coherence between the side. I mean, they seem to have been playing with each other for a few weeks now. They've got this unity together, and you can definitely see that especially when it comes to defence. They're one and the same. They really are.
Yeah, the defence is the striking thing about this side. They're just so connected and put so much pressure on you.
Now, I wonder if, and he's just crept into your screens, number 12, Noah Ferdinand, be able to change that. He's got an electrifying step, good feet as well, and obviously a large frame and stature for a player who usually would find himself in the back three of a 15s game, so it'd be interesting to see if he can potentially change something.
And currently wearing a scowl that suggests he means business.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to prove himself, I'm sure. Got an injury over that far side. I think it's Zhu Bing, who's just going to take some time out.
Jesters just about win the line out. Step back inside. Sadly, this is the name we can't read on the Jesters team sheet because he's been absolutely brilliant all day today. As Jesters go darting and weaving and bobbing and diving, they're everywhere down that left-hand side. But it's a penalty, China.
Oh, that's costly. Can't get isolated in the game of sevens. That's just what happened there. And Chinese players just clamping onto the ruck, ensuring that they claw out a penalty.
Round about 2 minutes to play here. Anybody's game at the moment. China fighting to make their way across the gain line. Wind picking up here at Hazelwood as Jesters go on the attack. I thought I'd heard a whistle, but it was on a different pitch.
Oh, they're so close.
Turned over by China, though. China looking to go. Little over a minute to go. And they've got another penalty. Jesters had their hands on the floor before they went for the ball.
This is surely it. They can't really give up possession from now up until reaching the try line, pretty much. They've got a minute or so, just under, to try and get some points on the board. Any points will do. It's just the last thing that they would have wanted, China.
It's a surprising lack of composure, that, because if there's one thing I would associate with this Chinese side, it's real composure in all of the decision making that they have. And just there, they've lost that little bit of composure there, and they've gone into touch. The good news for them is there is time for the line out, so if they can contest it, they may just have a chance. They don't get it from the line out though. Jesters have it. And Jesters are looking for another try. And there could be another try. There's space down the left-hand side, and Jesters are almost certainly going to be going through. It's Jack, someone from Cardiff Met.
Once again, you've got to say that Crystal Felder had a big part to play in that. Amazing work from him to just be able to create those 2-on-1s. We speak of that a lot in sevens, trying to isolate the play and get the offload off. He does that superbly at loop pass, meaning that our man Jack doesn't have to break his stride at all to be able to counter home into the corner and put the game to bed for Rambling Jesters.
Yep, Rambling Jesters get the win. Conversion doesn't go. Although the referee looks as though he's trotting back. We may have time yet. Well, there isn't time for China to win it, I don't think, but there is time to level it up at 17 apiece. I was convinced the referee was going to blow for full time.
I think a few of those injuries may have changed potentially the way this game is timed.
So, China looking for the draw. Do the first bit and gather the kickoff. Big wide pass. It's plucked out of the air like a wide receiver in American football, but it's intercepted by Rambling Jesters. Surely now they play out the clock. They do indeed, and dink the ball into touch. Rambling Jesters get the win. 17 points to 10 against China. We're pretty sure that sends Rambling Jesters through to the quarterfinals of the Cup competition. We've got one more game left before the break. Lionesses against the Hammerhead Barbarians in the women's competition. Then we've got a 20-minute break. And after that, we should have a full schedule for the afternoon for you, including the Men's Cup quarterfinals, the plate competition, and the remaining bits of the women's competition. We'll be back with you with that final game before the break.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and regular updates of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
Welcome back. It's the women's competition. We've got the Lionesses versus the Rambling Jesters. Lionesses in that sky blue. It's actually Hammerhead
who are in the white, pink and purple. Once again accompanied by Angus Savage, who will be able to paint a picture of this game, an all-important game, I'd assume, considering the women's format is slightly smaller, meaning that every point counts if you want to guarantee yourself a chance at some silverware. There's less to go around.
And this women's competition's a sort of slower burn because it works through right the way until about mid-afternoon, or mid-afternoon as this competition goes, which is actually about 4:30 in real-world time.
Well, it's a first score, an early score for Nicole Quee of the Lionesses. She's managed a touchdown after a lovely bit of interplay to get the Lionesses on the score sheet. She's going to take her own conversion. Just short. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, it's good running through the middle, soaks the tackle up and gets the offload away. And as we've said time and time again, you get those offloads, you've got a good chance of scoring a try, and it's great strength to fend off the initial tackle and then get away to the try line. Lionesses with the fast start.
They'll kick off again. So Sophie Bennett gets us back underway. Hammerhead's well collected. It's Kiara Philpott, and the offload is sumptuous. Meg Tartan races away, but it was put on a plate for her by that woman, number 12, Kiara Philpott. Great score.
Absolutely fantastic score. The pace that she arrived on the line as well was just incredible and just gave the defence absolutely no chance of being able to catch up. We see here it's straight from the kickoff. The offload from Philpott, but just arrives at absolute pace, does Tartan, and gets herself underneath the posts and gives the Hammerheads a 7-5 lead. Wonderful try, and what a response to going behind the Lionesses, scoring straight away. We've seen that so often today.
Well, the Lionesses, we're gonna want to reply to that. They found themselves now 2 points down. They're doing just that. That is the try scorer, Quee, who's released this opportunity. Barker's just couldn't get on it. Clear out from Taylor. Space out here. It's Shiv Drummond. Boots a ball from Taylor. Loads of open pasture around, and she's going to try and chase it herself. She won't get there first, but she'll definitely put some considerable pressure on the Lionesses, and the balls come out well. Taylor, she's got it back. That's clever, something we haven't seen as much of, Angus, so far in this Sevens tournament, but the use of the boot working well for Hammerheads, but not for long as the break is on. It's a 2-on-1. Ah, it's just fumbled at the last possible point.
I really, really like that bit of defence, though. That is such patient one-on-one defending, not making the tackle early, accepting that you're going to have to concede ground, using the touchline as a defender, but also understanding that if you go in for a head-on-head collision against the bigger player, you're unlikely to come out on top of that situation. So allowing the space to develop so that you can be making a side-on tackle into the touchline, forcing the knock-on in the same process. Really, really intelligent defending. I like that a lot.
Will be a scrum. Gonna come out for a Hammerhead, not as clean as they would have liked. Lionesses all over it. Penalty though. Drummond heads away, still going. High tackle. Referee is gonna reach for her pocket. That'll be a yellow. Tell you what, we've seen quite a few cards on this pitch, more than my last birthday.
Mum, Dad, and the list starts to dwindle afterwards.
Well, we had those 2 red cards in the game, Samurai versus the Army. Those, as I was having my second lunch, as you rightly put it, Angus, were getting contested with the officials. We had a look at the video replay, and I have to tell you, the replay of the second red card was frankly bonkers. Just shot him with his forearm, sort of clean straight to the head. But not what you particularly want to see. Anyway, back to this action with the Lionesses down a woman.
I've got to say, it's an unusual one to contest, but
yeah,
they must have had their reasons. But you're right, there have been quite a lot of cards. We saw it really through, you and I did a lot of the school 7 season together, and we saw it through that, and we're seeing it into the adult 7 seasons as well, which is that referees are very hot to go to the yellow card. I don't mean that in a critical way at all, actually. I mean it in a sort of, there are certain cynical plays that are just being immediately referred to as a yellow card, and it's making the game flow really nicely, but it is, as you're saying, meaning that we're down to 6 quite often.
Well, at the moment, it's not causing too much issue for the Lionesses, who race away through their try scorer, Nicole Quee. Ball comes back inside. But Pastures new out here for Palmer's. Going. Good tackle. Hattie Roberts got her in her grasp, but Saunders carries on. Could get to the line with Peters. They will. Despite being down a woman, the Lionesses find their way to the try line to restore their order and put themselves back in front.
It was a brilliant tackle from the Hammerheads to slow the ball up. I thought it was, first the initial tackle and then the second tackle to wrap the ball up. Thought it was all going to be all closed up, but Lionesses, fair play to them, down to 6, but still able to flood that support line with players, and that's how they end up with the try. Look at that, they get 3-4 bodies there within an instant, and they're down to 6. That's unbelievably impressive.
Well, there's still very much all to play for in this second half. Hammerheads will for sure have a point to prove, but at the moment it is a half-time lead for the Lionesses, who are currently ahead 12 points to 7.
Rugby. It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now, and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Back underway in the second half. And away go Hammerheads. A fast start. Hauled down just short.
Well, it's Hammerheads who are wanting to create a response early on. Drummond, there's space out here if they can use it. It's Gregory and good bit of link up. Akinbode, Drummond again. Surely the hands are on here. Lionesses getting in the way. Ball's been knocked on.
Well, Hammerheads is certainly
Katie Jenkins, lovely offload.
trying to put some pressure on early on. You may have heard from the touchlines that Katie Jenkins' offload is very much approved of.
Oh, we're getting like an exclusive of their team talk, pretty much. We can get all the information. Don't think they've really realised that they're standing next to our boom mic, but nevertheless.
What is it they used to say after Big Brother? You are now live. Please do not swear.
Let's hope they don't. As Lionesses breakaway using Molly Saunders, wrapped up in the tackle. Oh, where's that gone? It's gone forward. You just can't take your eye off the ball. You've got to, potentially as fatigue starts to creep in, you've got to be able to manually start putting in activities that you would usually do automatically. That catch pass, these ladies will be able to do in their sleep, but as they get slightly more tired, probably have to focus more on the basics in order to sort of stamp authority on the game, as we see substitutions being made by both sides as well, another key part of any competition such as this. It's been all Hammerhead so far.
Probably now. Georgia, have a little rest. Terrace, move to hooker.
And again, as you may have heard, a couple of substitutions for Hammerheads.
Oh, I might not have to commentate here, Angus. Could just get this Hammerhead coach on the mic, you know. Just listen to what he's got to say as a big Boeing 747 flies overhead. We're not too far from Gatwick at all here at London Irish, so and a few airplanes try and get a look in.
We're even closer to Heathrow.
Oh yeah, that is true. My airport geography is pretty poor, so thank you for correcting me, Angus.
I couldn't resist.
I know that sort of your eyes lit up when I said Gatwick. Hammerheads are so very close to the line here. Can they make it? Yes, they will. That's a try. MT Yang with the score.
Important try that for Hammerheads.
Very much so.
Conceded when the opposition were down to 6. That's always a bit of a blow to the confidence. But they've got the first score in this second half. 3 minutes left to go. A chance for the conversion to go in front. But more importantly, conversion doesn't go over. But more importantly, a chance to try and create a bit of momentum now that they've got the try behind them.
Quick thinking as well from Tian. just to use that blind side. See, first to think about it, Lioness weren't set. Capitalising well to level the scoring. Taylor gets us back underway. Knock on. Yes, it was. So Lionesses just a few errors here and there. It's been in the same sort of portion of the pitch as well. Few knock-ons. Last one obviously led to conceding 5 points. This one, with 2 minutes to go, a scrum here is fairly ideal for Hammerheads.
Yeah, it really is. And I was just watching that last sequence unfold, and I'm thinking, if I'm the Lionesses, the kick in behind is the play next time they get the ball, because Hammerheads have no sweeper in at any point.
That's Quee, still going. One of the standout players for this Lionesses side, scored the first and has been influential ever since. Oh, the ball bouncing, bobbling, and just escaping the grasp.
Here's the moment though, get the kick through. There is no one in the backfield at all.
Knock on though. Referee's blown a whistle. She'd seen enough of that. As Drummond returns to the field.
And I can understand, a team wants to play, wants to score tries, wants to sort of play the right way, as it were. But there are times where you just have to look at what's the opportunity that's in front of me, and that's the right thing to do. And the way this defence is set up, the right thing to do is stab the ball in behind it. There's acres to run into.
Drummond using her rugby league background, playing for Bedford Tigers to full effect and using the pick and go, trying to get a strength, a real impact into this fixture. Handful of seconds left. We're still all square. It's going to be a grandstand finish here on pitch 1 in this final game before the break. Lionesses have got their paws all over it.
That's absolutely brilliant defensive play to get that turnover.
And they've got the space out wide here. Back in field to Saunders. She steps, uses the pace out wide. Now, can they keep ball? Saunders down the blind side. Not many people with her. Quee thinks about boot, thinks about pass. Instead goes with the offload, the step back inside. This could be it. Oh! Talk about a try to finish things off. That is how you make a name for yourself here on the Super Sevens Series stage. What a score to break the deficit.
What a try. What a finish. The hot stepping. Not satisfied with bouncing off that right foot once. She does it again and then does it a third time. I thought she was going to give the pass. She didn't need to. Strolled home and she's going to give her side the win. I only wish we could tell you her name, but we don't have a number 11 on the team sheet. But a tremendous finish and a tremendous victory for the Lionesses at the death.
Well, it looked as though they were down and out. They didn't have much to say in this second half. A comedy of errors in their own 22, costing them a lot of time and 5 points. But it was that score just before the break and then this score right at the death that sealed it for the Lionesses. Final score here on pitch 1. Lionesses 17, Hammerhead Barbarians 12.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! It's not good enough! 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels!
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's the kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
We are rugby.
It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Without charities like the Wooden Spoon, we would be struggling, but instead we're helping all these children that need it, like me. They're getting the help they need thanks to the Wooden Spoon, and I can't thank them enough.
The really special part about the charity is that every bit of money that you raise in your area goes straight to projects within that area, so you can literally see and feel the great work that your money's doing.
People that donate to the Wooden Spoon need to understand that money will help families like mine.
I think it's amazing that people are donating for a cause which can help different kinds of people. And it's not just the person who's affected, it's everyone else who's around them.
And there's a lot of support as well as friendships that you make. And Wooden Spoon creating that possibility to get into the game and making those friendships is absolutely amazing.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Using our innovative R2P injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to your organisation's specific needs, designed to best support your sports programme and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
We are rugby.
It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the Wooden Spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Without charities like the Wooden Spoon, we would be struggling, but instead we're helping all these children that need it, like me. They're getting the help they need thanks to the Wooden Spoon, and I can't thank them enough.
The really special part about the charity is that every bit of money that you raise in your area goes straight to projects within that area, so you can literally see and feel the great work that your money's doing.
People that donate to the Wooden Spoon need to understand that money will help families like mine.
I think it's amazing that people are donating for a cause which can help different kinds of people. And it's not just the person who's affected, it's everyone else who's around them.
And there's a lot of support as well as friendships that you make. And Wooden Spoon creating that possibility to get into the game and making those friendships is absolutely amazing.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Using our innovative R2P injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to your organisation's specific needs, designed to best support your sports programme and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support, and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Well, where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
We are rugby. It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the Wooden Spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so that young people have fun.
Without charities like the Wooden Spoon, we would be struggling, but instead we're helping all these children that need it, like me. They're getting the help they need thanks to the Wooden Spoon, and I couldn't thank them enough.
really special part about the charity is that every bit of money that you raise in your area goes straight to projects within that area, so you can literally see and feel the great work that your money's doing.
People that donate to the Wooden Spoon need to understand that money will help families like mine.
I think it's amazing that people are donating for.
So here we are into the knockout stages of the men's cup competition. Wooden Spoon playing Apache on round 2 of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series.
Yes. Good pause, good pause.
And straight from the kickoff, a good contest, but the ball came forward off of Apache, so it will be a Wooden Spoon scrum.
Well, these two sides have been so impressive all through the opening stage of the competition, but now we're into the real stuff, aren't we? Knockout rugby quarterfinals going on. We've got Hong Kong and Spain behind us. We've got Wooden Spoon and Apache on here. Samurai against Scimitar Storm coming up after this one. Some big, big Sevens teams are going to be on show, and Wooden Spoon and Apache definitely some of those.
Certainly are. Impressed in the pool stages today with some strong performances. Perhaps shocking some initially. You cannot doubt the skill that both of these sides have. And certainly at this point, now we've got to the quarterfinals, I'm not sure which way it's going to go, so it'll be interesting to stick around and see what happens. Plenty of rugby to come your way.
What I think both of these sides have shown, more so than other sides, is an element of surprise. You know, we remember a couple of games back, we saw Lewis Denley with that little quick restart from a free kick and getting himself across the try line as a result of that.
It's certainly true. As they tussle here on the left-hand side.
And anyone who's watched any of Apache's games on this pitch will know that Charlie Robson rather likes a feisty contact.
Certainly does. As Apache move it from left to right. Once again, trying to find that space, opting for the offload. Keeping the ball alive. Referee playing advantage. Knocked on by the Wooden Spoon in the tackle, so it will be an Apache scrum.
And Robson's coming off. I think he damaged himself in that contact. He has been running so hard all day, and I think finally it might just have bitten him back a little bit.
Yeah, he really has. He's already got a little bit of strapping on that left thumb. I'm sure that'll get seen to, and hopefully patch him up, or potentially a later stage for Apache.
Backwards.
As they regather the loose ball. And I think he knows exactly where he's going.
He'd almost walked off before the yellow card came, hadn't he?
Definitely had.
No shades of grey about that one.
A moment of realisation there.
Well, how about that? Immediately the yellow card comes. Apache go, we'll take advantage. Thank you very much.
It does show just how quickly these small differences can become a huge gap to allow these teams to take advantage of.
And it was a relatively simple score in the end. It was Alex Harris that got it. You know, it's decent play, but it's nothing over imaginative. Just cutting back on the inside, stepping back in, and away he goes.
Under the post as well, which allowed for the easy addition of the extras. As Apache prepare to get themselves back underway. Kick just going a bit too long, directly into touch.
Missed opportunity that for Apache in a big way.
We've seen so much today how the kickoff can really make the difference. And unfortunately there, for Apache, weren't able to do anything with it.
3 plays in the channel.
We very nearly lost a camera there as
Take the halfway
in
line,
their eagerness.
You guys on the halfway line. Guys, come here, inside foot there.
No free ball here. No free ball.
Backwards.
Get in. Get in.
So successfully taken despite
Leave it alone.
the denied quick take. And Apache pushing forwards, looking like they'll surely score here. And exactly what they do. And this in particular,
1 minute.
at this stage of the day, is exactly where we are going to start to see a little bit more of that cynicism of holding that ball for as long as possible before dotting it down.
Absolutely, but how clinical has this been by Apache? Yellow card, 2 tries, 14-0 up. They couldn't have asked for more.
No, exactly. It is exactly what they would want to have done. As soon as you see that advantage that you've been given, you are going to want to pounce and make the difference.
I love that footwork from Olopade, by the way, the Rosslyn Park man, just dancing around to eventually give Luke Carter the try.
So Wooden Spoon with the ball as they look to try and find a space, and they do exactly that, finding a little gap between the 2 defenders. And now it's a game of cat and mouse. And it looks like the Cats won. A little bit loose here from Apache, not being quite so clinical as they have been in the past.
Aeroplanes are pretty noisy here, aren't they? Crikey.
Over here, guys.
They certainly are.
Guys, over here.
Starting to see why the local residents weren't such fans of Concorde back in the day.
Over here.
Got any ice over here?
Important moment this actually for Wooden Spoon. Back to 7 people. Scrum down. Pretty decent attacking position. Half time bearing down upon us. This would be a good time to score.
Certainly would. And they will intend to do just that as they pop the ball back inside. And Mr. Yangus comes back to life with once again predicting the future.
I'm just feeding them good ideas and they're listening, you know. What can I say?
Exactly what Wooden Spoon would have wanted.
Mind you, it's hardly groundbreaking, is it? Try and score tries.
Right, thoughts?
It is a good point. I suppose that really they should have already thought of that. But who knows?
We see it here though, it's a pretty simple play off the set piece. Just to switch back inside and take it to the line, and it's a simple missed tackle really. It's good work to get his hips out of the way so that it's something soft they're aiming to tackle.
Where
Gets himself across the line, and crucial try from Marauders as they head into half-time.
Certainly is. Really good work from both sides so far. So Apache are the dominant side, but only just. And they lead 14 points to 5 over Wooden Spoon. So Wooden Spoon look to get us back underway here. But straight away, not a great start to this second half for them after a positive end to the first. Their kick doesn't go 10, doesn't even bounce over the halfway line.
Almost went backwards 10.
I think it did end up by the time it had bounced. It certainly had. Oh, we've seen this already once today. And just sits up perfectly for him.
Lewis Denley. Well, if they've not done their analysis on him already, they'll be doing it this weekend, because I tell you what, he has got that move down to a T. Twice we've seen it, twice it's worked absolutely perfectly, and this time in a quarter-final to really stretch his side's advantage out.
Really is. A little bit of a signature there now. A little bit of a dive as well at the end. I think I look forward to seeing that again. Just check that my eyes weren't deceiving me.
Just look at this, he knows exactly what he's going to do. And you and I knew from about this moment, because we'd seen it before, there goes the chip. And could you ask for a better bounce? Just sits up, oh, straight into the hands. He's happy with that one, isn't he?
He does go.
He did do the dive, of course he did.
Well, it's all good until it doesn't work. But he's getting away with it for now. But the Wooden Spoon are not going to let that go unanswered at the moment. They're doing their best.
Sorry.
But just...
knock on in the tackle. Deliberate knock on in the tackle. It's a penalty.
was knocked on by Apache in the tackle. So it's a penalty to Wooden Spoon. That's a little slip and slide. As Wooden Spoon look to move the ball to the right-hand wing. Seeing if they can probe to find some space.
Your entry's wrong.
Go! Tempo!
Having gone in front, it's criminal of Apache, having built this lead, to be giving away these penalties at the breakdown, 2 in succession.
Really is, considering that it's really putting Wooden Spoon into this game.
Again, entry. Needs to come round the gate.
Same again.
Here.
They're completely shooting themselves in the foot here. They've got to get control of their ruck discipline.
He's going to keep hold of him. He does, but he's able to make the offload. And Dots down under the sticks.
The Apache staff are going to be fuming about that. That's 3 penalties, has given Wooden Spoon 80 metres and eventually the try. Wooden Spoon, fair play to them, absolutely clinical in capitalising on the opportunity presented. But that's 3 quick penalties in a row, and having gone 19-5 up, they're now in a game that could go either way again, and that's just all their own ill discipline that's cost that.
It's exactly that, and they'll be lucky that if they give away another penalty, especially towards that end of the field, would not be surprised if the referee looks for a different option. So we don't want to see those sorts of trends.
Go, Joji! Yes!
Backwards off
yes!
As it's a great contest in the air, and Wooden Spoon managed to get the ball back. Looking to get themselves back into this game properly, reduce that margin. No advantage.
Well, as you said, Tom, another one in this area and it would be a yellow card, and there it is, and it's a real problem for them now, down to 6. Confidence and momentum has completely shifted along with that. Wooden Spoon got the tails up.
Really have. They know that they've got a great opportunity here now with this game. And you can see the Wooden Spoon mascot in the corner jumping for joy.
Absolutely loving it in the corner, isn't he? And what a comeback this is. 2 minutes ago, it was 21-5. We're now at 21-17, a conversion to come. A minute and a half left on the yellow card.
We got anyone keeping score?
And in many ways, Wooden Spoon have just been gifted this. It almost beggars belief.
Hey, I've got it. I'm trying to get it in.
Really is. We can see here, moving that ball, trying to probe into those spaces, finding those gaps. Eventually, decided to try and bring it wide.
Time off for the ball.
It's a hell of a finish, that. The step inside, and then the quality and composure in possession to make sure that the ball is well away from the tackle area. Gets the telescopic arm out and across the line.
It really is. And to keep that ball in one hand safely and securely. The dangerous game you play. Well, it's a successful one on that occasion.
Okay. Time back on.
So trailing by just 4 points here.
1.5.
Let him play it. He's played it. Ball, ball, ball.
As the Wooden Spoon look to put pressure onto this Apache side. Still down to just 6.
Yes. No, he was on ball first. On the mark.
Referee calling them back, making sure they're on the mark.
Down to 6 with a minute left. You had to keep that ball alive.
Wooden Spoon taking their time here to coordinate themselves. And it's the step. And another dive.
I would not have been coaching that dive at that moment. But fair play to him. He kept control of the ball, and Wooden Spoon have mounted the most astonishing of comebacks. 19-5 down, 24-21 up now. 15 seconds or so to go.
That's enough time to kick off.
Apache will barely be able to believe this has happened to them. They were in absolute cruise control. But the momentum of Sevens, they gave away that one try through ill discipline, and just the walls came tumbling down almost, and Wooden Spoon just got so much confidence and momentum from it. 3 quick tries, and there is almost no time left for them to play it.
It is how we often see.
Will they stick a sweeper in to defend the Denley quick one?
They haven't at the moment. I can hear on our general microphones, but they're going in to the corner. Oh, they're going to get over the line.
Yes! Off feet. Leave him. Happy with the grounding. No.
Lewis Denley gets himself across the line. Or does he?
Oh.
Okay. Okay. He took it in front of the 5, so it's going to be no try. Take the penalty again on the 5. Wait for time on. Okay.
Really interesting there from the assistant referee.
Correct call though.
100% correct. In the eagerness, it was taken in front of the line, so he's been allowed to retake it. Will it make a difference though?
Backwards off Spoons.
And they won it, but unfortunately, they've got over there and got the penalty for the turnover. The referee just reminding him again, make sure you take it on the 5. And there is space on this left-hand side if they can find it. And that they do.
How's that for a finish to a game of sevens? I think Wooden Spoon came flying out looking for the interception, but you do not leave that man, Timmy Olopede, with any kind of space. He's got wheels to burn. He didn't even need to set them alight, though, that time. He just strolled in to give Apache the win and a place in the semi-finals. That was just sensational sevens, back and forth, the drama right to the last. Unbelievable stuff.
And you can tell that this is knockout rugby at this point, because this was a great game. Always keeping us uncertain as to who was going to win it. Apache looking strong to begin with, but eventually Wooden Spoon started to come back. But they just couldn't hold out Apache any longer once they were back to their full contingent. Wow, so full time Apache 26, Wooden Spoon 24.
Let's go, boys, from the off. Let's go. Come on in.
Welcome back. We have some more quarter-final action to bring you. If that last match didn't whet your appetite, I don't know what will. Hopefully the same caliber to be executed in this game. It's Scimitar Storm versus Samurai. Well, you'd have to argue it's arguably the dark horses versus the bookies' favourites. At the moment, it's Samurai who they will draw first blood through Ewan Fenley. Doesn't take them too long to get on the score sheet, Angus.
It doesn't at all, and that man Ewan Fenley has been so impressive. I thought he was the star of the tournament at the Newbury leg of things, and he's really impressed me. I've only seen him in one game so far, but he was absolutely standout in that game, and he's on the score sheet early on here for Samurai, who of course are looking to do the double-double. So let's see how this one pans out.
Fenley, part of the Ealing Trailfinder setup, which at the moment is going from strength to strength. It's part of their academy, moving into their first team setup next year after loans out at Bedford Blues and Amptilt. But this is how he managed to clinch the 5 points. It's quick thinking initially from
great
Tom Connor.
footwork from Fenley.
Yeah.
Down the middle, mate. Down the middle, mate.
Moves short to receive the ball and then moves wide to get away from it. Fantastic.
And Scimitar Storm will not get a sniff at it. It will be heading back for Samurai Ball.
Let's go, Charlie.
Yeah, you wouldn't just pull that around, would you?
We've got fantastic players, by the way,
Yeah.
in these teams. I'm just looking through the Scimitar Storm team sheet because I've not had a chance to see it so far today. The likes of Teddy Leatherbarrow, Alfie Beadle, James Naylor, what a player he is, Johnny Law. Loads and loads of absolutely fantastic players in that lineup.
Bind.
There is indeed a very strong outfit indeed.
Teddy Leatherbarrow, of course, his brother Ollie was playing for Scotland in the other 26 nations earlier this year. Both products of Kirkham Grammar School.
Fishing deep into that pool of schoolboy knowledge there, Angus. You got us covered.
When you only know one thing, you've got to talk about it.
Work together, work together.
Ball has come out for Naylor. And bit of open pasture for Fitzgerald to try and weave through, and he's still going. Ben Fitzgerald, he heads to the races, and he'll scamper in. It's an instant reply from the men in pink.
Ben Fitzgerald, another of those players I was talking about, former school star, the former Whitgift man who a few viewers may remember him banging over a last-minute dramatic penalty to send his side through to the Schools Cup final. And here he is showing his footwork out here at Hazelwood.
About 4 seconds. Go.
Now, can he recreate that and nail the conversion?
No. Obviously, drop kick potentially slightly harder, and for fatigued legs we can forgive him, but this is how it was set up.
Come on, let's get
His
this ball
dancing
back.
feet, that stop and start that we've seen all day, catching Samurai at 6s and 7s.
It's that ability to adjust your speed, isn't it? Go to maximum, right down to 0, right back to maximum in the course of 3 or 4 footsteps.
Johnny Law's restart has landed with Kershaw. His offload
I'm back.
hitting the deck rather than the hands of Alex Clayton. Long ball out wide. And there won't be much stopping of Alex Glover from there. Will Glover, in fact. I'm getting my names mixed up. I mean, 7s by trade, 7s by nature.
Yeah, he knows a thing or two about 7s, doesn't he?
Does, yeah.
He knows what he's up to.
Yes, I think so. International 7 star. He's a few of his mates obviously over at Big HQ today for the international side, who are competing in their home leg of the World Sevens Series.
Absolutely, and by the way, worth a shout out to Millfield, Wellington College, Hartbury College and Exeter College, who have got teams running out at Twickenham tomorrow.
Yeah.
Time off, need the ball.
A repeat of the Boys Cup final from the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, and on the girls' side, Hartbury, who won the girls' ACER competition, going up against Exeter College, who won the girls' cup competition. So a couple of cracking schoolboy exhibition games in amongst all the international stuff.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's going to be an exciting one to keep an eye out for. That is for sure. Kershaw goes up for it. Does collect it in the end, but it's gone forward, and Johnny Law has picked it up. Lesterman.
Leave it now.
That's Naylor. Bit of space to be afforded. Now wide. Cuts back the other way. Beadle. Law. Dancing feet of Johnny Law. So, killed him. Look at this. Lovely bit of footwork.
Side entry.
Brilliant from Fenley to get over the ball. I don't think he was ever actually on the ball, but the clear out came from the side, which was what the penalty was for.
Now they've got to keep the ball here. They do just that, and Samurai still going. And it's a step back inside. It will be Charlie Venables, the Leeds boy, to crash over just before the break and put Samurai back into the driving seat.
Venables, I think, a Lamb's old boy as well, which
Time off.
a few of his mates play. He would have played against him in the group stages over in the Lamb's setup.
If it's for side entry.
Well,
At that breakdown.
May
Drivers here
very
with
well
presence
take
side
us
entry
into
to far
half
side.
time. Not too sure. Yeah, I think it will, considering the
He's on
fact
the far
that
side of the rock.
players have started to join the pitch, notifying that that will probably take us to a close once this
15
conversion
seconds
is made.
After the kick.
Right, 15 seconds
Yeah,
after the
well,
kick.
yeah.
We've still got a little bit of time.
See the try again. Venables ends up the scorer, but it's the offload to him, and it's just a simple step inside, and then he's got enough gas to get himself away for the try.
£21 points to 5. We're into the red. This will be the last play of this half. Johnny Law sets on his travels, flings it back. Electric feet of Naylor.
And big collisions, but the ball's been stripped and Fenley has it. It's also Zach Steer. Still going, Zach Steer. Fenley. Ball's been spilled. Picked up well. It's Kildone. Now there's space to be afforded for Ben Fitzgerald, the sole try scorer. Down the blind side they go. It will be Alfie Beadle to add another 5 points just before the break. A much needed 5 points for Scimitar.
Well, Alfie Beadle, he used to play his school rugby with Marcus Smith. And he's playing his men's rugby with that sort of style, isn't he? Fantastic work from Beadle to keep Scimitar in this one as we go into half-time.
The conversion all right, which means that we have an 11-point game with 7 minutes left to play. This was the final score. Once again, Ben Fitzgerald, very much a key element of it all.
Yeah,
Beadle just with the wherewithal to nip down the blind side and get over just before the break to make things a little bit more interesting. Samurai very much ahead, but I wouldn't count out Scimitar Storm just yet. Half-time score, Samurai 21, Scimitar Storm 10. Back underway, and just like we started the first half, it's Samurai who break through Steer. Could be some space here for Callum Williams. It's nicked. Naylor. Saunders. To the gap, Leatherbarrow. Teddy Leatherbarrow breaks down the front door. And it's 2 scores either side of half-time to make this game ever so interesting.
Yeah, and 3 tries apiece. It's conversions, really, the difference between them. I think we can assume that that Naylor will drop this one over. But Teddy Leatherbarrow getting Scimitar off to the perfect second half start.
Let's have a look at this again. It's created by Sanders.
Can you hear me? No.
Stepping into the middle, just planting that offload and potentially a slight disconnect in the Samurai defence, which could worry them if they progress into this further into this competition, whether that coherence and defence can stay as strong as it was in the first few games.
Well, I might be wrong, but I don't think this is the Gun Samurai team. I think they've got some big names on the bench that they've chosen to see how far they can get through this game without having to use the legs of.
Absolutely. You look at this bench and you got players like Ollie Stoneham and Josh Bragman, Charlie Worth, all of which are not being utilised at the moment, and instead, well, they might be paying the price for that. There's Kildone, straight through. Sam Kildone will get the score.
Oh, hang on.
The brother to England international Ellie Kildun. Well, there's a bit of controversy over him donning the ball down.
Okay.
With black 14 against Pete. Outcome.
Hang on. So give us a wee bit of space. Okay, so
Could this try
if
and be
the foul
getting
plays
chalked off?
against pink,
It's against black.
is against black.
Yeah, attempt.
For
So, no, so two pink players. I haven't got the number there.
okay, so who's the offence against?
Offence against pink.
It's against pink, so we're going to have to cancel a try
Yeah,
if it's against pink.
Tried. So,
And what's the offence?
penalty trip. Attempt to trip, making contact with black 14.
Okay, is it any more than that?
No, I didn't get the number.
Okay, we'll bring the two captains in. Captains, so we have a trip.
I think the trouble we've got there is touch judge was
Okay,
a little bit tired from running, so couldn't quite get his words out. But I think the long and the short of it is there was an attempted trip. They didn't quite get the number. We're coming back for a penalty to Samurai, and the try's chalked off.
So what we have here from the touch judge is a trip by one of the players. So the try's ruled out, and we're going for a penalty. Yeah, it is indeed. No, he said no.
So Kildun's try is cancelled out by ill discipline, which was caught by the referee.
Okay.
Well, the touch judge, in fact. Scimitar Storm are not pleased at all with that. Nevertheless,
Just relax.
Samurai Rugby
Just
guru
relax. That's
Terry
back 10.
Sands on the touchline,
Back 10.
remonstrating to his
Keep going.
players to keep the heads screwed on. They've got the lead. Nothing silly at this point.
they've had a few controversial games now. We had the game with 2 red cards, and now this with a few controversial decisions in it. Samurai at the moment having to work.
Lead the ball.
Run the ball away.
I thought that could have been card worthy as well. It was a bit reckless at the breakdown. Ball's been kicked into open space. It's going to be a foot race, and how does this bounce? Oh, it bounces very kindly. Glover, can he take him? Sanders halted, and it's a knock on.
Will Glover, that is some defence.
He slams the door shut.
For all money, he looked done for pace, but
yeah.
If we talk about angles of running in defence to just close down options for an attacker, Glover used every little trick in the book that he had and forced just a moment's hesitation from the attacker.
His experience certainly paying off and
Okay, ready?
allowing for
Hang on, reset.
Samurai to
time on.
save their blushes.
Coach.
There's still 4 points that are good.
Time off. Lads. Relax, lads, okay? You come a wee bit closer and you get the bind higher. Fair instructions. Yeah.
The referee is
Time back on.
certainly getting his money's worth in this 14 minutes. There's a fair few controversial issues. Nevertheless, we plough on, and Steer, who flung the ball out wide to Charlie Worth. Pieces picked up by Kershaw. Worth gets it back again. Nurse plays 9, wears 9, and here's Steer again, trying to dummy through the gap. Penalty for high tackle.
Lead the ball. Lead the ball.
Oh, here we go now.
Lead the ball. Lead the ball. Where you go? High tackle, over the shoulder.
Well, this is exactly what Terry Sands was gesticulating to his players about, was just do not get drawn into anything. You've got to stay calm.
So this player can't come on for the rest of the game.
As Ben Fitzgerald gets a yellow card.
Whilst not even being on the pitch.
Well, he was also told he can't come on for the rest of the game, which
Exactly.
sounds a lot like a red card
card
to me, but it was definitely yellow in colour.
There you go.
So they do still have 7 players, just there's a yellow carded man on the bench.
Oh, look at that for Wheels. Marcus Kershaw potentially putting this game to bed.
with an electrifying sprint to the line.
Well, while everyone else around was losing their heads, Andrew Nurse kept his, got the ball through his hands to the outside, and Kershaw, with pace to spare, goes flying home.
1 minute 10.
And in the context of this game, might well have put his side into the semi-finals.
Minute left, Charlie. Let's keep the ball, eh?
Pass was absolutely on the money from Nurse. And all Kershaw had to do was get the ball from A to B.
Yeah. Let's go.
A little swap in the commentary box.
Not often you have to make a commentary substitution.
Well, we've seen everything so far today. Why not a commentary substitution as we welcome back Tom and Samurai on the attack through Bragman. 28-17 they lead. Tom, it's been a fantastic game this. Absolutely everything involved. High quality, high drama.
Really
no little passion.
There's definitely a lot of passion flowing around here from both sides.
Crossfield kick comes in. Will it sit for Glover? No, not quite.
Line out.
We'll have the line out. Thought the touch judge was going to step in again. Perhaps a bit overwhelmed by his last experience. Stays on the touch line.
Certainly have had to have a bit of an impact in this game.
James Naylor will throw in for Scimitar. Our clock says we are in the red. And with Scimitar needing 11 points, it may well be game over and a place in the semi-finals for Samurai as Tom Mills comes on. The Saracen speedster rather.
Chuck someone up at 1.
Samurai coaching staff certainly very keen that they compete at this line out.
Yeah, they want to keep that pressure on. Don't want to make it easy. They just get that slight knock on off the top there by Scimitar.
And tell you what, they're rewarded for competing at that line out. They stole it, gave the ball to Andrew Nurse. And Andrew Nurse, the former Millfield man, fights and scraps his way across the try line. And Samurai are off to the semi-finals. The double-double dream lives on.
Certainly does. They've had a run for their money in this game.
Yeah. And seatbelt's not in the law.
But
so it's either a high tackle or not. So seatbelt's not in the law.
As you watch here, the replay.
Yeah.
Just it was knocked on there in the air by Scimitar Storm and almost gifted to Samurai despite their last best efforts.
And so Samurai are into the semi-finals. They beat Scimitar Storm 35-17. Attention now turns back to the women's competition where we will be bringing you Hong Kong, or rather actually we'll be bringing you Samurai Women's against Hammerheads in just a few minutes.
We are rugby.
It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Welcome back then. The women's competition resumes. We're still in the group stage of the women's competition, as there are slightly fewer teams in that. So just the order is a little shaken up so that happens. We have Samurai, champions from the first leg and top of the standings, up against Hammerheads. We've seen both of these teams in action already, Tom. They both excited us. It should be a cracker.
They certainly have, and they've definitely got a lot to play for here. As you said, Samurai coming from success last time round, and they'll be wanting to continue that success here as well.
Ready?
Hammerheads will kick off then. To Meg Tartan, and they send it high. Ball bounces into the hands of Samurai, and it could be an early score for Samurai. They're going scorching home. Shaw Davies gets herself underneath the sticks. The ball just popped out of nowhere to her, and away she went.
I think that is probably one of the perfect starts that you could imagine, and easy as well, in that it just popped straight into her hands. But what the work wasn't done. Needed to keep the gas on to make sure she got underneath the sticks, safe and sound.
I'll tell you what though, she won't get many easier than that. Her eyes would have lit up at the moment that ball just popped out to her.
Just bounces over the top of 3 players there and just scooped out of midair and powered all the way through.
There's nothing more satisfying than a ball landing in your arms and you knowing that you're going to score.
Didn't even bother looking back. She just knew she was going all the way and kept the head focused on what was in front.
Hammerhead's looking to respond immediately. They'll need to be wary though of this Samurai defence. It comes up so fast, as we see there. Tackle made 5 meters behind the gain line. They are so aggressive in defence, this Samurai side.
Yeah, Samurai every time, men's and the women's, like to suffocate any attack. Put so much pressure on, and often it works extremely well for them. Hammerheads looking to move that ball once again into some space. Looking on the left-hand side here, and a great fend to power through and get over the line. So they have the extras. As you see here, great power in that fend off. Didn't even look initially, just stuck the arm out, connected well, and kept that tackler at bay.
Evelyn Clark that got herself across the line. Hammerheads lead 7 points to 5. Responding really well to what could have been a completely demoralising opening score. But instead, they've responded with the try of their own.
They really have. And they're pretty strong in defence at the moment as well, forcing the knock on there. And regaining possession here with a restart of a scrum.
Here's your mark.
Great awareness.
Crouch.
As we see whether they can use this platform to launch another strong attack.
Balls out.
The ball bobbling around at the back of the scrum net, but it has come out for the Hammerheads. As they look to try and break through the defence, but some strong tackling from Samurai, holding them at bay.
Get back, yeah.
Working well to keep the ball. Just going loose there.
I just do not cease to be amazed by the pressure that Samurai put you under. It's incredible, and the organisation is incredible as well. And while you were talking there, I was listening across the microphone to them chatting to each other, and the instruction is so clear. It's absolutely fantastic.
Bind.
Yeah, it really is.
Set.
It's amazing to see how consistent they are with that form of defence, keeping that pressure always on, never taking their foot off the gas. And that allows them to be so effective in defence. Every now and again, there's a little gap opens up, and the Hammerheads look to try to exploit. No, progress is slow but steady at the moment as they shepherd the referee out of the way. Edging closer and closer to the try line, but unfortunately not having enough support with the ball carrier there and allowing Samurai to get their hands over and onto that ball and to win the turnover.
Use now.
Really nip and tuck game. I like this play. Neither side playing with sweepers. Why not have a stab deep and just see what happens?
Certainly is, but it's been cleared up well by the Hammerheads, who now look to counter.
Second roll.
And the kick is an even more effective weapon if you're Samurai, because their defense is so strong. You're not worried about people running at your theoretically broken field defense in return.
Exactly that. You've got confidence that your defense will hold out strong.
You're on the ground.
But the loose ball there has not done them well. And their defense is broken here.
Right.
Good work to chase back and make that tackle as the Hammerheads now look to move that ball into some space. And they pounce on the loose ball. And is it going to be a situation again? A little runaway.
Leanne Burnell with the try. And I know I'm banging on about it. I know I'm banging on about it. But that's just all about defensive control and understanding. The line was breached, but they worked well to slow the ball up once it was breached. They got their line sorted out. And then when the big hit opportunity came in, they made it. They spilled the ball loose. And then it's all about awareness, just to pounce on that loose ball, and then great pace from Burnell to go the length of the field to score and put her side in the lead with half-time. I was about to say almost upon us, but it is in fact upon us.
Yeah, as you watch the replay here, just streaming through. It's a good effort from the Hammerheads to keep up, but nonetheless, the try was scored. So it is half-time here. And Samurai sneaking ahead 10 points to 7 over the Hammerheads.
Just waiting for the referee's whistle, and we'll be away in the second half. Samurai with 2 long ranges. One right at the start of the half, one right at the end of it, and sandwiched in between was a lot of Hammerhead's pressure.
Yeah, there really was. It's been a really tight game, that's for sure. And the Hammerheads are certainly strong here, but then Samurai have held firm in their defence as they win the penalty.
Love that offload off the deck, brilliant.
Just keeping that ball alive, keeping that ball moving. Samurai know and have that belief that they can find the space, and they may have just done it on the left-hand side.
Emma Hennessy, I gave her a shout out in the first game of the day when we didn't have the team sheet in front of us, but I remembered her number 9 shirt and her electric finishing, and I can give her a proper shout out now. She gets Samurai's 3rd try. She was brilliant over in Newbury, and she has impressed here at London Irish as well. Samurai's 3rd try. And well, they're just bookending every half at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, they like to do things in style, Samurai. And I say that this is certainly another one to the list.
It's just gas, isn't it? It's pure gas. She just goes for it around the outside. She's too quick, too strong through the scrag. And away she goes.
It really is that speed. She starts actually to infield of the defender, and actually her speed, she works all the way around and beats her. So immense work from Samurai there.
And if I'm Hennessy now, every time Samurai have the ball, I want it, because I know I've got the pace to go around the outside if I so choose.
Exactly that, and I'm sure that her teammates will be thinking exactly the same thing. And I'm sure that Hammerheads will also be thinking the same thing, just in a defensive manner. Bit of a scrappy ruck, but the ball comes out to the Hammerheads. As they look to break through, and Samurai try and hold them up. Eventually opting to take it to ground. That ball is moved out to the left-hand wing.
Slightly more passive defence that from Samurai. They didn't really press up. They sat and waited. Worked equally well in that they sat and waited and the error came, but it was different. I wonder if there's just a little bit of tiredness creeping in.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely an element. And as we've seen plenty of times today in this tournament, slapping the ball down or a deliberate knock on is going to end up in that yellow card coming out the referee's pocket.
Hennessy again looks to the outside.
That time they were ready, Hammerheads, they were expecting it.
Fine.
The ball is back with the Hammerheads, as they will look to get themselves closer to the Samurai score.
Tackle now.
And a pick and go from the base. Is she going to get all the way here? Once again, great covering tackles by Samurai.
Good penalty to give away that. Allowed her teammates to get back.
Yeah, clever really. Not change the outcome though. Hammerheads do get their score and an opportunity here if they can make the conversion to put themselves within one.
It's Worcester's Vicky Foxwell that gets herself across the line, running the short line from the quick penalty. We see it here. Penalties awarded. You can see Foxwell there already waiting. The tap comes and Foxwell just hits the line short, and you're not going to stop her from there. She took it in quite upright, but such was her power, she was still able to get down and get the ball on the deck.
Exactly that. Powers through. I don't think she was ever in any doubt in her own mind as to her capabilities in that position. So 3 points in it then. Samurai still leading here, 15 points to 12 over the Hammerheads, as the Hammerheads get a penalty.
Here's your mark.
Really impressed with Hammerheads here, sticking to the task, and with every chance of coming away with a semi. I was going to say that we're in the quarterfinals. We're not, are we? We're still in the group stages. With every chance of coming away with a victory.
Yeah, those points are ever so crucial. Just been noting again, Angus, I think that Samurai defence is just a little bit more passive at the moment.
Number 4, please.
Holding back, not quite bringing in the pressure that we've seen for the rest of today.
Yeah, and it's, I can only assume it's tiredness. I mean, the impressive thing is, it's collective passiveness now, and it was a collective pressure earlier, so they have communicated it to each other that they're not feeling it, let's hold. But it is meaning they're not quite as able to put on that sustained pressure on Hammerheads.
And instead, I think they've saved their energy up for a barnstorming run.
Well, indeed. Why waste your energy on defence when you could go and use it in attack?
Exactly right. Pushing all the way through, finding that gap and using the pace to get themselves underneath the sticks.
Yeah, Catherine Richards with the finish. And to be honest, with the start as well, that was a pretty much a solo effort. That ball bobbles out the back of the scrum, it's handed out to her, and she just pins the ears back. Half a little think about a dummy, but not really.
Just held the ball up, really, didn't she?
Yeah, treaded water for a little bit, saw the way the defence shoulders were turning and went, you know what, I think this is on, I'll have a run.
Certainly is. I think that's a good lesson there for any young or old players.
Why did you look at me when you went or old? Outrageous.
Wasn't intentional, I can assure you.
Go, go, go!
But it's a good lesson that keeping that ball in two hands shows you always got an option. As Hammerheads opt to kick over the top. And a strong chase back. And they're able to step straight over through the gate and score here.
I was going to say that Samurai had done so unbelievably well not to give away a penalty at that ruck. They've worked so hard, but sadly they'd had to work so hard they couldn't get anyone there to tidy the ball up at the back of it, and Hammerheads came in, and Hoi Yan gets the try, but it's not going to be enough to change the outcome.
No, a strong performance from Samurai. Hammerhead certainly gave them a run for their money, but unfortunately in the end just couldn't quite bridge that gap. So Samurai it is who come out with the win. Final score, 22 points to Samurai, 17 points to Hammerheads.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
The covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres. Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games.
So underway we are. Hong Kong against the
Tackle,
Army
release.
Reds. Hong Kong in the left-hand side of your screen in white. Army Reds on the right-hand side of your screen, funnily enough, in red. Been some cracking contests involving these two sides so far today. How will this one end up? We've been treated to some absolutely epic games all day. How about that last one between Samurai and the Hammerheads? Absolute treat, could have gone either way. Late try for Hammerheads, not quite enough to get that job done. Cagey start here, but it's a penalty to the Army. Hong Kong had strayed offside. That's nowhere near the mark, but referee seems happy enough, does he? No. It did seem ambitious. 5 or 6 yards away from the mark, that one. There's another plane. Thunders overhead. We are right on the flight path here at London Irish's Hazelwood complex. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, by the way. Facilities have been superb. Super Sevens Series staff have been unbelievably kind and helpful to us. As you may have been able to tell from Will and Tom having 2 lunches. Sadly, just the one for me. Army Reds in possession then. All the play so far in this game has been around this 22 line. Hong Kong with a big counter ruck, but Army are going to manage to get that one away. Push down the blind side here. There's a bit of space to work with. Hong Kong slip off the first tackle, but they manage to get back to make it a second time. Army do well just to buy a bit of time for support to get there. There's space left if they can get the ball through the hands, but the Hong Kong defence is up so quickly. Absolutely fantastic pressure in defence from Hong Kong. Absolute feature of the game from the best sides in this tournament is the ability to get off the line and make an impact in defence. And again, Hong Kong coming up flying in defence, putting real pressure on. Doing really well to roll away from the tackle there. I thought she may have been pinned in. She makes her way out. Steph Chan earns the penalty. She might be small, but she punches well above her weight.
Away, Red.
Hong Kong with a first real attacking chance, and their first real attacking chance is surely going to yield a try. It is indeed. Chloe Baltazar gets herself across the line. One attack, one try for Hong Kong. The defensive pressure stymied any Army attack. And then they get the ball in their hands for the first time in the game, really. And they make them pay. Chan's conversion just wide, but it's a 5-0 lead for Hong Kong. We see the replay here. Get the ball through the hands. Do really well in the penultimate pass to draw 2 defenders in, which just allows the space for Baltazar to get away and across the try line. Brief delay as Chan trots back with the ball. No energy wasted.
Time's back on.
Good kickoff, bounces in field and dribbles out into touch. So we'll have an Army line out
Red ball. Yeah.
between the 22 and the 10-metre line. Clouds have started to settle in here at Hazelwood. Temperatures dropping a little bit. Not something the players will be too unhappy about as we move into what are we now? Hour 8, I think.
Mark's here. Mark's here.
Hour 8 of 10.
Yeah.
Here in the second leg of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series. These are long old days for the players.
Bind. Set.
And it all finishes up tonight with the men's cup final at 7 o'clock and the women's cup final at 20 past 7.
Okay. Okay, I need you tighter bound, all right, so you don't
And
go
we're off
early.
to Stafford in 2
All the
weeks'
way
time
to
for leg 3. And then 2 weeks after that is Aldershot for the final leg. What an occasion that should be.
Set, hold the weight.
And early rumours we may be bringing you 2 pictures from Aldershot.
Holding on.
Holding on by the Hong Kong women, so Army Reds have a chance to get back on the attack. Hong Kong, though, maintaining this really suffocating defence of theirs, and they earn a penalty off the back of it, and they'll go quick. Chan with the ball in hand, and away they go. P Pun gets herself across the line. And if I keep talking about the same things, it's only because they keep happening. Hong Kong's defence just allowing the Army absolutely nowhere to go. They pilfer the ball. And then 2 quick passes. And P Pun is away for the try. We see it here. Suffocating defence, straight over the ball. They get the penalty. They go quick. Pass it out to Chan. Chan does well to just draw and give. And Pun gets herself across the line, half time. And it's Hong Kong leading against the Army women. 12 points to 0. Two teams just about ready to go for the second half. Army Reds 12-0 down. They'll be kicking off on the left-hand side of the screens. Hong Kong wearing white on the right-hand side with that 12-0 lead, scoring just before half-time to take that lead out to 12. Here we go then, kick-off Can the Reds turn this game around? Hong Kong will be hoping they can't, and Hong Kong take it into an early contact and win an early penalty.
On his side. Good.
And they go fast. Good tackle
And then really good play on.
from the Army. Hong Kong across halfway now.
Tackle.
Taken into contact, but the support is there. And another penalty.
No, the tackle.
Lee goes fast. Pushing the pace. Rosie right now. Right, back on the ball.
Oh, gone.
Shanna Forrest now. Oh, lovely offload from Forrest. And it's out to the left-hand side and a try, and it's a shame it's the only... I was going to say it's the only unnumbered player I've just found out is Shirley So, who gets herself across the line, but that was all about the long reach and the brilliant offload from Shanna Forrest. And about the patience of Hong Kong. Nearly a minute and a half into this second half, and the Army haven't touched the ball aside from the kickoff. Conversion's wide, but it's a 17-0 lead for Hong Kong. Brilliant offload from Forrest. And a simple run home from Shirley So. Right, kicks off. Can the Army respond? Throw the big dummy, but the tackle comes in, as they have done on repeat from Hong Kong.
Roll! Lost weight.
The appetite for defence is just outstanding from Hong Kong. And there we see Julia Oyana stealing the ball at the ruck and then taking the penalty quickly and making good ground. They just look irresistible in defence to Hong Kong. And they're not bad in attack either. As Forrest goes for another run. Clean ball at the breakdown. Through the hands. Draw and give will do it. Draw and show and go. And offload out the back behind the tackler gives Rosie Wright the try, and Hong Kong have 4. What a start to the second half from Hong Kong. 2 tries, and the Army have maybe touched the ball twice at best. Rosie Wright finished that one off, and she'll be converting her own try. And convert it she does.
Your arriving attacking player is close, in a better position. They're going over the ball. Just make sure they're a little bit higher for me. Yeah.
There we see it. It was brilliant again from Forrest. What an impact she's had since coming on for this second half, setting up 2 tries. 24-0 Hong Kong lead.
You got 10.
Kickoff doesn't go 10 though, so it'll be a free kick to the Army on halfway. And finally in this second half, with just 3 minutes left, a chance for them to have a bit of possession. But once again, Hong Kong come in defence and force an error as the Army try and play it whilst on the floor. So Hong Kong immediately get possession back and will go in search of a 5th try, remarkably, in this game. And Wright, well, will it be her that gets the 5th? The Fen, she is going to get there. Rosie Wright, back-to-back tries. 5 tries to Hong Kong. 3 in the second half. 2 in a row for Rosie Wright. $29-0 they go up, and if they get this conversion, they'll be into the 30s. Conversion doesn't quite land, but there will be plenty of time yet as we see the replay. It's really just draw and give, and then the power of Wright to step back off that left foot through the tackle. And then when she looks like she's going to be caught, she gets that big old fend out and gets herself across the try line for a wonderful individual score. Hong Kong are in control. Second time in a row, though, the kick doesn't go 10. We've seen what an important part of the game the kickoff is, and while it's not going to make too much of a difference in the shake-up of this match, in knockout games to come, Hong Kong are going to be looking at that kickoff routine and wondering what they can do to ensure that they make sure it gets across the 10-meter line every time. What they will not have any fears about is their defence, which is utterly, utterly brilliant. Once again, the Army caught miles behind the game line. Try as they might, there's just little they can do to counter what they're being faced with. Although perhaps they will here if they try and have a go on the outside. No, brilliant drift from Ayana. And brilliant competition on the floor to get the ball back. They get taken into touch, but that's full time, and Hong Kong take the win. 29 points to 0 against the Army. What a fantastic performance from Hong Kong. And we are now into the knockouts again on the men's side with the men's plate semi-final between the Navy Sharks and Nigeria Stallions. Tom will be taking you through that one.
So we are about to get underway here in the men's plate semi-final between the Nigeria Stallions and the Navy Sharks in the second round of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series UK here at Hazelwood, the training home of London Irish. And it is Nigeria that get us underway from right to left on your screens, and a great take by the Navy straight away, and they are storming through, and they will get over for the first score. Could have been, we're under 15 seconds, but they decided to take a little bit extra time to make that score. Immediately taking that ball, spotting the space, and pacing all the way through.
No.
As the referee, Chris Mulroy, speeds up the conversion. As you can see here, it's a compete with a great contest in the air.
Yeah.
Taken by Will Wrigglesford. But it is Ben Mallet who gets himself onto the score sheet. So, 7 points to 0 to the Navy Sharks. And it was taken initially by Nigeria, but came loose. But they still have possession as they move the ball around.
Relax, good work. Stay connected, Joe.
Flat says the referee. So Nigeria is still with it now. And the Navy have made a successful turnover there. The try scorer, Ben Mallet, getting over onto the ball.
Yeah. Let's go, fellas. Let's go.
So the Navy looking to extend their lead here. It is big man Ben Mallet taking it up through the middle. A quick to and go from Wrigglesford as they try to move the ball out wide. It's Chambers that makes his way through. As the Navy look to try and find that space. At the moment, Nigerian defence holding strong. It's Chamber again taking out. A quick pick up by Mallet. Really strong defence here from Nigeria. Not letting them in.
Play on.
As the ball is brought out the back of the ruck. Quick offload. Oh. And actually, you have to give the credit there to Nigeria. They did really well in the tackle to force the error. And it will be a scrum to the Nigerian Stallions.
Oh, become green. Guys, give me a step, It's on the five, come up.
As they will look to clear their lines away here from their own 5 metre line. A strong scrum from the Navy. And the ball kicked up in the air. But it's worked out in the end for the Nigeria Stallions as they win the penalty and the opportunity to clear their own lines.
You lost the first time, hands in the ruck.
Jardine there, getting caught.
We'll come back, I was in the way, okay? We'll come back, retake.
But it is a penalty to Nigeria Stallions.
Yeah.
They opt to put boot to ball, trying to find the man on the outside. Not quite successful.
Knock on the floor from Brew. Go.
And it's just a slight knock on the floor by the Navy. Which creates the turnover. And we will restart with a Nigeria scrum.
Bind. Set. Hold.
Much cleaner ball for Nigeria from this scrum. Again, they look for space, but the ball not going to hand. And the pressure from the Navy taking its toll here, clearly. As the Navy have a great opportunity here to launch an attack from deep within the Nigeria 22. 5 minutes gone in this first half here of the plate semi-final.
Set.
Navy have done so well to keep the ball up this end of the pitch.
Short.
He's deemed short. And he manages to stay in play as well. Really good work as the Navy look to push it out to the left-hand side. And the ball offloaded there to Dobson, who dots down just under the post. So the Navy have finally broken that strong Nigeria defence and got themselves a really good catch on the referee there as well. Usually referees take up the whistle for a reason, but perhaps not for Chris Mulroy. But it is a great piece of play from the Navy, and they'll be really pleased so far. But I'm sure that they will be eager and hungry for more. As that kick goes deep, just outside the Nigeria 22.
No.
And the Navy caught being lazy, not rolling away quick enough for the referee. So Nigeria had the penalty, an option now to try and break away. And they do find the gap, but there is cover. It's a great covering tackle by Wrigglesford. But the kick over has been picked up by Jardine.
Yeah.
Great work there.
Yeah.
To chase up on that kick.
You're not the only one.
And get Nigeria onto the scoreboard just before half-time. Adding the extras. As you watch back here, it's a great step inside, exploiting the gap between the two defenders there. It's a good cover tackle. But the ball comes loose, and Jardine chasing his own kick.
Yeah. Yeah.
So half-time here then, and the Navy still hold out on their lead, leading 14 points to 7 over the Nigeria Stallions. So the end of the half-time team talks, and we are ready to get back underway with the second half of this men's plate semi-final between the Nigeria Stallions and the Navy Sharks. It's the Navy that lead 14 points to 7 at the half-time break. But Nigeria showed us just what they can do when they get ball in hand right at the end of the first half there. And so a good competition for the kickoff there. But the Navy penalised there for pushing the man without the ball. Oh, and just the pass not quite going to hand. And so it will be a scrum to the Navy.
Marks there, fellas. Crouch. Bind.
Again, the Navy had a majority of the possession in that first half. Penning Nigeria into their own 22 in much of it. And a great offload there.
Go Faisal. Yeah.
To get the Navy into the corner. And it's now time for the officials to have a conversation.
Yeah. I'm happy with grounding as long as you're happy with touch. Yeah?
And the try is awarded. And that is the number 6, Christian Dobson,
Fellas, just come on line
who gets the ball down in the corner.
Out the way, out the way, out the way.
The conversion attempt just gliding in front of the posts. As we take a look at the score here, it's a loose ball, picked up well by the Navy Sharks.
First man set on ball.
Let's go. Addy, work it.
So Nigeria taking advantage of a small gap there and kicking through. The question is, was that tackle already being completed before the kick? The referee and his assistant seem happy.
Green, that's you. Keep the gap, please.
Sometimes that timing can be ever so minuscule.
Yes, you give us that. Wait. Hooker, please. Hooker, come in.
So Navy look to clear out from 7 meters out from their line. And he thought he was caught there, but he wasn't. And it's Dobson, he's being chased down, but he is successful. And you can see just how physically exhausted he is. He's crossed the whitewash a few times now. Really key player here for the Navy. As they add the extras, taking their score even further away now. Perhaps pulling this game to their favour. And you can see just how far away they were. That has come all the way from 10 meters out. So that is a 90-meter sprint to score that try.
Backwards.
Great work. Good work again off of the kickoff to win that ball. Tapped back by the Navy. And just knocked on. Unfortunate, but the Navy are still in a commanding position. Winning here 4 tries to 1, 26 points to 7. With just a couple of minutes or so remaining.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
It seems a little bit out of reach of Nigeria now, but we never know. We know how quickly Sevens can change, and already they're coming. Just caught with his foot in touch. Well spotted by the officials.
There on there, Mark, you set your gap, please.
It looked very close indeed. But a great spot. And so the Navy will regain possession, or at least have the opportunity to regain possession through this line out.
Hooker needs to be in the channel. You need to be in the channel. Someone needs to be in the channel. Okay, let's go.
Sammy RFC.
The Navy looking to move the ball around, trying to find some space. Oh, and the offload just not going to hand, just behind his back, unable to regather it.
Knock on. Go on, green.
And so it will be a scrum to Nigeria. And we are now into the last minute of this game.
Step up, green. Crouch. Bind.
The Navy just being much more dominant, holding possession well.
Tackle.
As they look to now close out this game in the last 30 seconds or so. And yeah, I think he knows what's going to happen next.
No, got to wait for his off.
And it is a yellow card for the deliberate knock-on.
Yeah.
So you've said many times today, it is a risk and reward situation. Did look like he went at it with two hands, but unfortunately in sevens, there is little sympathy. Oh, and what a fend off there. Great power from the Pete Senior. The offload just getting intercepted there by the Navy. Pass is going a little bit loose, it seems. I think the Navy now are just thinking, let's get this over and done with.
Push there.
And that is full time here, and the Navy Sharks run away 26 points to 7 over the Nigeria Stallions. They are the victors. The next game here on pitch 1 on your live stream is the Karuta Sevens versus the Hammerheads in the men's competition in the men's bowl semi-final. And we'll be bringing that to you very shortly.
First game.
Welcome back. We're getting into the business end of this competition. Semi-final. This for the bowl. Karuta Sevens versus Hammerheads. The Lions versus the Panthers as well on the other pitch, but this is the one that you've got live streamed for you. Hammerheads in the white, pink and purple. And Karuta in the black with red and white trimmings. Hammerhead have had a difficult run to get to this position. Had to face China in their group, as well as Rambling Jesters and Scimitar Storm. But now have a chance to still walk away with some silverware, and at the moment they're the ones that are going to draw first blood. Trundling. for the first score. It's an early blow for Karuta. Let's look at how this is created. It was good work over the ball to secure, and then just finding that gap in between the guard and the first defender. That's where a fair few of the tries have arrived so far in this competition. That one, no different. Now, what can Karuta do to respond? Johan Lewis is just pointing the way. Is this one to go wide? It will. It's good pace and precision. Elliot Simmons, he's going. He will win out. Karuta getting an instant reply. That's 5 points to Hammerhead 7 with the conversion to come. Elliot Simmons, the Blackheath star, showing that he does in fact have pace to spare. That one just fading to the right from Johan Lewis. Tiptoeing past the line. It's a matter of inches that this game is played at, yet it was won by a few yards, that foot race. A clean pair of heels from Elliot Simmons. Nevertheless, the score still in Hammerhead's favour due to the missed conversion. Well, that restart is pretty bang on. Hammerheads regather it though, and to go straight to the middle once more. Shoulders becoming ever so slightly softer. Cracks are starting to appear in defences. That's when hot steppers start to really show their worth. Hammerhead's getting slightly trapped into a corner here. How can they wiggle themselves out of this predicament? Still going down that blind side into black shirts. There we go. Spaces on the outside here. It's lovely offload. Good interplay from Hammerheads, and it's once again a race to the try line, and once again the man with the ball, number 9, will scamper home. Well, it was the peace of mind to chuck the ball back inside in the knowledge that there would be a supporting player waiting. That seemed to be the case, and well, Hammerhead's reply to Karuta's reply, and the deficit now 9. Ball goes longer than it did before. Still playing by fine margins, and step from Henry Smead, and ball still available. That's Alfie North. Smead again. That little Marcus Smith-esque goose step, and he's stepping in, out and round. He's managed to stay in touch as well. Patel onto supporting player Lewis. Just trying to pick his options. Offload's good. Patel ushered to his seat. Hammerhead counter. Ball's good. The steal from Smead. Even better. And off they go. It's North, out wide, and Lock to the paceman Chapman. Custodian and Chapman. There's Smead. Now Simmons, already got one to his name. Smead on hand to potentially add the finishing touch. He will do just that. Mere seconds before the halftime whistle blows, Karuta put themselves back in contention. This conversion is good. 2-point game as we head into the halftime oranges. It's a lovely interplay again from Simmons, just trying to keep the ball alive, offloads it well off the deck to Henry Smead, who evades tackles and manages to dot down. Well, we've certainly got a game on our hands. This is a semi-final for a reason. These two sides only separated by 2 points. Halftime score here on pitch 1, Karuta Sevens 12, Hammerheads 14.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! Yeah. It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
Welcome back. And look at that. We've already got a score. That's 12 seconds in. May very well be a tournament record. A mere dozen seconds into the first half. Into the second half, in fact. And Hammerheads have replied to Karuta's late try in the first half with a very, very early one in the second. Let's have a look at how this was fabricated after the kick, which looks good, is good. Beautiful touchline conversion. Now, this is what happened after restart. Proof that a good restart can work wonders for a team. And, well, Karuta pretty much played it into their hands. That's what happened there. To give Hammerheads another score. Can you do it again? Oh, they can. Another try, though. That doesn't count. Now, what can Karuta do? Let's go end to end. Why not? It's Jack Garvin who's thumped in the tackle. Patel tries to sweep things up, and North trying to pick the right pass. This is dangerous work from Karuta, but it could pay off through Dan Goldston. He needs support. Where will it come? There it is. Still going up. Ball's been lost. Referee's blown up for the knock-on. The other semi-final going on at the moment. So the stunts on the Lions. The stunts apparently were leading at around half-time, 3 tries to 2. That would obviously decide our bowl final, which will be played on pitch 2. Hammerhead breakaway.
Yes! Yes!
There's Anthony Jackson, who got his hands all over it. That was successful. Now, Chapman back inside. Can they use the space? Good dummy. Sam Baker selling players to the shops and glides back inside to finish it all off. Beautiful score from Sam Baker. He makes the conversion as well. Brings us back to a 2-point game. Well, they'd isolated that outside player with that little hitch kick and, well, sold him one way, went the other, and then that step back inside to put the icing on the cake and the ball on the line. That's the difference. Henry Smeed to get us back underway. That's high and might work out for Hammerheads. It will. Could we have another score off kickoff? Could we? Play on? No? What's going on? Try has been given. Well, I thought for a split second there that Henry Smeed had committed a bit of daylight robbery. Nevertheless, it's a score for Hammerheads to add that 5-point cushion back onto the game. About 2 minutes to go. Conversion to come. That conversion won't make it, so it is a 7-point game, in fact. See what happens off this kickoff. Ball's flipped back, and then, well, you thought for all your money that this would just be an easy run-in. Now, what happens here? Does the ball... You see, I don't think that touches the ground. I think that's an outstanding piece of defending by Henry Smeed, who probably deserved for that to be chalked off. Nevertheless, we can't go back. These referees do not have the luxury of a television match official that we see sometimes in the professional game. Therefore, they have to make split-second decisions in what is an extremely fast-paced game. They'll be tired as well. It's a long day for all of them, so we can understand when those sort of decisions may go awry, but Sam Baker may be able to rectify things here if he can edge it into the corner. This time he definitely gets it down, no doubt about that. Now, this conversion is far out, very far out. It's going to be Baker himself who will try to add the extra points to level up the game. Oh, it's looking all right. Not good enough. It's a 2-point game with 30 seconds to go. Just like we had at the end of the second half, at the end of the first half. Lovely hands from Dan Goldston of Wellington RFC to unleash Sam Baker of Taunton. It's a long way to travel from the southwest, but at the moment he's getting his money's worth. It's a lovely kick, and this could fall any which way. Falls into Karuta hands. The referee hasn't seen any knock on. We're going to play on. Lewis out wide. That's Elliot Simmons. He scored the first try. Can he finish it off? Elliot Simmons. It'll be him on his own. He needs to go all the way. Simmons to the line. A grandstand finish, and it's only fitting that the man who gave them their first try gets them their last. That will confirm Karuta's place in the bowl final. No matter this conversion, nevertheless, it is absolutely drilled by Henry Smead. Well, let's have a look at how this was created. Simmons found himself on the touchline, stepped back inside, cuts through, finds a hole, some tired bodies and tired minds showing for the Hammerhead Sevens team. And it's Simmons who slides in to secure a place in the bowl final. Full-time score here in an absolute Sevens epic. Karuta 31, Hammerheads 26.
So back-to-back action as we continue pushing forward as one third of the game ends. A game that promises to be an absolute thriller begins as Hong Kong take on the British Army in the Men's Cup semi-final. Both sides had a strong pool stage.
No clear release.
Blue losing one game each from memory. And immediately an exchange of penalties. Hong Kong playing in the white kit from left to right on your screens. The British Army in their usual red, as Hong Kong opts for a scrum off of this penalty here.
Crouch, bind, set, hold.
Strong platform just 10 metres outside the 22 here as they move the ball out to the right-hand side. And can they find the space? Again, moving it back to the left-hand side, trying to find the gaps in the British Army defence. Not coming to fruition at the moment. But they do dart through. And it's not only that gets down over the whitewash for Hong Kong's first try. And they add the extras as we look at the replay here. Hong Kong look like they got a bit tied up on this right-hand side. But then they move the ball out into space. And a nice little skip through, evading that tackle. Allow for that try. So 7-0 in the first 2 minutes to Hong Kong. A high contested kickoff comes the way of the British Army. Despite a strong counter-ruck by Hong Kong, the ball came loose and a penalty there for holding on. They managed to scoop it up, Hong Kong, but they didn't have that support available. And The Army just caught with a foot in touch. So it will be a Hong Kong line out.
Red, edge of the line, edge. Yeah, edge line, edge line.
Nice, easy line out for Hong Kong there. As they move the ball back to the left-hand side of the pitch. So again, driving those legs through the contact.
Penalty advantage.
Penalty advantage now being played to Hong Kong. Great pace onto the ball there. Great work by Webb, but it's the support from Sayers that gets Hong Kong over for their second score. It's some great hard running lines that allowed Hong Kong to get themselves into the space there, thanks to Webb.
Let's go.
But it was the support from Sayers that allowed for the score. And once again, adding the extras. As we watch the highlights here. A little bit of pace, a little bit of... But it's just that line that Webb runs there that really gets himself into a great position, evading that first tackle. At this point, I think he knew what was coming. But thankfully for him, Sayers was running a lovely supporting line. And the ball just going loose there. And Hong Kong attempting the jackal. They're just going off their feet first and their hands going beyond the ball, so they are penalised. As the Army look to move the ball out to the right-hand side. And it's the pace running round the outside at the moment from Silicano, but unfortunately,
1.5.
the pressure from Hong Kong forces them into touch.
Let's go, Hong Kong. Let's go. Let's go.
The referee trying to speed up the play here. We know that every second counts in sevens, and I'm sure with Hong Kong in the lead, they will be looking to take up as much of that time as possible. Another smooth line out from them as they move that ball out into the backs once again. Cutting back inside is Sayers once again. Offloading, getting those passes out to the left-hand side.
Away!
The chip through. Just going to bobble out over the dead ball line. Some great vision though from Hong Kong. Really trying their best.
30 seconds.
To get every opportunity they can. And a confirmation there from the referee. 30 seconds left of this first half here.
Onside.
As
That'll be time now.
the Army have a 22-metre dropout. And they opt to kick long and deep into the arms of Sayers. He looks to dummy and move the ball over, but it is a hard hit. But Nardoni now with the ball on the left-hand side. To Webb. Webb trying to dance his way out of it.
High tackle back here.
The Army caught for a high tackle. Lucky there, Webb slightly dropped into that, so penalty only is the call.
Yeah.
As Hong Kong are opting to kick to touch.
Red on 22.
Something I've
Red
only
on
seen
22.
done once
22.
today so far. So really taking a chance here, Hong Kong, to try and put some pressure on right at the end of this first half.
Time's off. Wait until I get the sub off. Pull, wait.
The Army just making a substitution, so we're just waiting for that to be complete before we continue.
No. Ball was out, play on.
And the ball was out, so the Army were able to get onto it. Hong Kong being a little bit too eager to get over the ball there, and leaving it open for the Army to get their hands onto it. And the Army say, this is enough, we'll have half time, please. I don't blame them. Wow, that has been some intense rugby. But so far, it is Hong Kong, the dominant side. 14 points to 0 over the British Army.
Offside, I didn't know who it was, so that's why I took the fight in front of me.
It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now, and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard.
I did,
I've
but it was the other side.
gained more qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Without charities like the Wooden Spoon, we would be struggling, but instead we're helping all these children that need it, like me.
Time's on.
So the Army getting us back on the way here. Kicking from left to right on your screens in the red kit.
Knock on by red. Okay, cool.
And just committing a slight error there, a slight knock on. Leading to a Hong Kong scrum.
Step back. Crouch. Bind.
So Hong Kong will be looking to get themselves
Steady.
out of their half here.
Too much movement by red.
An early push from the British Army. Lets the pressure off with a free kick to Hong Kong. Some great support. Webb once again. West carrying it up for Hong Kong before the ball is shipped out. Moving it across to the right-hand side. Good hands there. Good work to keep the ball. Covered out, unfortunately.
Go straight off your feet and inside.
His support is not legal, so the British Army get the penalty. As they really need to get themselves into this game now.
Backwards!
Moving the ball from left to right. trying to find the space in this Hong Kong defence.
Step. Good four, good four.
And they're just not holding on to those tackles here, Hong Kong, allowing the British Army to gain those ever crucial extra yards. Or meters, if you prefer metric. And there we are. Nyagi, nice little step inside, found the gap and gets the Army onto the scoreboard with a try under the posts.
Kick back through.
Exactly what the Army would have wanted. Adding the extras as well. As we watch the replay here, the ball moving out. Finding that space. Nice little pass. And it is Nyagi that powers through and gets the British Army their first try of this Cup semi-final. A slightly longer kick-off from the Army.
Roll 13!
And a slight look of a high tackle there, but the referee plays on.
High tackle.
And the referee does, in fact, give a penalty for a high tackle there.
Army, keep it down, please. Keep it down.
And a reminder to the Army to make sure that they keep those tackles lower. And Hong Kong, once again, opting to kick to touch.
On the side, Andy.
Clearly are feeling very confident in their line-outs. And in fact, have done very well with their line-out so far this game as well. It's been very clean, very smooth, and provided a great platform for the men in white. And as I say that,
contact in the
it
air.
does come loose, but it is
Contact
not
in the air.
Hong Kong's fault. It's the British Army that make the contact in the air. Again, giving away another penalty as Hong Kong creep their way up the pitch. And as always, the players trying to help out the officials with where that ball went into touch.
Time's off.
Doesn't mean they're particularly successful in their efforts.
Come in, please.
So, the last 2 or 3 minutes here in the men's semi-final of the Cup competition of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series UK Round 2. As Hong Kong keep moving that ball into the wide angles. The referee getting slightly involved there. Not by his own fault. Hong Kong opting to go back to the right-hand side.
Backwards!
But wow, what a hit.
Release, tackle, release! Release!
Player still down injured.
It's fine, play on.
Hopefully he is okay. It looks like he is. Got a bit of a limp, I think. But that is about it, as Hong Kong still have the ball. Moving up now, up to the Army 22. Passing that ball out now to the right-hand side. Great score in the corner from Christie. Taking the one-handed touchdown, making sure that ball got down over the line. And that's a confirmation from the referee as well that we will restart. But you would imagine here that there will not be much more time after that. And that this score, just hitting the upright there. But you would imagine that a score of 19-17 hit with what seems to be last play would be the score. They get Hong Kong once again into the cup final. Just see here that last pass out to Christie and dotted it down in the corner, knowing the pressure was coming across. Just taking a look at that hit once again. Goodness me. I'm glad that I am in the commentary box and not out on the pitch with hits like that. But the Army are doing their best to come back into this hit. It may just be a consolation score. Our clock is in the red. Ball loose, but great hands.
In touch.
And the Army in touch, and that is full time here. Hong Kong are victors here, 19 points to 7 over the British Army. They see themselves through to the men's cup final. The test for them will be if they can. The question will be, can they do what they were unable to do last round and take that cup victory home with them? News coming from pitch 2, and a big win for Apache, beating Samurai. So we will have a Hong Kong Apache final in the cup. But in the meantime, our next game here for you is the Women's Cup semi-final, Samurai versus the Savvy Panthers. And Will bring that to you very shortly.
We're underway.
Let's go, let's go!
The Women's Cup semi-final. See who will compete for silverware and who will trundle out of Southwest London empty-handed. We will find out very shortly.
Bind! No, you're on left. No, you're on left. User!
Quick tap from Samurai. Bounce into the outside. That's Hennessy. Got wrapped up in the tackle. Good work to try and put things in the middle. Knocked on though in contact, so it'll be a scrum. Panthers ball. Panthers, if you couldn't already tell, playing in the black with the dark blue trimmings, and it's Samurai who wear the white, yellow and blue with the red sun setting on their numbers to distinguish their Samurai theme. Their men's side got as far as the cup semi-final, have just lost to Apache. Can the women do one better than them? At the moment, the Panthers, though, players with the ball, and it's Daisy Hibbert-Jones who's been making holes and taking names throughout this competition. One of the standout players for Panthers. Ball heads to the boot, and that's Michaela Lewis who races after it, but instead it's snatched, and Richards has got it.
Shift it, Meg, shift it, shift it.
Calls to shift it from the touchline. They're received and utilised, and ball's been snatched. Still going. Hibbert-Jones. Well, I mentioned her just moments ago, Daisy Hibbert-Jones. She has been instrumental to putting the Panthers in this position, and it is only fitting that she is the first to put herself on the score sheet.
Well done. Try to stay alive a bit earlier.
The conversion is good as well, so it is a 7-point game. Look at this. Stolen in broad daylight by Lizzie Duffy. And Hibbert-Jones just shrugs off the tackle of Norkit and scampers home for 7 points. So Ebeling, the American, to get us back underway from the restart. And look at this, Samurai already looking for a response. Hennessy, the Cheltenham girl, taking everyone to the races and prevailing to give us an instant response from Samurai. This conversion slightly more testing, however. Let's see how this unfolds. It's good. Not good enough, though. This was straight from kickoff, well taken in the air. Straight down, and it's a good offload from Norkit to release Hennessy. And she had the pace to burn to allow her to cross the whitewash and bring home a first try of this semi-final for Samurai. Look who it is, Hibbert-Jones. And Duffy evades, and it's going to be a foot race. Zoe Evans, she will make it.
Okay, Hannah, for Sean.
It is end-to-end stuff here on pitch one.
Sean, half 5, right?
Duffy seems to have been injured in the process, but it's a well-taken score from her teammate. Zoe Evans. The extras also then added by Ebeling. Let's see how this is created. It's all through Lizzie Duffy, the sail shark, and her offload unlocks the door for Zoe Evans to stroll through. She ensures that she can dot down underneath the post as well to make it as easy as possible for Ebeling, who reciprocates that favour by adding 2 points for the team.
Other way, yeah.
Could we get deja vu? No, it's going slightly differently this time off restart. Nevertheless, it looks like Samurai might be able to make some yardage. That's Richards, tackled, and Inman got all over it. Penalty, though. The break made. That's Bernal in the middle of things. Offloads. And it's Hannah Powell who scores. A well-taken try.
That'll be half time after the kick.
It will be half-time after this kick is made.
more seconds.
That conversion's good, which means it will bring us to a 2-point game at half-time, with Hong Kong leading on the other pitch. It looks like it will be one of these teams that will face them in the final. Could it be Samurai? That's final score just before the half-time break from Hannah Powell. Could prove very effective. But for now, they trail by 2 points. Half-time score, Samurai 12, Safi Panthers 14.
Go, Dean.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
Welcome back. Hope you managed to nip to the loo or get a drink, because we've got a long haul of rugby still ahead. A good hour or so more of one of England's finest games in its shortened format. This, the Women's Cup semi-final competition. Samurai Rugby face Safi Panthers. Panthers currently leading 14 points to 12. They play in the black with the blue trimmings. At the moment, it's Samurai who have ball in hand, just like they did at the end of the first half. That offload game proving to create a bit of space now. Through the gaps they go. Good ball retention for Samurai. Not good enough though. It was knocked on in the tackle by Chelsea Williams. It will be Panthers' ball.
Just 5 meters, girls, just 5 meters. Chelsea, 5 meters.
Inman plays the ball out to Ebling. Ebling still got it. And here's Lewis. Lewis still going. Down the touchline. Can she go all the way? Yes, she can. Elation from the Panthers sidelines. They know that that try could be all important for Michaela Lewis. An excellent score. The conversion to come. Rosie Inman needs to add these extras. That one off the mark, but this is how the try was scored. Ebling holding the ball in one hand, almost offering it up to Samurai defenders to allow them to bite, and Michaela Lewis, well, it was just a sprint over the line, which 9 out of 10 times she will win. That ball has not gone 10. Restart not idyllic. Samurai will have the ball from the halfway. It's the tap and go from Singleton. Pull out wide, good step back inside. Singleton again. That's Norkit and the Pasha wanted to try and graze in. Bernal, that was. Tries to go route one instead. Neither of those techniques seeming to reap any rewards for Samurai at the moment. This Panthers defence holding strong and forcing errors, and this could work out quite nicely. Amy Lazel collected it. Oh, now we've got a bit of football to accompany the rugby. Still going, that's Neve Swales, and the most recent try scorer, Lewis. Makeda Lewis, well, she'll score in almost an identical position to that she did moments ago. 2 scores in quick succession from Makeda Lewis could almost seal the deal for the Panthers. That is a crucial score as the cavalry is brought in as well. Fresher legs, fresher faces, fresher minds to see this game out. Currently at a 12-point deficit with Rosie Inman's conversion to come. This from fairly out wide. Be very impressive if she manages to get this. She does. What a kick. And we waste absolutely no time. Samurai already got the ball and they're already back underway. I was going to say, Panthers currently playing with 8 players. Rosie Inman has retired from the pitch. The switch in play could work well. That's Hibbert Jones who was held up.
Yeah, Willow, that's up.
Is that ball out? Referee's given Samurai a penalty.
Let's go! Go! Urgency.
Samurai taking time that they do not have. 1.5 minutes left, and they need a score here if they're going to try and get anything out of this game. It's going to have to be a solo effort. Panthers swarming around Emma Hennessy. She's managed to keep the ball alive. Excellent bit of play from Samurai to get themselves past the halfway line. Hands could be on here. The long floating miss pass hits the shins, and the ball's hacked forward by the Panthers. The referee saw a knock on in the middle of that. Will be Panthers' ball with 60 seconds to go. That could pretty much close the game. Panthers have 1 paw in the door. To this cup final. Once again, it's a Samurai team who look to potentially fall short at the final hurdle. They will not challenge for silverware. Or will they? A last hurrah here would be an absolute miracle from Samurai. It's good work from Hannah Powell. The offload game is strong. Will this ball fall kindly? Ball still backwards. This may, at the very least, be a consolation score. Fionn Owen. That is time. The referee has confirmed, so it will be the Panthers who will go through.
Advocate, please.
kick, just short. Samurai full, just short. Scenes of jubilation on the pitch as we re-watch that last Samurai effort. Finished off in the end by Fionn Owen. But in the end, it's the Savvy Panthers who claw their way into the final. Samurai put to the sword. They will walk home empty-handed, just like their men's side. Savvy Panthers, however, could challenge for silverware. Final score here on pitch 1, Samurai RFC 17, Savvy Panthers 26.
As the Samurai and Savvy Panthers players make their way off the field, we get ready for our women's plate semi-final. Scimitar Storm versus the British Army. The women's plate semi-final. And if the scenes I'm seeing behind me are correct, it looks as though the other women's cup final, cup semi-final, has ended in success for the Hammerheads. We will get you confirmation of that as soon as possible. So we get underway here. The British Army playing from left to right, just kicked off. Playing in the red. Scimitar Storm in the pink. As we have our first line out. Just had a confirmation as well that Hammerheads won that semi-final in the Women's Cup competition on a golden point. What a game on pitch 2. But as we focus now on the game at hand here, as Scimitar look to move the ball around. And the ball now with the British Army. Probing, looking for the space. Question is, will they find it? And they're certainly trying to go through. If they can't find the gaps, they're trying to find it with a bit of power. Not sure what Scimitar Storm thought they were doing there. Hayward just reached right into the ruck and grabbed the ball. And quite rightfully, it was penalised for it. Despite that though, the Army unable to do much with the ball, and therefore they are led to a knock-on. So it's a Scimitar Storm scrum.
Fine.
just outside their 10-metre line. A contest for possession in the hook there in the middle. Something you see much more of in sevens. Great work around the outside for the Scimitar Storm. Lovely offload to the supporting player. And through she goes. And scores underneath the sticks.
Oh, okay.
As they take the conversion successfully. You just watch back here. Westcombe Evans made a really good work around the outside. And it's Lizzie Adam that gets down over the line. A lovely supporting run. So, after just under 4 minutes, it is 7-0 to the Scimitar Storm here in the women's plate semi-final.
Come on!
Scimitar being penalised there. Working quickly back. The Army taking their time, composing themselves. Moving into space once again. Great tackle and pick up there from Scimitar. The ball comes backwards, but no advantage, says the referee. So we go back for the initial knock-on. And it will be a scrum to Scimitar on the 10-metre line. A strong platform here inside the British Army half. And an opportunity to get themselves on the scoreboard once again. Trying to move that ball into the space, taking that pass all the way up to the line. Making sure they draw in that defender. Pass out, but the referee penalising the British Army for a high tackle, and it's still with Scimitar. They look to get the ball out wide. Trying to find the space. Not rolling away. And so the penalty goes the way of Scimitar Storm. Trying to take it quickly, but not in line with the mark. So the referee brings them back. And it's the number 2, just runs straight through Megan Davey to get Scimitar's second try of this plate semi-final here at the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series. It's, of course, round 2 of 4. Want to bag crucial points here if they can by getting some silverware. And it looks like that's what Scimitar Storm are pushing to do. Successful conversion. And this, you would imagine, would be the last minute or so of play. The ball just going loose. The old adage of never let a rugby ball bounce. But luckily, the British Army have been able to track back and clear it up. Looked dangerous though there. Scimitar was straight onto it. As the British Army look to consolidate themselves here and try and make something before the half-time whistle. And not quite getting it to hand. Tried to offload at the tackle there. Ended up not going to hand. And it is Scimitar that pounce. And it's Amelia Tutt that gets herself over the try line for their third try. As they look to add the extras, they do exactly that. And the referee signifies half-time. Gives us a quick chance to have a look at this once again. As you can see there, just trying to offload it. Just coming loose, picked up there by Scimitar. She powers through all the way to make sure that she deserves that try, and deserve it she does. So at half-time here in the women's plate semi-final, it's Scimitar Storm 21, British Army 0.
We are rugby. It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Women's Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Back on the way here for the second half of the women's plate semi-final. Scimitar Storm, the dominant side in this first half. Got to half-time with a 21-0 points difference. Not coming through the gate there. So penalty to the British Army.
I'm off.
We take time off for an injury. As I can let you know what we've got coming up for you. Straight after this is the men's plate final, followed by the men's cup final and the women's cup final. So some big games of rugby to come. A huge cup final. Apache beating Samurai in the men's cup, creating a Hong Kong Apache final. Apache will be wanting to take the most out of their first opportunity in a cup final here this series. And Hong Kong will be looking to make amends for 2 weeks ago where they lost out to Samurai on a golden point. But here it's Scimitar and they're dancing through the British Army defence. Being chased down though, but a great sense to change direction and find that gap. Great work to cut back inside, lovely feet. And they add the extras as well. So the fourth try been scored by Samurai. Scimitar Storm, apologies. just so many great teams here at this tournament. And it's Amy Pyle who gets the score as the Army receive the kickoff. And they themselves find a bit of space, find a nice gap, and they're charging through. Oh, but it's a great piece of work to track back and cover by Tuts. But Tuts' work, unfortunately, does not do enough. And the supporting play by the Army. I believe that was Lauders. Who offered that support there. Conversion not successful. But we take a look back here, and it's just, once you find that gap and you can break through, it's great work. But I tell you what, Amelia Tutt did not stop, did not give up. Made a tackle. But it is Lauders who provided the support and was able to get the British Army's first try. Bulldozering through here. Oh, Scimitar Storm. Pass going slightly loose. Picked up by Harper. Davey opts to put boot to ball. And it's a great chase by Adam. Oh, just unable to get onto it. And it's just a knock on by Scimitar Storm. Really unlucky there. It's a great chase, a great opportunity. But really, it would just be making their day a little bit better. Adding the icing on the cake, as it were, as we enter into the last couple of minutes of this game. And Scimitar Storm with a strong lead here. 28 points to 5, a 23-point lead. Even with all conversions, British Army would have to score at least 4 tries, and they're already on their way to potentially score 1. But again, the chase is on. But does she get over? Yes, she does. Jade Mully, it is who gets over the whitewash. But what a chase from Lizzie Adam. As we watch back on here, just powering through with Jade Mully. Going all the way, despite the efforts of Lizzie Adam. Still managed to get the ball down over the line. So, creeping behind slowly, but by our watch, this is the last minute of this semi-final, the women's plate competition, here at the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series. Kicking up. Scimitar taking it well. A great handoff and pushing all the way through. Great way to try and see out this game by absolutely storming it through. And it was scored by the number 5, Amelia Tutt. Second try of the game. As the referee is just confirming how long we have left. And that is it, that is full time. As we watch this try from Tut once more. Great pace, great power in the offload. Pushing that player away. And getting themselves underneath the sticks. So, full time here in the women's plate semi-final. Scimitar Storm 35 at the British Army 10.
I'm going to take this moment to note that no one enjoys the presence of Samurai RFC. Never have, never will.
Welcome back to pitch one. We're now playing for some silverware. It's China versus the Navy to decide who will be victorious in this plate competition. Both teams had strong mornings. We would have expected China to be competing in fact for the plate. Instead it's the for the cup. Instead it is the plate that they will fight for against the Navy. Some strong competition, an international contest, and at the end of the road, a trophy to be won. China receive a penalty, and to double it down, it's a yellow card. It's a little bit silly, that, from Kurosara. He's put on the naughty step for 2 minutes. So China will have the numerical advantage, and Zhilajong utilising Boe. Boe still going, flings it out wide, bit of a hospital pass, but it's collected in the end by Jihuan. Bencho. Jihuan into the corner. He will scamper home. There Jihuan gets the score, and China take the advantage both on the score sheet and on the field, with that yellow card still in full effect. That's the break that's made. Well finished off by Jihuan. So Zhilajong gets us back underway. The wind has slightly picked up here in southwest London, as you can probably see by that restart attempt. It's not favourable. Good offload to find Dakuliga. Quick tap by Dobson. Ball been fumbled though. That's Wrigglesford, who just couldn't collect. Rocco Kurosara's sentence has indeed been served. He rejoined us. The Navy only conceding 5 points during his absence. The worst being a man down, now that they're back to a full complement. China, though, that might not affect them. It will be Zhlajun who finishes it off, but Hu Zhenye, the catalyst for that. A great score. Good support line, and I'm sure we'll have a look at it after Zhlajun nails this conversion, which he does. Let's see where that try came from. Well, once again, it's off set piece, and Zhlajun just setting Zhenhe away, and those tired shoulders and really coming into full effect in the final game of this competition for both of these sides. And China double their advantage. High into the sky, collected well. That's Kurosara who started things off there, trying to make amends for his early blunder. Ball dug out. Kurosara again. Spread wide this time. Potentially go back the other way. China look to jam up and compress that red wall. Penalty though, infringement. Bit too over ego. Kurosara again, and ball flung out wide for Dobson, and here's Dakoliga. Dobson picks up the pieces. Zhlajun with the tackle. Kurosara again, trying to play it off the deck. Doesn't really work out. Instead, it's Too Good who dabs the ball through, and oh, this will work out quite nicely. It does just that. Well, sometimes you need a bit of luck and the bounce of the ball to go your way for Ben Chamber. That's exactly what just happened. The kick just dabbed through, and, well, it was Chamber who picked up the pieces fairly nicely. Ball stabbed through by Jay Too Good. And it's a horrible slip and fumble for Ji Huan. Back underway at 10-5. We'll sack back. The Navy have it once more. Too Good. Latest try scorer, Chamber. Still going, Chamber. Bit of deceit to try and manipulate defenders. And speaking about manipulation, it's the China's hot stepper, TK. Ball inside to Yinghao. He falls to the deck. Too Good collects the ball. Illegally though. China have the penalty. Need to take it from the right spot though. TK. Yinghao. Ben Cho. Here's Zhlajun. The cut back on the inside, and Ji Huan offloads. An excellent score. Well, China were put under the cosh by Navy's try, which we thought would close out this first half. Instead, it's China who get the last word before the halftime Oranges with their third try of this plate final. The first one was scored by Ji Huan, this one set up by him. Finishing touches added. The conversion not though. Let's have a look at how this was scored. Temperance the key. Yinghao, Ben Shou and Zlajun all involved. That cut back on the inside, just manipulating defenders, opening up some gaps, and in the end, providing a crucial 5 points for China. They lead at half-time. It's Navy 7, China 15. These players now entering the final 7 minutes of what has been an extremely tiring day for all here at the London Irish leg of the Super Sevens Series. Dig deep, boys. 7 minutes left to go. It's China's Ji Huan who has been ever present, who collected it initially, but instead it's a penalty to the Navy. Doubt that Wrigglesford will waste any time. He doesn't. Too good. Ball out to Dobson. Could this work out? Chamber tried to keep himself in play. Just slipping and crossing the whitewash ever so slightly. How's that line out? The Navy have nicked it. And they're going. Can they make it all the way? Dalcolia. Ball by Wrigglesford. Hit back. They've got the penalty advantage though. It's Mallet. Has he got there? Yes, he has. Ben Mallet scores. That brings us to a 3-point game. This conversion to come from Chamber. That's good. Oh, we've got a final on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. It's exciting times. It was all from that line-out steal. It was Dakoliga who rose highest, and in the end, Ben Mallet reaping the rewards of his fellow forwards' good work. So, Gao Bing, he's just recently rejoined us. He wears 1. So, Zenye. Ball flung out wide, and here's TK. TK still going. He's got one hand to beat. Wrigglesford versus TK, who will win out. TK wins. They had the most slender of leads, which has just been extended by an extra 5, courtesy of their hot stepper, Zla TK. Well, an excellent score that was. Zlajun gets the conversion as well to extend that deficit. But let's have a look at how that was created. Well, the space was identified out wide, and it's just that stop and go again, and then backed himself with that little hitch kick to evade the tackle of Wrigglesworth. And in the end, supplied China with a full 7 points and a meat pie to go with it. That separates them by 8. 3.5 minutes to go. Dan Norton is watching on impatiently on the sidelines. He knows he's been in these sort of positions before. He knows how deep his Chinese team must have to dig now to try and get something out of this game. The Navy ushered out of touch. And it's looking more and more like it will be a Chinese victory here, but we've seen stranger things occur in the game of sevens. That is, of course, the beauty of this shortened format. Anything can indeed happen. Anything will happen. And I'm sure you've still got a few twists left in this tale. Excellent line out, though. Zlajun. Not wide, and Zenye cutting back inside, trying to release his hand to get the offload away. Doesn't work, and it's going to be whipped out wide here. Here's Gao Bing with his striding big gate. Trying to unlock defences. Straight through the gap. Jiwan potentially seal the deal. Offloads it. Wu Zlajun gets in the corner. I pretty much know that that is the game. The cavalry has been imported. .90 seconds left of this game. This conversion, I'm sure, will take us to under 60. And if it's made, which it isn't, nevertheless, it's a 13-point game. The Navy will need 2 converted scores in 60 seconds if they want to get their hands on any form of silverware. That looks all but impossible. Zlajun just buying some extra vital seconds. The Navy collect. Trying to head through the gap. This Chinese defence has held so strong, it's probably got them to this position in the competition. The opportunity to fight for some silverware due to their ferocious defence, which is proving to suffocate the life out of this Navy attack, who themselves have done so well to get to this position. Nevertheless, it does look like China will walk away with all the spoils. We're officially into the red. 14 minutes have been played via our watch. Zlajun looking for the icing on the cake. Can they get it out wide? TK for the corner. He'll get there. Only fitting that it is Zla TK who scores the final try. China will walk away with the plate. So the Lions and Karuta, who are battling it out for the bowl at the same time as well. Looks like that will be decided ever so soon, but, well, we have our first piece of silverware to be handed out. It will go to China for their characterful display in the final. They prevail against the Navy Sharks. Final score here, Navy Sharks 14, China 32.
Thanks to Will Roberts commentating throughout the day. Got to rush off to get a train. So it will be myself that will see you through for the last 2 games here on pitch 1 of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series. Next up, we have got a huge match, the Men's Cup Final. Hong Kong versus Apache. That will be followed by the Women's Cup Final. 2 huge games. Apache beating Samurai in the semi-final. And Hong Kong looking to capitalise here now, hoping that they can finish off the job that they weren't able to do 2 weeks ago in Newbury and call themselves the cup winners of the 2nd round of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series UK. So here we go, 14 minutes of high intensity, high impact rugby with 2 sides who have impressed throughout the day. I know I can't wait to get going, and hopefully you can't either, as the referee blows his whistle to start the game. Hong Kong kicking off from left to right on your screens in the white and red kit. Apache receiving the ball in the blue and white hoops.
No release.
Tackler not releasing.
No release. Marks there.
Communicated by the referee there. Just didn't listen, Hong Kong. Giving away an early penalty to Apache. A shame really off some strong pressure. But the ball comes loose.
Knock on. First from blue.
So,
Second from white.
couple of knock-ons, but the first one was by Apache, so it will be a scrum to Hong Kong. Just outside the Apache 22. Referee just takes time off for an injury. So one of the Hong Kong players. Already we've seen some of the intensity that both these teams want to play with in this game. They are certainly not going to be ones to make this easy for each other. They've worked hard to get to this position. And it's a shame that it's the number 6, Phillips, who is being substituted off for injury. Replaced by the number 9,
Players off. Time's on.
Laidler.
Crouch. Bind.
And here we have a great attacking opportunity, a left-hand scrum. As Hong Kong take it up to the 22. He's not going to even need the support. We've said his name plenty of times today. It's Sayers. Instrumental in the semi-final for Hong Kong. Instrumental here straight away in the cup final.
10.
As Webb adds the extras. Just watch the replay here, moving it out. Great work by Webb, getting that pass. He just thinks, you know what, I don't need my support, don't need Salom. I can just run myself straight through. Frustration on the Apache players there, as you can see. Good work in the air to put the pressure onto Apache, and Hong Kong have won the ball back. A chip over the top, and as long as it bounces, well, it's going to be Sayers again. 2 tries in as many minutes from that man, Harry Sayers. Absolutely unbelievable work. And even gets it to go in front of the post as well, making that conversion that little bit easier. So 14 points to 0. Hong Kong lead over Apache at the moment in this cup final. Lovely chip through there from Webb. Working well with his number 8, Harry Sayers. I don't think that Hong Kong could have wished for a better start here, to be honest. As the kickoff goes high once again, it's a little bit further away, making it a little bit more difficult. But they're trying to hold the big man up. Apache under a little bit of pressure here, trying to move that ball into some space. Keeping in play, making sure not to go into touch. Trying to move that ball around.
Not forward.
The ball's knocked forward in the tackle, so Hong Kong have another opportunity here. Another bit of space, a dummy from Webb. And Webb dots down in the corner.
11. Let him score, please. Let him score there.
I tell you what, I think today has been an absolute masterclass from Sayers and Webb, working together nicely
Just here.
in all of the games they've been involved with today.
No. You're 15 seconds.
And Hong Kong extend their lead to 19 points to 0 in the men's cup final. And what a conversion. All the way from the wide angles to get a kick over like that is absolute brilliance. Maybe riding off of the height of the way they're playing. You can just see here how Webb opts for the dummy and dances through the defence before dotting down. Once again, a high kick-off from Hong Kong. Yeah, just a bit lazy there in the tackle, not rolling away, giving away a penalty to Apache. Realising his supporting man was in front of him, and it's just meant that he didn't have the support quite there. The hands, the offloads from Hong Kong. And that is West that's going in.
No. Minute and a half.
Great work from Hong Kong there to get their 4th score of this men's cup final. And they are certainly making it seem like easy work here.
You got this.
And once again, they add the extras. We can just see here the lack of support, the speed. A full foul. A nice dummy and good work. And you have to mention the skills of Nardoni, who feeds it to West.
Yes, on 10.
Once again, taking it straight off of the kickoff. Number 12, Salom. Great take. Getting airborne, snatching the ball out of the sky and motoring through to score.
10 from now.
And I think that might mean we have just one last bit of play here in the first half. As you watch again, beautiful timing. Absolutely bang in line with the kick and just dances through, shrugs off 2 defenders and gets himself under the sticks. Oh, the referee judging that to have not gone 10 metres. Considering they've had so many kicks that have just about made it to the line, you thought they were bound to make a mistake at some point. It was pretty picture perfect up until then, but a great dominant tackle to push Apache back towards their halfway line. But at pace and the last say of the first half will be Apache's. They got down under the posts to get themselves onto the scoreboard for their first try.
That's half. Yes.
And they add the extras as the referee blows half time. Great pressure in the push, in the tackle there. But look at the speed, the strength, push all the way through. I think that's Sam Poynton.
Yeah, so look.
So that takes us to half time here. And it is Hong Kong who are dominant here in the Cup men's final. They lead 35 points to 7 at half time over Apache. So getting back on the way here, Apache kicking off. A strong, dominant display by Hong Kong in the first half. And already they're breaking through. Brought down near the end, but Salon picks up from the base. And adds a 6th try, surely. Yep. Adds the 6th try to their tally, taking the score now to 40 points to 7. Just taking as much time as possible before they take that conversion.
Yes.
And they do add the extras. So just watching the replay here, you see Salam moving his way through and getting underneath the sticks and taking his time. As Hong Kong get us back underway here. A really dominant display.
Advantage over.
Ball moving out to the left-hand side. And drifting off that tackle is not only getting down underneath the sticks. Really great work once again from Hong Kong, just drifted through. And Apache just falling off of those tackles, unfortunately, not helping themselves.
Yes.
And once again, adding the extras as we watch the replay here. A wide flung pass through Webb and out to Nardoni, who trots in under the posts. Once again, really great kickoff from Hong Kong. Pushing through. And Bukau gets himself onto the score sheet. It's almost like each of the team want to get involved here. Whose turn will it be next to get themselves onto the scorecard? Adding the extras once again as we look at the replay. So scrappy tackle. The ball gets passed out to Bukow. Just uses the pace and a nice handoff at the end there as well to ensure his success. A nice high kick this time, fielded by Apache. This they have, for the first time in a while, got their hands onto the ball. But it's some strong defence so far by Hong Kong. As Apache move the ball out to the left-hand side of their pitch. Strong handoff there. And has he got the gas round the outside? Pushing through. Just not getting the bounce of the ball. And Hong Kong have it back.
Hold in. Back white.
It's a penalty to Apache.
Got back, play on.
Hong Kong not releasing the ball there.
Hands away.
The ball spits out the back of the ruck.
Hands in.
Shooter hands from Hong Kong, says the referee.
I'm happy, play on.
As Hong Kong mount the pressure on Apache. Trying to salvage something from this game. Oh, lovely feet to get through and round. But Charlie Robson. The young man plays his rugby at Reading Rams. You just see the replay here. Ball just initially going loose, looped over the top, missed pass, cut back inside, and just dances over the line to dot the ball down.
Time off. You don't have a ball.
So, with less than 2 minutes to play here in this men's
Time
cup
on.
final,
125.
a dominant display so far by Hong Kong, 56 points to 14. They have really come back with a vengeance after losing on Golden Point to Samurai last week. And Apache, despite their efforts, caught coming through the side of the ruck there, so it's a penalty to Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And they opt to kick to the corner, a tactic they used to get themselves into this final. A tactic that clearly works for them.
Mark for blue.
They had a very safe line out in the semi-final. It's just as safe in the cup final as well. Offloads, passing it out to the right-hand side. Another score. And we have two names down here with... Not sure who that player was, considering he doesn't have a number on the back.
If you take the 5 seconds.
Eric Kwok, who scored there. I've been informed reliably.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Once again, adding the extras. And that is full time here. Hong Kong with a dominant display over Apache. A game where every single Hong Kong player was trying to get themselves onto the score sheet there. As we just watched this last try back once more. Unlucky Apache, just not quite strong enough. And our cup final winners in the men's competition are Hong Kong, beating Apache 63 points to 14. They really have made up for last week. They've come back with a vengeance and they've done exactly what they would have wanted to. Congratulations to them, that we still have one more fixture here for you. The Women's Cup Final between the Panthers and the Hammerheads coming up next. So we're getting underway here in the Women's Cup Final. The Savvy Panthers playing the Hammerheads. And I'm sure we're in for another exciting affair. And straight away, the Hammerheads are marching forwards. Little dummy there, a nice handoff as well. But lacking that support and allowing for the turnover. As the Panthers look to come back. It's deemed to be a deliberate knock on there. Again, these players know the risk that they run. As soon as you go for that ball, you need to make sure that you are definitely going to catch it, or you run the risk of taking 2 minutes on the side. It's a good run through there. Offload inside to Hibbert Jones. This Savvy Panthers side, star-studded with AP15's players. And as I mentioned that, one of the DMP Sharks players gets underneath the sticks. Hannay, the first to get onto the score sheet, making the Hammerheads pay for that yellow card. As they look to add the extras here. And Eberling does just that, all the way from the USA, adding the conversion.
Amy, let's have this. In the air, let's have it.
Great work to find that space, dart through by Isabella Hannay. And so Hammerheads get us back into the game here. Well taken by the Hammerheads, a little bit loose to begin with, but picked up and moved back in. As they look to pick up the ball and go. Strong tackle there by Lewis. An attempt at a counter ruck, but hands in the ruck, says the referee. So it's a penalty to the Hammerheads. So look to move that ball out to the right-hand side. Gone quickly here, the Hammerheads. Just short. But did really well to release the ball, pick it back up and go again. Great work by the Hammerheads. to have the awareness to pick up the ball and go.
Still our game, easy.
See, Hoyan there. Really great awareness to release the ball, pick it up and dive over the line once again to get them onto the score sheet. So it's 7 apiece here after 4 minutes in the Women's Cup final. Passing it out to the left-hand side to Heather Rees, who gains those crucial meters.
Easy, jockey. Sit.
Well, I went back because it was there.
Time for Foxwell to add the extras.
Nip, let's go.
There's a real mix in both these sides of some AP 15s players, Alliance Premiership players, the Premier Women's League in England. Real mix of Sale Sharks, DMP, Gloucester Hartbury, Worcester. A real eclectic mix, as well as Loughborough as well. Some real class. As the Hammerheads look to put themselves back into the lead, or at least try and draw and ease up this game. Good work moving that ball into space, finding those passes, but it's been ripped in the offload by the Hammerheads. And the Panthers are now having to drift into defence. Great work to keep that in play there by Rees. And just got isolated there, unfortunately, the Hammerheads. And it is allowed for the Panthers to gain a penalty. 30 seconds left by our clock here.
All day, Willow. Let's go, Willow.
Shift, the swift handoff
Fucking awesome.
into touch. Do apologise for any language you might have heard there.
You sure?
And you'd imagine that we would be getting close to last play here for half time.
Come. Yeah.
So Hammerheads throw into the line out over the top of the jumpers. Moving that ball into the space on the right-hand side, taking her time. Didn't even need the support in the end, did Kershaw. Great work from the Warriors player to sell the dummy and dart through the middle of the defence.
Amy, come now. Mate, let's go.
So that takes us to half time here as we just take a quick look at that replay. Great work here, just biding our time, taking little steps, little movements before powering through and extending the Hammerheads lead as we enter half time. So half time here, it is Hammerheads 19, Savvy Panthers 7 in the Women's Cup final.
It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
So getting back underway here, Hammerheads kicking off from left to right. Great contest for the kickoff there. It's come back the way of the Hammerheads. And they're trying to continue where they left off. Deciding to take the inside line, but they do manage to get it into the space eventually. Great work by Deeks, I think it is. We'll confirm that on the replay. Great effort on the conversion there, just not quite getting it through the posts. Powering through, moving that ball into space.
Lauren, let's pick it up now, let's go, let's go.
So we've had another check. It is Evie England from Worcester. Been a long day. I'll be looking at a lot of numbers as the Savvy Panthers make some great offloads to keep that ball alive, keep moving up the pitch as they look in search for their second try here. Taking their time once again, moving that ball across the field as they cut back inside, and the offload as well to Pip Hendy, the Gloucester Harbury girl, scores underneath the posts. And I think the team have realised got a slight limp after that, so they brought her off, which I'm sure she'll be very grateful of.
Give me a minute, Rosie, give me a minute.
As they look to add the extras and bring them within 10 points of the Hammerheads. And they do just that. As we watch here, Pip was initially involved with the first part of that move and had the wherewithal to stay involved. And then it was a case of pacing through to score down underneath the sticks. So 14-24 the score here. Hammerhead still in the lead. And we have around 4 minutes left to play of this Women's Cup final, the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series, as the Hammerheads storm their way up the right-hand side of the pitch. Slow ball from that ruck as they look to try and find some space in the wide channels. A crunching tackle there and just knocked it on in the process. So it will be a scrum to the Savvy Panthers. We've got just over 3 minutes to try and get themselves back into a winning position in this game. Only 10 points behind. So one converted try and one unconverted try. We'll see them put it into the lead with the current standings, as they move the ball into the space. power through, but it's a great tackle by the Hammerheads. Once again, moving the ball. The pace on the outside, running all the way through. Zoe Evans. Taking pace round the outside. And the Savvy Panthers in this second half have really put themselves back into this game. Currently got the conversion to come. This would put them within 3 points. Conversion just going to the right-hand side of the posts. So a 5 points difference this is. An unconverted score from the Panthers would see a draw. If they're able to convert it, then they would put themselves into the lead. So less than 2 minutes left to play of this game. And an error from the Hammerheads. Knocking the ball on. That could be ever crucial, as it gives the Panthers a strong attacking opportunity here. As the ball pops out the back of the scrum, but well handled by the Panthers. They look to go around the corner. Tackle was complete. Hammerhead's ripping the ball out after the tackle without releasing, so caught there. But a knock on from the Panthers.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds more. Okay. Come on, guys. Come on.
I think we've got like 30 seconds left.
Great! The elbow. Bye! Step!
So a strong defensive effort required here by the Hammerheads, who just need to hold on to it. Or are they going to try and score instead? Our clock is in the red, but we are not timed up to the referee's watch. So she can have a different time altogether. But at the moment, the ball stays with the Hammerheads. And the offload through. This could see the Hammerheads securing it. And it will. Heather Reese with the final score. What a final. We had a thriller in the Men's Cup final. High scoring game. A little bit one-sided, but this has been anyone's game right up until that last score, and converted as well. And that is full time here in the Women's Cup final. The Hammerheads have beaten the Savvy Panthers 31 points to 19, and they are your WowHydrate Super Sevens Series Round 2 Cup final winners, the Hammerheads. Just look back at this last try. Bursting through that gap is a good effort.
Thank you.
But eventually, just couldn't stop them in the end. And it is Heather Reese that gets down over the line. So Hammerheads are your cup final winners here. Thanks very much for tuning in throughout the day. Brought to you by NextGen15. I've been Tom Reed. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks' time for the next round of the WowHydrate Super Sevens Series 2022.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
We are rugby.
It's another fantastic evening tonight. It's great to be here, supporting the Spoon again. At the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing. It's about raising awareness and raising money for the Wooden Spoon.
To raise over £100,000 in aid of Wooden Spoon, and just to see the amount of effort and energy and pain that's gone into this is phenomenal.
The amount of good that it's going to do is just incredible.
I've been here for about 6 months now and I feel more confident than ever. I've really pushed hard. I've also gained my qualifications in maths and English after 3 years of trying, so I feel really happy about that.
We need the wooden spoon to help us to build our school and our playground to make it better so then young people have fun.
Without charities like the Wooden Spoon, we would be struggling, but instead we're helping all these children that need it, like me. They're getting the help they need thanks to the Wooden Spoon, and I can't thank them enough.
The really special part about the charity is that every bit of money that you raise in your area goes straight to projects within that area, so you can literally see and feel the great work that your money's doing. People that donate to the Wooden Spoon need to understand that money will help families like mine.
I think it's amazing that people are donating for a cause which can help different kinds of people. And it's not just the person who's affected, it's everyone else who's around them.
And there's a lot of support as well as friendships that you make. And Wooden Spoon creating that possibility to get into the game and making those friendships is absolutely amazing.